wand is going out unless a king or an ace hits the river. There's an ace!
There's never easy in poker.
One time.
You call and it's over, baby, like cutting wind, yeah?
How much?
Oh, God, he has aces.
Let's run it. Oh, my God! It is always coming seven!
All in.
Deuce on the turn!
Jesus never loses.
Welcome to Barcelona.
Come along as we carry the load to every road and country code.
Let's light this candle.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's day 5 of the main event. That means it's the penultimate day of EPT Barcelona, the day when we play down to the final table. We finished play last night with 2 tables, 16 remain. Today we play down to 6, which means, simple mathematics, 10 eliminations to go until we have the 6 pros who'll compete for that first prize of 1.66 million euros. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
2 more days of coverage. You will get to see every single hand. Cards up tomorrow from the final table. We're live once again at 12:30 Central European Summer Time. I hope you've enjoyed all our coverage from Barcelona. It seems like an eternity ago that we ran the Chase Your Dream event and announced PSPC 2020. But here we are at the business end of the main event, and we still enjoy listening and reading your questions and comments. Hashtag PokerStarsTV wherever you are watching, whether that's on Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube, or indeed on Instagram. Do get in touch. If you missed yesterday's coverage, if you want to know what happened on day 4 of the main event, I'm here to let you know some of the highlights.
Do it.
We had 48 players return to Casino Barcelona for day 4, with Tim Adams, one of the most recognizable faces in the field, but he was KO'd during the first level. Gail Bauman discovered that it is indeed always coming 7 as she cracked Shannon Shaw's top pair. Stefan Jedlicka made an ill-timed move against Marton Czuczor, and that catapulted the Hungarian player to the chip lead temporarily. There was a huge pot on the outer tables. Jerry O'Dean hero called for his MTT life, but ran into Alexander Everson's full house. Ike Haxton got 3 outed in back-to-back hands. He fell in 18th. And Kimo Kirko lost against Rui Sousa, and that took us down to 16 players. So who are those 16 players? We're going to see all their names. Let's start with the chip leaders. Sousa comes into play with the biggest stack, 116 big blinds. Marton Czuczor, a former EPT runner-up, is second in chips. He's also got more than 100 bigs. Other players we've seen over the last few days include Balakrishna Patur. He's got 91 bigs. Johan Storakers, who goes back to season 1 of the EPT. One of 3 Swedes remaining. He's got a 70 big blind stack. And the second half of the leaderboard, the bottom 8, we've got Cully Sidhu, a 2-time EPT finalist, Alexander Everson, Felipe Salgado, Simon Brandstrom, Leandro Bastillo, the Argentinian qualifier, Shannon Shaw, who's going to be on the main stage today, Cyril Mombrun-Massot, who pulled off that incredible bluff on the last hand of play last night, and Diego Falcone, one of the other Brazilian players remaining. We've still got 15 minutes to play at the 30-60 blind level before we roll into level 28. So we'll keep tabs on the outer table. Our primary focus will be the feature table. Let's have a look at the lineup in seat order. We've got the Frenchman, Mombrun-Massot. We've got Shannon Shaw. Braco, who's been a big stack for what seems like the last 3 days. Sadu, Balakrishna Patur. I know some people don't like the fact that he seems to use every single second of his shot clock on every single decision, but some of his plays have been interesting, creative.
Definitely fun to watch.
And we've got the chip leader in the 8th seat, Rui Sousa, the Portuguese player, starting play with close to 7 million chips. There are roughly 60 million chips in play. Average stack is 3.7 million. It's pretty deep. No one is short. The shortest stack is 30 bigs. So there's no guarantee we're going to get down to 6 quickly. We did speak to Shannon Shaw just before he took his seat at the table.
Okay, Shannon, you're probably one of the most experienced players in the field. You must be confident going into this one.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Been working on my poker game a lot, working on my mental game, and just trying to optimize my whole personal life. So yeah, pretty excited about the opportunity.
You got short at one point, but you bounced back. It must give you, like, you got an extra life almost yesterday. Does that give you another boost?
Yeah, man, I've got 1.8 million, but it feels like 6 million after being down to 200,000. So yeah, I'm ready to work with it.
What do you think of the table you're starting with? Is it quite a strong one, good lineup?
Yeah, there's a lot of great players left in this event, so it's going to be a challenge, but hopefully it works out.
And in terms of your poker achievements, an EPT title, it's a huge score up top. How would this compare with your other achievements?
Winning this would be the highlight of my career, no doubt about it.
I too am trying to optimalize my life.
Shout out to Colin Dunn, hashtag PokerStarsTV. Not feeling too well today, so I have no problem spending all day and all night on the sofa watching the live stream through the YouTube app on Apple TV, which means he gets, and I'm quoting here, stapes in full stereo sound.
I am so sorry.
So players just being briefed on how we're expecting today to run. We're being flexible as to whether there'll be a dinner break. It depends how quickly we can get down to a final table and how likely it is that we'll get down to 6 before 9 or 10 o'clock this evening. There will be a break at the end of every level, bar this first session of play, where it's going to be about 1 hour 45 minutes with the tail end of level 27 and the full level 28. Okay, the clock's running. We're going to get cards in the air, and at this point we can welcome Benjamin Spragg to the stream. Hello, Spraggy.
We will welcome Benjamin Spragg to the stream very soon.
Love the fact that he gets himself sorted in the Twitch chat, but can't be bothered to connect himself on Skype. Classic Spraggy.
470. Yeah, I'm going to. But I do see some 5,000.
How about that Cyril Monbrun-Massot, huh? What a man.
So,
No, I guess.
Balakrishna Patur's done a great job of stacking his chips neatly after unbagging them,
I
but
think
he
it's mine.
has somehow managed to stack all of his chips over his RFID box.
Can you do once more for me, please?
So he is going to have to move them so that we can read his whole cards. Spraggy, are you with us?
This is Spraggy. Yes. What did I miss? I'm here.
You haven't missed a thing, buddy boy.
Oh, okay. Good morning.
Excuse me. I guess. No, I guess my chips are short, I think. Got mixed up with one chip.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but
Oh, now he's saying his chips have been mixed up with
yeah, I
Brandstrom's.
did count it. And
We're going to
it's,
keep playing though, right?
Yeah, keep playing with
5470.
yeah, because I have.
Oh my God.
Sure. Like, can you count your?
Yeah,
Pause the clock, Flo. Pause the clock.
This is 2, 1.
Or maybe even start it over. I mean,
All right, let's not get crazy.
You know what? That's fine. Easy. That's okay.
Oh, it's okay now.
That's okay. That's fine.
It's okay.
All right.
I don't wanna to shift because
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, it's fine.
Floor, put 14 seconds back on the clock.
We have players looking at cards. We have action.
That's my chip. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
yeah, no worries.
Folded to Shannon Shaw. 6-4 off, he passes. Pasquale Braco is in the hijack. Lets it go. Diego Falcone
Stealing from each other.
is going to raise to 125,000. Colin Sadu has folded the button. The action is on Patur in the small with Jack Deuce.
All I want is Balakrishna Patur to pick up hands.
And now round to Simon Brandstrom in the big blind.
We were speculating about what his hair looks like under that hoodie, James. I think he's bald like Spraggy.
I love the fact you're not going to rise to that.
there was a rumor. There was a rumor going around yesterday that we've seen him without the hood on. So there are some privileged individuals in the chat who have seen his hair, but I'm not one of them.
I like it remaining a mystery, like when they revealed Kramer's first name. It could never live up.
Right, or in Scooby-Doo where they take the mask off at the end and it's always just like the caretaker or...
It's always the one other person they met that episode.
Yeah, you know that other character who we spoke to for 20 seconds and no one knew why? It was him again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, that first hand was a raise and take it for Falcone. So there was a little bit of a minor non-controversy at the start of play. Patur thinking that his stack had somehow got merged with Brandstrom and he'd somehow lost some chips, but no, the stacks were separate. No chips have been misplaced or misallocated, and we're all good.
I like how Mambru Maso has managed to make even the casino wristband stylish. Not like the rest of these chumps.
Shannon Short with ace-10. Starts the hand with 30 bigs, opens to 125k. Queen-Jack for Falcone. Passes.
Oh.
King-3 of clubs for Sadu.
Also no.
Patur on the button, Queen-8. Brandstrom on the button. No, Brandstrom's in the small, I'm sorry.
You idiot.
Kind of looks more Brandstrom than...
You're smart, you look at that. I just trust whatever it says here, which sometimes
Yeah, I made the mistake of looking at the table rather than trusting the graphics.
We should probably start the stream over.
Rui Sousa is the chip leader. Folds his big blind. So 2 raise and take hits in a row. Suffice to say, if there is any significant action at the outer table, if we hear of an all-in and a call, we will get you there straight away. As we bring you hand number 3. You fired up for today, Spraggy?
Excited, yes. Always good to see how these develop. I was just, as you did the chip counts there, I really like the fact that we're coming down to this stage of the tournament and the shortest stack has, I believe, 30 big blinds at this point, which is nice because you don't really want to get to this stage of a tournament and just have it turn into a shove fest, right? It gives these players a chance to show what they've got and take a shot at the title.
There inevitably become points, or at least a point, where it does become a little bit shovey, where the average stack gets super shallow, but we're by no means anywhere near that yet. And this is an important day. The race to the final table.
Yeah.
So raise from Braco under the gun +1 with King-6 suited. Patur with 9s.
Big Papa Patur. You think we'll see a repop from Big Papa Patur?
I think of these stack depths versus early position, probably just a call. It's a decent hand, but probably not one he wants to 3-bet and get 4-bet, especially given yesterday we saw him 3-bet fold with the ace-king. So I think we're more likely to see him try and take flops here.
Call he does.
Sousa folds the small blind. Mambru Maso in the big with 5-3 off.
Get in there. Ah.
I'm also excited to see how this develops. I mean, Mambru Maso, that bluff yesterday, that was an incredible hand, and we had Patur mixing it up as well. So it looks like we've got an exciting table ahead too.
I told you, you got to get in there with the 5 tray.
So A straight draw and backdoor hearts for Braco. Patur, 70% favorite near enough with the overpair to the board. But the Italian will continue for 160K.
And his situation here is probably quite similar to the situation pre-flop in that he's got a decent hand, a pretty strong hand. He might not want to raise it and then end up having another raise on top. So anticipate just coming along with a call to a turn.
For what reason would you need to recheck your cards there?
Heart check.
Maybe to make sure you don't have sixes? I mean, yeah, a heart check makes no sense.
Worried about running hearts. He's got a blocker to that.
Don't start him off, James.
Well, you predicted a call, Spraggy. In fact, we get a raise to 400,000.
Yep, and that's the last time today I'm going to try and second-guess Patur's action. As I said, he does like to mix it up.
I think your problem was you tried to first guess it.
Correct.
Yesterday was different.
Second guessing it, I think, is going to be pretty reasonable.
Braco has called.
This is optimistic.
Turn card is the 10 of diamonds. Takes away his backdoor flush draw. Still has a gut shot, plus his king is live.
It's a little bit of a wide peel on the flop, but he can still have the best hand sometimes if he thinks Patur is at it with a hand just like 7-8 with a backdoor flush draw or something like that. Of course, has the gut shot, but the turn not doing him any favors. And now the hand becomes really difficult to play, facing the aggression on the flop. He's now out of position. Check, check, though. Queen river.
Oh, Braco's going to bluff the river.
Oh my goodness.
How much is that? 600,000, half pot.
This is a situation where Braco can still have sets, deuces, threes, fives, tens, queens. He can have pocket kings, pocket aces. And if he does feel like Patur's raising a hand on the flop like sixes, sevens, eights, or nines, could very well get him to fold it here because he still has all of those strong hands in his range.
I like how Spraggy's doing a very earnest job of analysis on two guys who are kind of playing this game the way I play Street Fighter.
Clicking all the buttons, but not necessarily in the right order.
Every once in a while, I will land a scissor kick.
Small.
Oh my God, this is fantastic. This is so good. I told you.
Bluffing with the best hand? Question mark?
These two guys are just bluffing and re-bluffing each other on every street.
Now, I assume this is Hollywooding. He's not actually considering heroing with king high, is he?
Well, he's in the time bank. No, I can't. There's no analysis I can give where king high might be a reasonable call here.
I mean, this
well, here's the thing for Braco. We just mentioned how he can have all the strong hands. Like, he could just have ace-4 suited. He could just have pocket tens. He could just have pocket queens. So call the all-in when you have those hands. Don't do anything silly with king-6. It's just Hollywooding. And, well, if he's using time bank cards, I'm baffled because that's kind of wasting resources for a Hollywood, which doesn't seem worth.
This is some M. Bison versus Zangief button mashing on both sides. Just two guys rolling a AA battery across the controller.
Your analysis has been on point throughout this hand, Spraggy, but your predictions were 100% incorrect.
There it is.
Well, he does eventually fold. If he'd have called, I'd have been off commentary for the rest of the day, unfortunately.
You
I
got
wouldn't have
that
been able
one
to deal
right,
with this table. Wow, what a start.
So Patur up to 6.7 million, closing in on the chip lead of Rui Sousa. And Pasquale Braco down to 3.4 million, but that is still a 56 big blind stack and around average right now, with 3 minutes left on the level before the blinds go up to 40-80.
You are?
You're allowed to use the phone on the table.
If you count the pre-flop raise that hand, which I do, there were 5 bluffs in that hand. Papa Patur. I love it when you call me Big Pop Tour.
Well, if every hand goes down like that today, we're in for a real treat.
Absolutely. The bar has been set high.
Could be an early day.
Action folded to Kali Sadhu, who's got pocket eights. Sadhu has more than $2.5 million in live earnings. Made the final table of EPT London in 2013 and of EPT Dublin in 2016. It's a raise to 150,000, and Patur's got another pocket pair.
Five balls this time. He's in.
Simon Brandstrom is in the cutoff with 7 deuce offsuit. Easy fold. Rui Sousa folds the button. Small blind, Cyril Montbrun-Massot. 7-6 of spades.
Pretty looking hand. Not doing so hot against 8s and 5s.
This is one of those where if he's in the big blind getting a decent price, he's certainly coming along. A little trickier in the small because you're adding what could be perceived as more dead chips to the pot, maybe encouraging the big blind squeeze. You're going to be out of position, of course. He folds.
And it's Shannon Shaw folding 10-4 in the big blind, which results in us going heads up to the flop. 10-4 deuce.
No sets. Will there be bets?
You continuing with 8s on this board, Spraggy?
I think so. I think it's a hand that by and large is going to be ahead most of the time. A lot of the bigger pairs from Patur would want to 3-bet. There's going to be some 10s, but protecting your equity against all the king queens and ace jacks, 2 overs to the board, seems reasonable. He comes in for the bet of 165,000. And Patur could raise, he could shove, he could fold, he could call. He could do anything he likes.
I call. 155, right?
165,000. Deuce of clubs on the turn.
Check here from Sadhu. Doesn't want to overly inflate the size of this pot once he gets called. Can definitely still try to bluff catch. The way Patur plays, you could definitely expect that he would float a hand like 2 overs with a backdoor flush draw. Obviously, he's going to call a flush draw as well. So Sadhu opting for a check, but Patur checking behind with the worst of it. Now, I will say this. This is one thing that Patur actually did pretty well yesterday. Yes, he goes for these kind of wild plays, and we saw him shove a turn over Ike's raise yesterday with just 10 high. This one goes check, check to showdown. But he does seem to know exactly when to slow down. Like here, with the 5s, he's just happy to take a showdown. He was behind. He was right to slow down. So far, all of his plays seem to be working out.
Well, let's head to the other table, where it's Liu versus Lu.
Oh, jeez.
Jiayuan Liu versus Yunye Lu on a Queen 8-3 flop with 2 diamonds.
Who, Lu or Lu?
That is Liu, Liu betting 150,000, and it's Lu, Lu folding.
Lu could also be a Spanish name. Hello.
So only 2 tables remaining. That outer table and this feature table. Once we're down to 9 players, they'll all take seats on the main stage. That will be the final redraw of the main event.
Who's Lu? Anyone? Anyone? Chat?
Brandstrom with Jack 8 of diamonds.
We get service. Yeah, thank you.
We've now got 4 players at the table, and this is by virtue of the blinds going up. We're now at the 40-80 blind level, who've got sub-30 big blind stacks. Brandstrom has 25 bigs, Falcone 24, Short 22, and Cyril Montbrun-Massot has 20 big blinds.
That's wild how fast it happens. We went from nobody being close to the danger zone to 4 players just at this table approaching the danger zone.
Danger zone!
So these are the sort of stacks where you're going to start to see players moving all in over a raise. Around the 30 big blind mark, there's still room for a raise, a 3-bet, and a fold. But those players you just mentioned will definitely be looking to shovel the chips in over just some initial opens at this point.
So Brandstrom open to 160K. Shannon Shaw elects to fold the ace-9. And looks like a fold from Braco in the big blind as well. Raise and take it for Brandstrom. You see the red time bank cards in front of players?
Yes.
The shot clock will remain in play until the conclusion of this tournament. And everyone got 5 additional time bank cards this morning. Any they still had at the end of play yesterday, they've carried over, plus the 5 they got at the start of today.
And Braco has already used 1 here on the feature, deciding whether to bet call a river shove with king high.
Pasquale Braco, by the way, has almost $500,000 in live earnings and came 11th in the national event here at EPT Barcelona.
Like a couple days ago?
Yeah, for 44 grand.
Nice.
When you're hot, you're hot.
And that was a ridiculously big event. More than 4,500 entries.
Did they start it last month?
I think they got it done in like 5 days. Don't ask me how. Under the gun raise from Cully Sadu, ace-10.
Jack-9 for Brandstrom. He's out of here. Our starting hands have been brutal for Massot. So we should have called with that 5-3. Shannon Shore, Quing offsuit on the button.
As referenced a couple of minutes ago, Shannon Shaw has 22 big blinds.
You could definitely just consider folding this versus an under the gun open off 22 big blinds. It would be a little bit tight. Shannon Shaw coming in for the call. This is one of those hands, king queen, similar to, you know, a hand like ace jack offsuit. You're not really happy playing it versus under the gun opens. We are off to a flop. Sadu's ace-10 versus Shaw's king-queen. Shaw in position.
Ace-high flop, top pair for Sadu. Shannon Shore, not even a gut shot draw.
Sadu starting with a check here. kind of an interesting play on the ace-9-4 board. I think if he has a hand like ace-king, ace-queen, maybe even ace-jack, he's looking for 3 streets of value. With an ace-10, he decides to keep that in his checking range, keep some aces in there, so that when he has a hand like jacks, queens, and kings in checks, he still has some aces to go with it. And now he'll start betting on the turn. Shaw did not take the bait on the flop, just checked behind.
Delayed continuation bet of 275,000.
And there it goes. Ship it to Fern Cully.
Here in the background, the high roller event restarting. You'll have to follow the blog for updates on that one. But they are going to play 11 levels today because it's a huge field in the high roller, and they are mildly concerned about getting it done by the end of tomorrow.
We're going to get shots from the high roller, like Jaeger.
And did she get something as well?
Oh, you mean
how much do I?
Pictures.
Oh, great, thank you. Can you change one for me?
All right,
Can you
hold on.
bring me 18 euro back? Yeah.
Big Papa Patur, King Jack under the gun. I bet under there he has the same color hair as Clara. Same length too.
That would be impressive.
It's just like, bow!
Just waiting for the final table for the big reveal. I can't wait.
So Patur opening under the gun with King Jack, raises to 160,000. Brandstrom with 8-6. Haven't seen Rui Sousa play a hand yet.
You know, I sometimes wonder if players go back and watch the coverage from the day before, overnight. And in this case, for learning to play against Balakrishna Patur, I'm not sure it would have done any good.
Oh, looks like Falcone.
Here we go, round 2. Falcone Patur.
Round 1.
Oh, yeah. Round 1, or maybe 2 from yesterday for a hand we all remember very well.
Falcone just calling. Queen, queen, deuce on the flop.
This looks like a great board to bluff somebody off of aces, James.
He has a very reasonable hand to use as well with the King Jack because he blocks King Queen and Queen Jack.
So a couple of hashtag fun facts about the two players in this hand. Diego Falcone has 5 cashes in Brazil. This will be his biggest result by far. Everyone now guaranteed 71,400 euros. Balakrishna Patur has never cashed outside North America. And yes, this will also be his biggest result by far.
We have that in common. I had never scored outside North America until Barcelona this year.
Patur continuing for 100K.
I think once Falcone just calls pre-flop with his hand on the queen, queen, deuce, he's most likely to just call. He's probably aware at this point that Patur more than capable of bluffing chips.
Oh boy. Spade on the turn.
Both players with a flush draw. Falcone with the nut flush draw and with a lock on this. Patur is drawing dead.
He does not give up easily. This could be trouble for him. This could be a full double up for Falcone.
I do kind of like using his hand as a bluff, though. As I mentioned, he does block King Queen and Queen Jack. He has the King of Spades, which is going to take some flushes out of Falcone's range.
I can tell you this, Spraggy, he's definitely thinking about all that.
But again, he slows down when the bluff is not going to work. He checks behind.
He's a field player. He's got instincts. There's nature.
And so far, they've been dead on.
there's nature and there's nurture, and this guy is pure nature. Pature.
It is kind of hard for him to now start bluffing this hand again at the river, because if he has a queen, he probably bets the turn. If he has a flush, he probably bets the turn.
And we get a value bet
bets.
from Falcone. Leading for 300K.
What do you think about a call here, Spraggy?
Why are you contemplating a call? This guy, if he's going to do anything, is going to move all in.
Yeah, I don't think a call's good. I don't think a jam's good. He folds. Good stuff.
You got there on the turn?
Huh?
You got there on the turn?
No. Not really.
He got there on first street.
Thank you very much.
So
Got there on the
Diego
deal.
Falcone now playing 27 big blinds. And we are heading to the other table where it's Yunye Lu versus Marton Czuczor. And we pick up this hand on the flop, which is King, King 6. And that's a bet of $500,000 from Lu.
Those are the big chips.
The 100Ks. Marton Czuczor came second in EPT Prague in 2016. Calls the 500K, taking us to the turn.
That means there's more than $1 million in the middle, everybody.
5 of diamonds.
Okay, we are about to get started. May I please take your seats? So we've got an entry 6, small line of 1,000, big line 2,500.
If you're going to do the pot, you have to do it in the style of Mathis in Casino Royale. More than $1 million in the pot.
Okay.
And that is a bet of $1 million from Lu. Bond will have to go all in.
I know we're not supposed to read too much into stuff like this, but if you notice he's taking his chips, he's using only the big chips. And I think people are a little bit more confident when they use their big chips. People tend to want to hold on to those more. Just a little extra psychology. That you
Joe Mike Caro Stapleton.
Yeah, you can use to go along with your blockers and your solvers.
A fold from Czuczor. And no eliminations so far today. We've been playing for 30 minutes. We still have 16 players, 8 at this table and 8 on the main stage on our feature table. While we were away, we missed a raise and take it from Shannon Short.
What?
Now
Come on, guys.
Now the action starts on Rui Sousa, who is still chip leader. Has a stack of nearly 7 million.
Sue Pig Rui.
Action folded to short. Lets it go. Just counting the stacks at the other table, by the way, and we think after winning that hand against Marton Czuczor, Yunye Lu may have taken the chip lead.
All right.
So we're round to the blinds here. Patur in the small.
Nothing quite as exciting as a Patur blind v blind battle. Anything can happen. King 3 offsuit.
Anything can happen with your standard run-of-the-mill GTO player. Throw this guy in the mix. Anything can happen. Double anything.
175.
Seems like a fair raise amount. Ace-7 suited for Sandstrom.
Yep, has position, has a decently playable hand.
Isn't it this the guy who started the marketing business?
That's right, his family. He's the heir to the marketing fortune. Anytime anyone uses branding, his family gets half a cent.
And of course, whenever they had an ideation session, it was known as a Brandstrom brainstorm.
Correct.
Well, ace high is still the best hand.
Patur with the only heart. He has the back door. A lot of the time his opponent's going to miss the 8-5-5. Has a decent degree of showdown value as well. Starts with a bet of 125,000.
We've seen this move from him quite a bit, actually. The small bet gets raised, jams it in the middle.
$125,000 apiece. And another 5 on the turn.
Getting harder and harder to rep anything on this board.
Certainly a turn card that's going to make Brandstrom feel pretty good about his ace high, especially against a very wide range of Patur. Having raised pre-flop, Patur probably has more of the overpairs. Brandstrom likely to 3-bet those. So perhaps a slight range advantage for Patur. He checks.
I guess Brandstrom wondering if he needs to bet or if he can have a hand that's good at showdown.
I think he can be quite content that ace high is good enough at the time. He may even want to try and put in some sort of value bet here, maybe get called by Patur's king high. The only problem with that against a player like Patur is if you bet the turn, as crazily as Patur's played, you might find yourself getting check raised, end up having to fold the best hand.
Do you ever just sort of make a decision here that if he loses his mind on you, that you're just going to station him and you're just going to call and pray?
I mean, potentially, but that's exactly the sort of situation you want to avoid, right? 16 left, EPT main event. Do you really want to have to bet call the turn with ace high, right, and then potentially call a river bet? I would just be trying to minimize situations where Patur can put me in really, really difficult situations with extremely marginal hands. But betting the ace high here, it does get the fold. He did have the best of it. He is protecting his equity somewhat.
Well, I can tell you that we've done a count on Lu's stack at the other table. He has 7.9 million, so we can confirm that Yunye Lu is the new chip leader, closing in on the 8 million mark. We are 20 minutes into level 28 with blinds of 40,000, 80,000.
Who's Lu? I'm going to keep doing it until somebody gets it.
Maybe wait till Finton's on. He's good for that sort of stuff.
I wonder if he watched Back to the Future last night.
Was that the recommendation?
It wasn't exactly. I just said it's something I consider to be a perfect movie, and he said that he had seen it, but not in a very long time. And
I was going to say, I know that Finton's knowledge of pop culture isn't great, but he must have seen that growing up.
Great film.
And he said, if I watch it tonight, will it hold up? And I said, yes, I think it will.
I rewatched it recently. It holds up very well. The sequels,
Back to the Future 3 is actually my favorite.
Really?
I'm so glad you're not here because I would drag you out of the booth and beat you senseless.
I mean, that's just objectively wrong.
Just kidding, just kidding.
Although it's almost worth it for the Doc Brown cameo in A Million Ways to Die in the West. Now Patur with a real hand. Big Papa Patur.
Okay, so Falcone has opened from the hijack with Queen 8 of clubs. Patur with the kings on the button.
Big Papa Patur gonna pop it up for sure.
425.
So 3-bet to 445,000. That's big.
I thought he said 425. I think it is 425.
We'll get it verified. How do you feel about Falcone's situation here, Spraggy?
I mean, I think with a hand like Queen 8, as much as, you know, Patur is capable of getting into some pretty loose situations, I don't think Queen 8 of clubs is the right sort of hand or the right sort of time to defend or fight back. I would be surprised if Falcone does anything too out of line. We do lose Sousa there in the big blind. This is one of the least playable hands Falcone's going to have opening in the hijack. Still has 2 million chips. He's out of position, so calling doesn't seem like the best plan, especially when you know someone like Patur. It's not like he can call. He flops 8 high and Patur's just going to let him show it down. Inevitably, if he flops 8 high, Patur's the sort of player that's going to just bet, flop, shove, turn, and who knows where it's at. So I'd be surprised to see him take a flop with a marginal hand. It's just whether he wants to find a 4-bet, which again, 2 tables out. You're going to 4-bet all in for your tournament life with Queen 8 of clubs. Seems optimistic.
Seems like a spot to just go, just kidding.
Yeah, I think this is one we can just raise fold.
How many time bank cards has he played now? Just the one?
A call.
Hiya!
Okay, we got an action table. He's taking a flop with Queen 8 of clubs.
Patur Falcone, round 3.
Pretty sure it's round 2. 425,000 apiece. And it's King, Jack, Deuce. All red.
Falcone nowhere near this one, out of position. Patur with the top set. Going to be a long way back.
I like that. Man, I think when you're Falcone and you eventually find yourself short-stacked in this tournament, you will look back at this hand and be like, why did I do that?
Yeah, maybe that's a few 100,000 chips that could have been saved. Especially, you have so many decent hands here in the hijack. Obviously, you've got, you know, all the really good stuff. Then even something like Jack 10 suited or, you know, Queen 10 suited, just a little more connected. Think how much easier it is to flop a straight draw with Queen 10 rather than Queen 8. Like, you can only flop gut shots with Queen 8.
This hand can really only get worse for Falcone.
375K from Patur.
I love it.
Surely now he has to fold.
There he goes.
You know, even a hand like Queen 9, you can flop Jack 10 and you're open-ended, but Queen 8 is just never going to happen. So it is a little bit speculative, especially out of position, especially against an aggressive opponent.
T-Tours.
Well, we're going to step away from the feature table and head to the other table where it is Jiayuan Liu versus Giovani Torre. We join this hand on the river. There's already 2.4 million in the middle, and Liu has bet 1.9 million. Not sure if we can get a look at the board, but it's 10-9-7-6-5. Very, very straighty.
5, 6, 7, 9. Wow, very straighty.
Well, that's a fold from Torre, and that means that Jiayuan Liu now has a stack of 6 million.
Is it Liu and Liu, 1 and 2?
No, Sousa and Patur have more than him.
So it's Liu, Liu, and Sue. Liu, Sue, and Liu.
And Patur.
And Patur.
Nice try. Don't call us. Back of the feature table, Brandstrom's on the button.
Oh, you got, hey, James, Spraggy, I want to tell you guys something. You guys are my best friends.
Oh.
Aw. Thank you, Joe. I have lots of other friends, but I can't commit to that level just yet. But I appreciate you.
Not even. He can't even keep up the illusion of show business friends.
No.
That's how important it is to him that I know that he is not my best friend.
Yeah, it would have been so much easier on air just to roll with it, but that's how anti that stance I am that I had to shut you down in front of our audience too. I'm sorry, Joe.
What a jerk. No, not this time with the 5-3.
Yeah, Mombra Massot lets it go. Raise and take it for Brandstrom. So our primary focus remains the main event as we play down from 2 tables to a final table. I did mention that the 10K high roller is going on right now. And while the updates on that one are being provided by the blog and by Poker News, we are going to take a look around the room and see some of the people playing in the 10K high roller today. They include the reigning PSPC champion, Ramon Colilas. And the guy that he beat heads up in the biggest 25K of all time, Julian Martini.
Took it very, very well. Still very impressed with this fella.
You might remember Farid Jatin, who was also at the final table of the PSPC.
Of course I do.
A couple of members of Team Pro in the field. Khalidou So played in the PSPC. He was a Platinum Pass winner.
Love that guy. All
As
smiles.
was Maria Konnikova.
Another player who's quite smiley, even at the table. Yeah.
Ramon got it in with the best hand, ace-5. He paired his ace on the flop. And a 5 on the river, the Platinum Pass winner takes down the PSPC.
Congratulations.
Juega ahora y tendrás la oportunidad de ganar un Platinum Pass y unirte a mí en el PSPC 2020.
And I checked in this morning, and I believe that 3 of the Platinum Passes have now gone. I think there's 2 left to be won.
Still 2 left.
I believe so. If you are trying to win the pass in that mystery chest promotion, trying to win a cash hand with ace-5, your chance to make it to the PSPC next summer, the 2020 edition here at Casino Barcelona, 20th to the 24th of August. If you're not successful, there'll be plenty more opportunities, live and online, to win a package worth 30K.
What are you guys doing? There's still 2 passes left. Come on. I can promise you, if I was somewhere where I could have gotten a chesticle, I would have been on it.
We come back to the feature table where Shannon Shaw is all in. Kuli Sadhu opened from under the gun +2 with King Queen. And Shannon Shaw is shoved for his last 1.78 million with 10s. And Sadhu folds the King Queen.
It's over.
So Shaw yesterday was down to 4 big blinds, continues on the comeback trail, up over 2 million. Chip in a chair, Joe.
Just glad that people still use that phrase that I came up with in 2014.
Cyril Mombra-Massot is the low man at the table with 18 bigs. Still has an hour to go before the blinds go up again. At the end of this level, we'll take our first break of the day. Are we going to make it to the end of level 28, still with 16 players? Playing slightly below a 50 big blind average right now.
I say no. I say we lose a player before the end of the level. Jack 5 for Brandstrom.
This is a rubbish hand. Yeah, he folds. This one much better for Sousa. Has a lot of chips. King 5 suited, opens in the cutoff.
Sorry to interrupt you, Spraggy. Breaking news from the PokerStars news desk. The 4th Platinum Pass has been found.
Uh-oh.
We are down to 1 Platinum Pass in a mystery chest.
I would like to think that someone heard me moments ago, logged in, won the Platinum Pass. If so, let me know about it. Sousa raised with King 5 of diamonds. Shannon Shore in the small blind. King, Queen offsuit.
There was a hand earlier where Shaw had King Queen versus an under the gun open. He came in for the call, but here we see versus a cutoff open, his opponent's range is going to be a lot wider. Sousa's going to be stealing with a lot more speculative hands, especially off that deep chip stack. So reshoving the King Queen, definitely profitable here. He's going to force a lot of folds, deny his opponent equity. And as we can see, he's all in for 2 million, the pot 2.4. So that's a pretty decent increase on his stack if he gets it through, which you'd imagine with Braco folding. Back to the King 5, you'd imagine he does.
2.06.
Yeah, I better get a count. There it goes.
Yep. And Shannon Shaw's comeback is in full swing. 2.4 million chips now.
W Knock on Twitch says it wasn't me who won the Platinum Pass. Damn it! I was hoping it would be you.
Could we just check that it's nobody in the chat that won the pass? So if you did not win the pass,
did not win.
Could you type that it was not me or I did not win?
I didn't get the pass. Any variation on that?
Yeah.
Just
need to
sound
check
off.
that it wasn't someone in the chat, Joe. So if it is somebody, we want to know about it, so that the easiest way is just for people to say that it was not them.
And I can assume that no one would say it's them if it weren't really them. No one would do that.
There we go. Did not win.
Not me. Someone said it was me. Hold on. Who was that? Oh, the chat's scrolling so fast I couldn't see who it was.
Chat moving so quickly, no one will notice you won the pass.
Ain't me. Nope. Nope. Twasn't me. I like that.
In the midst of all of this, someone just asked Spraggy, "Are you not watching the match? Is there a soccer game on right now?"
I'm watching the most important game in town. That's the main event of EPT Barcelona, but Manchester United are playing. They kick off in 2 minutes. But no,
Manchester versus United. Which team is the favorite in that matchup?
Oh no, Joe. It's Manchester United is one team.
It's
and
one
they're
team.
So they're playing Southampton.
Got it. So Manchester United is like the New York Yankees. So they're the Manchester Uniteds.
Confirmed.
Got it. And they're playing against who? I'm sorry.
Southampton.
Oh.
The Southamptons.
I love Southampton.
Southampton. Yes.
Big soccer fan. How are the legs on those teams? Have they got good, strong legs?
Yeah, by and large, pretty good. Most of them are in good shape, as you might expect.
I like to listen in on the halftime talks where the coach tells them to kick better, where they're like, "Oh, I love the way you're kicking today. Great job. You, sir, your kicks have been kind of eh. You should probably want to kick a little bit more accurately, or, into the kick it harder." It's a lot
That's
of nuance.
about the level of analysis I provide every Saturday when I do my team talks. Open-ended for Falcone in the big blind.
The most important question, Spraggy, is do you provide them with orange halves during the intermission?
I don't know. We have away last season. We were provided with orange squash, like the drink, but that's as elaborate as it gets.
Here's a little trick for your team, Spraggy. Don't water down the squash. Give them like a whole...
Pure concentrate.
Yeah, and then watch them go.
Sugar rush for 10 minutes.
Yep.
You're onto something.
I can also
Stapleton.
provide you with clean urine in case they get tested for pure squash. What is squash, by the way? It's a drug, right?
No.
It's not a PED?
No.
Oh.
Well, we've got an open-ended draw now against...
An open-ended draw?
Yes, one slightly better than the other, and Sousa still ahead for now with Jack high.
Once he picks up equity here on the turn versus a player in the big blind, he can certainly apply some pressure to some sixes, some eights, some ace-high floats that you might see. So we're going to see him go for the double barrel. Pot already 800,000.
375's the bet.
Yeah. Pot gets a lot more awkward on the turn for Falcone. He does have what he'll consider 8 outs to the straight, but a very short stack, not too much behind. So calling on the turn is investing quite a lot of his stack, and unless he hits a 5 or a 10, it's very difficult for him to win the pot. Does give it up. The double barrel, a success from Sousa. Chips go to chips. He's up to nearly 7 million.
Yeah, we think he's second overall of the 16 players remaining. Well, let's head over to the other table. We see the glass triangle of death in front of Leandro Bustillo, who has moved all in, and decision is on Yunye Lu. So just to recap the action, Bustillo opened, Lu 3-bet to 500K, and Bustillo has 4-bet jammed for 1.46 million.
And we've got a board?
No, this is pre.
Okay.
So the open from Bustillo, the 3-bet from Lu, who kind of priced in if he re-raised to 500K, and Bustillo's total stack is 1.4.
Yeah, must be pretty bad.
Well, there's the call from Lu, who tables ace-queen, and it's pocket queens for Leandro Bustillo.
Man, ace-queen is exactly the kind of hand you think about folding there for a while. No ace.
Greenstein, and that means Leandro Bustillo doubles up to 3 million. I'm guessing, Spraggy, that's one of those hands that just kind of plays itself, given the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't think there's anything else to be done in this one.
Man, oh man, from chip leader to doubling up. Another player at the table. It comes and goes. To be a player in this game of poker, James, you need the heart of a lion and the skin of an elephant.
Okay.
So you coming back?
Profound words.
1 hour? Good.
Back to the feature table. The last hand was raise and take it for Simon Brandstrom.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep. Thank you.
So we've got 2 shorties at the table now. Cyril Mombra-Massot has 18 big blinds. Diego Falcone has 16.
what we've seen of Mombra Maso so far, not afraid to go for it, as we saw at the end of play yesterday, but so far today, his whole cards not allowing him any wiggle room.
Randstrom folds under the gun. Rui Sousa is also folded. Round to Shannon Shaw. Deuces in the hijack.
You know what they say, deuces often win.
Yep. A decent hand for a raise and hopefully flop a set. The old saying.
That popular children's song from the sea. Raise with deuces and hopefully flop a set.
King 10 of diamonds for Sidhu. Playing around 3.7 million.
165.
Makes the call. And Patur in the big blind. Getting a good price. It's going to have to be real ugly for him not to get involved, one would imagine. King Queen.
All right.
165, right?
That is right. Weird.
So three-way to the flop.
Does anybody want to see a king and a deuce on this flop?
I'm very excited about this pot.
Instead, it is ace, jack, 7 with 2 diamonds.
Diamonds are for Sidhu.
Sidhu flops absolutely massive here. Has the gut shot straight draw, has the nut flush draw. Patur with the gut shot and... Sorry, I thought he had king, queen of clubs. Just the gut shot, and Shannon Shaw's hand is shriveled to nothing.
The patented Patur double check. And the double tap. The single check.
It's kind of easy for his opponents to connect here. I'm not sure Shannon Shaw will even want to continuation bet. Even a hand like 9-10 going to stick around, queen 10. Very difficult not to have some sort of gut shot, even with 8-9. Not to mention all the pairs. So we do see it check through. Patur in the big blind with king queen. With the nut no pair. If you give a hand a name, it makes it seem even better.
So weird that the deuces are still the best hand.
Yeah. All very well having the best hand, of course, but about being able to get it to showdown, and I don't think that's going to be possible against these two holdings. Or these two players, at least. Patur reaching for chips.
Well, there's 575,000 in the pot. Patur makes it 325,000.
This is some patented Patur. Can't blame him, though.
Best hand folds. Sidhu still with a pretty strong draw, can also have the best hand with king high. At least some of the time.
Just don't see how you can fold a draw to the nuts.
Yep, he's taken a river.
Sorry, the nut flush at least.
Both players pair the king.
So neither playing their kicker. Kings and 7s with the ace on board. Is anyone going to be able to steal the whole pot, though, Spraggy? That's the question.
I think this card probably slows the players down. Patur may feel like he's able to show down at this point. Whereas I think on a blank river, Patur would have been a favorite to take it. He had the betting lead on the turn.
All in.
That's Patur slowing down, is it?
He didn't even give me the chance to say what I thought he was going to do, which is that he doesn't slow down. He only keeps his foot on the gas. This guy's got one gear, and that gear is insanity.
And this is all in to call for Cully Sadu.
I
And he
just don't think
folds.
there's any way he can. He gets him off the chop.
I promise you that this style will work 100% of the time until it doesn't.
And Balakrishna Patur now has the biggest stack at the feature table with 6.96 million.
Thank you.
2 words to describe that man. Unexploitable.
So yes, Patur has the slight advantage over Rui Sousa right now. A reminder that 2 players have below 20 big blinds. Cyril Monbrun-Massot and Diego Falcone halfway through level 28. Still playing 40-80. Folded to Sadu on the button. And it's a raise to 160,000 with Jack-9 of clubs.
Love it. Oh my goodness.
Kings for Patur.
How does he do it?
This might be my favorite day of poker ever. P-Tours, P-Tours.
425.
There it is. He loves the 425 re-raise.
It's a little bit different to before. Before he took the sizing in position, now he's out of position. He's giving a pretty good price to Sadu's Jack-9 of clubs, which is almost exactly the sort of hand you're happy to defend with. Especially when you have the benefit of acting last post-flop. Wow. Lays it down.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
Patur not seeing any more action.
And he's moved over the 7 million mark, 7.3 million now.
As you said, Joe, he's in the perfect zone right now of picking up good hands when he needs them.
Yeah.
Every move that he makes is paying off, but you do get the expectation that just one of these situations goes awry, and that chip stack could be on a roller coaster, right?
Yeah, it's like, you know, running across. You ever watch Most Extreme Elimination Challenge?
That's like Takeshi's Castle.
Takeshi's Castle. You know how
yeah.
they run across the water on those floating rocks?
Yeah.
Like, if you just happen to hit every rock perfectly, you're golden. But hit a loose one. Yeah. And you're going face first. I'm enjoying every second of it, though. I mean, the good news...
Absolutely. It's really nice to be in pots where you think, okay, this could happen, or this might happen, or this is likely to happen, and then so often the complete opposite does, right? Like, it's very impossible to read what Patur's going to do next.
Yeah, it's very entertaining.
Open shoving, Diego Falcone for 16 big blinds with ace-10 suited.
Brandstrom with pocket 3 is probably a little too much to call it off.
So Brandstrom came second in a WPT Deep Stacks event here in Barcelona earlier this year. Lifetime earnings of $220,000.
Now, I don't think he's going to call here, but get your sandstorms ready. He folds. Keep them ready, though.
I really thought you were going to call.
Gets it through.
Bad read.
You see how Sousa's wearing that black polo shirt with a PokerStars patch? That's how our staff dresses. I came up to him and asked him a question this morning.
Ooh. We are going to have another PokerStars TV free roll later today. Another $1,000 in WCoop tickets in the prize pool. Keep watching. At a certain time of day, we'll provide you with the free roll name, which will hopefully be accurate, and the free roll password, and you'll have a very narrow window, only about 15 minutes to get into that free roll and compete for a WCoop ticket.
Hey-o.
The World Championship of Online Poker is now less than a week ago, starting next Thursday, the 5th of September. We had the story yesterday, Spraggy, the debacle of Finton's attempted holiday, which he booked because he had the WCoop dates confused, has had to cancel so he can play WCoop, and now can't get a refund on.
Ouch. That sounds like a particularly Finton hand thing to do. Luckily for me, I've no loved ones or friends, so I never holiday.
Well, Finton's pretty tight to begin with. What did this vacation cost him? $200-300 bucks?
Well, he was only flying from Malta to Ibiza. I can't imagine that's a particularly expensive flight.
Right.
Didn't invite me.
He did spring for the upgraded EasyJet ticket that allows you to wear clothing.
180.
Patur back in action, opening with fours.
Randstrom into the muck on the button, into the small blind folds. Last chance for action. Big blind of Montbrun Massot with the King-Jack offsuit.
He's been pretty patient.
16 bigs.
Definitely a hand that's going to be profitable to reshove, especially against someone like Patur, who's been doing a fair amount of raising. Might opt just to take a flop, see if he can pair his king or his jack, make an open-ended straight draw, some other type of connection, and then roll with it on the short stack. Heads up to a flop.
Eight, 5, 3. Four's still good.
Total whiff for King Jack.
This, of course, is the disadvantage of just calling pre-flop when you have a profitable shove, is that oftentimes when you miss, it's very difficult for you to pick up the pot. Especially off the short stack, he doesn't really want to have to check raise all in. He doesn't have a lot of room to call on the flop and make plays on the turn or river.
What do I have? Oh, yeah.
He's got the sailboats.
The boxes.
We got the sailboats against Kojak here.
Who loves you, baby? Check, check. Interesting.
And it was a snowman high flop, but now 10 of spades on the turn.
Looks like Montbrun Massot is going for it. He bets out on the turn, and as we saw yesterday, not afraid to invest chips with a whole lot of nothing.
200,000 into 480,000.
I think a check back on the flop from Patur usually indicates some sort of marginal showdown value. I think if he has a really strong hand, he'll bet it to try and build a pot. If he has a really weak hand, he'll bet it to try and bluff his opponent off their hand on the flop. So when he checks back, he's going to have some fives. He's going to have hands like this, fours, sixes, sevens, maybe some ace high. So I think Montbrun Massot picking up on that weakness, deciding to attack it.
He's going to give up here.
Well, he probably has more flushes than Patur. If Patur flops a flush draw, every chance he continuation bets. So Monbruma might decide with a blocker to the straight. He may decide to bluff this river as well. Try and get his opponent off an ace high.
Checks.
He doesn't. Checks good. Patur. Well, I'd say likely to take showdown. He has plenty of showdown value, but he may just shove it all in.
Wait for the words.
He can't possibly.
All right. Do you think my pair is good?
He did say all.
I check.
Pair is good.
No pair?
No, sir. You don't even want to show down King Jack there because you're like, oh, God.
Especially when you see a hand like fours, it's like, I could probably have got him to fold that one if I'd have just gone with it. But it's always tough at this stage of the tournament. He had it in him yesterday, gives up on this one. Still got chips, though.
If you're Monbruma there, is it legal to say, just bet so I can fold?
Well, Cyril Monbruma is going to be left with 12 big blinds, and we've got 32 minutes until the blinds go up. A stack of 1 million.
You know how you're supposed to play results? It's a good thing he didn't shove there, because he would have lost the flip.
But closing in on the 8 million mark, closing in on the 100 big blind mark. So we've played roughly an hour and 15 minutes and no eliminations yet.
I'm down for a little scat, and here we go. Da 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 do da 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 da. He stopped.
160.
He's more of a solo guy.
You ruined it. He was just getting his vibe going, and then you came in and...
No, man, we got to jam
nice
together.
one, Joe.
Jeez.
I was enjoying that.
Should I keep going?
No.
No, enjoying it from him, not you.
Falcone opens with ace-jack suited, Khalisadu with ace-queen. Falcone has 17 bigs behind.
I don't even care. I just need to know what Balakrishna Patur has.
All right, Sadhu looks like he's decided his hand is strong enough to commit chips against the 17 big blind stack. He's going to go for the 3-bet to 425k. Sadly, Patur's out. Brandstrom with the ace-7, a lot of action in front of him. He's out as well. Sousa folds. 6-7 offsuit, no good. 9-4 in the bin, and now back to Falcone. This is where the decision lies. We spoke about it in some situations yesterday, but when your opponent's 3-betting you, when you've opened off a 17 big blind stack, they're very seldom going to be light, because often they'll 3-bet and they're going to be priced into call, so they're not going to have a completely garbage hand. It's just whether they're going to 3-bet ace-10 to get it in enough of the time, or hands like pocket 7s, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, and you decide that you're going to go with ace-jack. I doubt Sidhu's going to be that wide. Oh, wow, Falcone deciding to take a flop off the short stack here.
It's the second time we've seen him do this. He did it with the Queen-8 before.
So Falcone's got 13 bigs behind. It is Domination Nation with 0 rotation, and considering that Khalisadu has the ace of spades in his hand, he's going nowhere.
Yeah, and again, you just alluded to it, Joe. It's one of those where he called out a position with Queen-8 of clubs. Could have saved himself potentially, I think, close to 300,000 chips. And again, here he's made kind of a wide peel out of position. And on boards like this, it's just nothing he can do with just 13 big blinds behind.
It's just that that oasis, that mirage of seeing a flop, of knowing, he knows pre-flop that Sadhu's going to have him when he re-raises. He's just hoping to outflop him, just hoping to catch enough of a board that he can comfortably get it in with some sort of equity.
So Falcone very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Second from bottom at this table with 13 bigs. Cyril Monbrun-Massot with 12 bigs. And we're going to head over to the other table and check in on Jiayuan Liu and Alexander Everson. It's a blind v blind battle. Everson raised the small, Liu called, and they've gone to the flop, which is 8-7 deuce with 2 clubs. Looks like Everson just checked. That's a bet of 225,000 from Liu.
Blind on blind battle, super tough.
A fold from Everson. And he's going to have around 2 million left. Meanwhile, Jiayuan Liu is playing 6.5 million. So he's still among the chip leaders, still among the big stacks. And still 16 players remaining.
27 minutes to go on the level. Someone needs to get an eliminator. It will be the first time I've ever been wrong on one of our broadcasts.
Today.
I'll take it.
Nine. 1 million.
Well,
1 million.
Monbrun-Massot committing his chips with the king-queen.
No. 9. Okay. Excuse me.
Shoving over the raise of Sousa's ace-9 offsuit.
Not quite priced in to make a compulsory call, and ace-9 is like so bleh.
960.
Yeah, absolutely. I think once he hears the count, he can just about get away from this one. It's really close. I think ace-10, he'd make the call. I think ace-9, as you say, it's just not quite there, James.
Do you think if he calls with ace-9 here, like if your opponent calls with ace-9, you should be allowed to berate them?
I don't think you should ever be allowed to berate players at the table.
Well, that's just silly.
But yes, you absolutely should.
Shove gets through.
Ace-9 is that classic hand where someone goes, oh, I probably shouldn't call here. And then you're like, please don't.
Yeah. And then they do, and then you lose.
Yeah.
And then you give them the nice call, tap the table, walk off, and then spend the next hour moaning about it.
Nice call, I guess.
Wow, ace-9. Okay.
There is a money jump, by the way, which I'm sure many of the short stacks are sweating. Next player out, whoever goes out in 16th, cashes for 71,400 euros. But if you can make it to 15th place, you can ladder up to 81,130 euros. So roughly 10K difference between 16th and 15th.
I would ask for like 160, 500 euro notes. Make it look as unimpressive as possible.
I'm on it.
Monbrun-Massot opens ships with ace-5.
I am all in.
Braco with the king-jack in the small blind, but it is a fair amount of his stack. And you did mention the pay jump as well, so if he thinks Monbrun-Massot is paying attention to that, maybe it makes his hand a little bit stronger. You can see that it's not a particularly decent one, but king-jack not enough to call. 9-3 certainly isn't. Mombra Maso will pick up chips once again. Back to back.
Very important to pick up these pots every once in a while. He's back up to almost 20 big blinds. Falcone now in the dangerous of danger zones.
And crucially, once you've picked up a few of these pots like Mombra Maso has, he's now in a situation where he can go for some more optimistic steals. You know, a hand like 8-9 suited in late position, he might decide to make a min raise rather than just having to play push fold. So chipping up gives you more options to accumulate chips down the road as well.
Thank you. One card to no good.
Action on Balakrishna.
Maybe.
Folds 10-7 under the gun. Simon Brandstrom. There's 10-4. He mucks that. Ace-8 suited for Rui Sousa. Started the day as chip leader, qualified for this event online. It's his third EPT cash, and his best result was in the PSPC at the start of the year. Sousa came 33rd for $86,500.
Nice work. Shannon Shore, the slightly better ace than ace-8. Not suited.
Not a particularly strong hand, as we just mentioned previously, ace-9. So much weaker than ace-10, of course, you can't make that Broadway straight.
Going for the 3-bet.
Re-raises to 505,000.
Yeah, probably aware that Sousa's going to be opening a wide range of hands, given he's a lot of chips. Comes in for that bluff.
You have smoke?
I would take this pretty seriously.
Only hash.
Sousa definitely going to have a lot of hands that come in for a raise and do fold to the 3-bet. If you're going to attack one player at the table, I think it's a decent spot for a 3-bet bluff. Has the ace as well as a blocker, and gets it through.
So Shannon Shaw hovering around the 30 big blind mark. Balakrishna Patur still has the table chip lead with 7.6 million and 95 big blind stack. Blinds up in 20 minutes time.
Everybody hanging on for dear life. This is the day we generally see most of that happening. Usually not so early in the day, but by the time we get down to like 11 and 12 is usually when we see whole entire levels go by without an elimination. What was that? Was it the last final table we did where we were 5-handed for like 11 hours?
Yeah, that was EPT Monte Carlo. Well, the interesting thing, and you started the day, Joe, talking about how great the structure is, and you're 100% correct, but if we get through this entire level without losing a player, when we come back from break, we're going to be suddenly playing a 37 big blind average. Suddenly it becomes a whole lot shallower, so it then has to speed up again.
Even still, 37's not that shallow.
It's nice to have that balance, though, of still allowing a decent amount of room for play, but obviously we can't be here for 3 weeks.
No.
Right, you've got to thin the field at some point. I think these guys have had another level and a half today, and all of them are still in. They've had a reasonable amount of time to get stuff going. Now some of them will find their hands being forced just that little bit more.
Under the gun raise from Brandstrom with ace-3. Sorry, ace-8 rather. It's ace-3 for Patur in the big blind.
I expect to see anything but a fold.
All right.
Aha, Spraggy.
Oh my! I
just call it quits today, buddy.
I mean, it says nothing against you. This guy is wildly unpredictable. So the key is to not try and predict anything he will do.
Yep, I'm officially retired from predicting what Patur might do. I'm done. Plays all these hands, an ace in the big blind folds. I mean, I don't dislike it versus under the gun, right? Ace-3 offsuit, easily dominated.
You just can't get yourself into the mindset of a player like that. Let me do it. This man and I are cut from the same cloth. Sousa folds under the gun. Monbron Masso. Monbron Masso of coin. How about that? We're getting there finally. Shannon Shore, King Jack. No longer has a stack. He's got a shove.
170.
Makes it 170,000. Ace 4 for Braco. Come on, guy. This is easy. Nah. Falcone out 2. Queen 8 for Sadu. Nah. Tupac Patur. Queen 6 of diamonds. That was juicy.
Queen 6 of diamonds. It's a hand that's definitely going to get folded.
Pocket 3s for Brandstrom. Doing anything but calling here would be Darude.
Almost the perfect candidate to take a flop in the big blind.
Yeah. But those are the 100. No.
No, the greens are the 25Ks.
I thought the ones on top, those are the 5s.
Yeah, in all seriousness, there was a little bit of confusion yesterday when some of the live reporting team were counting players' stacks, and they struggled from a distance to tell the difference between the 5Ks and the 100Ks.
Well, especially when they're sitting on top of the chip stack like that. That's where people usually put them because they don't have that many.
Wow.
And oh my goodness.
That's 4 of a kind. Quads.
However, I don't see Shannon Shaw committing a significant percentage of his remaining chips. I doubt we will see the world's favorite hashtag in action here.
He's going to need to catch up on the turn, I think. I mean, almost certainly a board he'll want a continuation bet. And given the strength of Brandstrom's hand, almost certainly a situation he's going to slow play. So a bet of 145,000 from Shaw. Brandstrom has a complete lock on this.
Let's get your do-do-do-do's in there, guys. For quads. Sandstrom.
I think you're right, James. Unless he catches up to a king or a jack, I don't think we're going to see a monster pot develop. There's the call.
The all-important turn card, and for Shannon Shaw's sake, I hope it is not a king or a jack. It's a 10. And he may well decide to check behind here.
Brandstrom calling in the big blind. He is going to have lots of 3s in general. He's going to have a 7 that probably isn't folding and will require 3 streets. We do see Shannon Shaw check back.
And
Rivers of 5.
He's going to end up with king high, which should not get him in any trouble.
Brandstrom tries to lay the trap, goes for a check at the river as well.
I don't understand. I understand completely why he would. see.
Once his opponent checks back the turn, he probably doesn't have a super strong hand, or maybe not too much to call with, so he's just trying to induce the bluff again, right? But not going to happen.
Did he show it?
Only quarts?
Oh, yeah.
That's it?
You gotta show it.
Well, he has to show it to win the hand.
You gotta show it either way.
Pretty good flop.
It's quads.
Too good.
Brandstrom now playing 40 bigs. Shannon Shaw down to 25 bigs. 13 minutes left on the clock.
That's Sandstrom to you, Rude. Do-do-do-do-do.
I keep thinking you're doing Strangers in the Night when you do that. Let's
yeah,
head
maybe.
to the other table. And we join this hand on the river. It's Giovani Torre against Alexander Iversen. And we have an ace-10, 8-7-7 board. Actions on Iversen. He checks. Torre, player directly opposite Iversen, checks behind. And it's Queen 9. Which appears to be the best hand. Nope.
No. The dealer was confused as well.
What did Torre have?
Ace-6.
Yes, that all-important ace on the river, although ace-high was ahead the whole time. Back to the feature table.
Whoa.
Well, let's just quickly go back to the table. Next hand, and there is an all-in. Marton Czuczor raised the button. Iversen shoved for 1.2 million. But looks like Sousa's folded. So let's go back to the main stage.
Iversen looked like he was almost smiled for a second, but he fought it off. Good for you. Jack high flop top pair for Sousa. Defending his big blind with Jack 9. Sadu taking this opportunity to raise from the cutoff. No pair, no draw. Gonna bet after checking back the flop. Delayed continuation bet.
Trying to represent a queen here, Joe. Has ace queen and king queen. Queen 10, queen 9, all of which might not necessarily bet the flop. Sousa going nowhere with his pair of jacks. Calling one. And ace of clubs river. Definitely not the card Sousa wanted to see. If there was a delayed continuation bet with a hand like king 10, or backdoor clubs, or even some ace highs, then Sadu just improved. Sadu will need to bet again in order to win this pot. If it goes check, check, it's headed Sousa's way. Can't really represent king, queen, or queen 10 anymore, or queen 9. But he can certainly represent the backdoored clubs. He can represent king 10 for delayed c-bet. He can represent a hand like ace 10. And he is indeed going for the bluff with just king high. 650,000. Problem for Sousa in the spot trying to find bluffs is if Sidhu had total air like 9, 10 high or something, he probably just bets flop. So checking back, mostly going to be king highs, ace highs, a lot of which improve. He does get out of the way. The king high bluff gets the job done for Sidhu.
Who's playing 51 bigs with 8 minutes left on this blind level.
Smoking area. Yeah, I see that.
I think the smoking area is anywhere Cyril Monbrun Masso is, am I right?
He is handsome for a man.
What is that? Has he got a fan attached to his phone?
Welcome to 2019, eh? What a life.
How do I download that app?
The thing that surprises me about that is how cold it actually is in that poker room. The air conditioning is fierce. And now it's not as busy as it was on the earlier days. It's even colder.
Hey, do you have anything for my phone, like maybe a fan blade I could attach to it and put it right up to my eyeball? Do you sell anything like that?
So Braco has opened here with ace-jack suited. He's been quiet for a couple of orbits. Starts the hand with around 30 bigs.
You know what they say, quiet is riot.
And it's round to the Frenchman, Cyril Monbrun Masso, with king 4 in the big.
Nah, dog, nah.
Not particularly playable versus an early position open, as you mentioned, from a player who's been fairly quiet the last few orbits. Monbrun Masso wisely moves aside, raise and take it for Braco.
It's like an Eric Idle character on the rail.
Say no more.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
So they've played 27 hands so far at the feature table. An hour and 10 minutes of play. No, more than that, sorry. An hour and 40 minutes of play. And still no eliminations on day 5.
Ace-5 of hearts for Falcone.
Ooh, might see a player at risk here, though. Decent suited wheel ace, very short stack.
I think we're going to see a raise flat.
160.
Decides to come in for the raise. This is kind of typical Falcone fashion, right? He had those speculative plays calling the 3-bets. He's not afraid to invest a decent amount of his stack without being all in.
This is where he gets 3-bet for about half his remaining stack and he calls.
Yeah, he's been raised up an 11 big blind stack. Sousa on the button with Jack 10.
Isn't this kind of the danger of just raising a hand like Ace-5, is that someone could call Jack 10 on the button?
Yeah, to a point. I think that raising off 11 big, so it does look incredibly strong because so many of these types of hands do want to shove. I think the most dangerous position, Joe, is in the big blind, right? Because here's where the player's getting a really good price. Shannon Shaw, 9-3 suited.
Thank you.
Might not be quite there. But quite often what you see happen is when players open off like 11 bigs or 12 bigs, it's a really strong hand, desperately trying to induce more action. So it might scare Shannon Shaw a little bit.
Push the river with king.
Also, he doesn't quite have the implied odds,
Push
right?
the
With
river with the
Falcone
king.
being so short.
Sorry? I said you
Right.
push the river with just a king. Sometimes I do.
The girl in the background taking a picture of her
You are
fiance,
contender, right?
Shannon Shore, is named
Yeah.
Joy.
Diamond.
She sure is.
I had kids already. You got balls, man, I'll give you that.
Hello, Joy. Shannon Shore is a very nice player. I've known him for a long time. Happy to see him deep in a tournament.
Yeah, and he said at the start, should he go on to win this, it'll be the biggest achievement of his career. He has $7 million in live earnings.
It was your small blind, right?
Sorry?
It was your small blind, right?
When? Now?
No, when you had King Queen. I think so.
I don't remember.
Patur with the ace-9 now, and all of the chips, 7.58 million. All of the chips, an exaggeration, of course. If he did have all of the chips, the tournament would be over.
Thank you for the clarification.
I know, I'm all right. I know the answer too, so I would ask anyway. Any chance we get an extra 5 minutes?
That's the ultimate aim of the game, Joe, is you win every single chip that gets put into the tournament.
Poker was originally called Get All the Chips.
Yeah. Take everybody else's chips from them and have them all, and then you win. Was the name of the game.
It sounds like a good setup for a poker movie. Like there's this savant who is like homeschooled and he doesn't know what poker is, but at home he would always play a game called Get All the Chips. And then one day he realizes he's like the world's greatest poker player, or she. It could be a young lady.
I'm going to recommend refining this pitch before you take it to Hollywood.
And she's like, wait, do you mean, wait, they're playing for millions of dollars. They're playing Get All the Chips. I know how to play Get All the Chips. Montage. And then during the montage, another montage. It's a montage within a montage.
Okay, scrap the bit about refining it.
Nailed it.
No.
Totally nailed it. Just take it to Hollywood now.
No, just don't take it anywhere.
If anyone wants to make some money writing this up for me, I'm willing to pay top dollar.
The movie has to be called Get All the Chips with an exclamation point, right?
No, a question mark.
Okay.
And then the answer, yes. Get all the chips? Yes. If you guys want to write this movie, if you want a big payday, I want to hear your pitches in Twitch chat right now for what the 2 montage songs should be.
We're about a day out from Fintan Hand claiming that he's going to watch that film. And what's it called? Get All the Chips? Yeah, I'll watch it tonight.
Well, we're heading over to the other table where there is an all-in. Marton Czuczor raised under the gun. Alexander Iversen has moved all in from under the gun +1. Action is now on Liu, who asked for a count. Liu folds. Rounds the blinds. Salgado in the small.
Are we in a pay jump or is this a genuine thought?
We are on a pay jump. He folds. Torre in the big blind. Folds as well. It's back on Marton Czuczor, the original raiser.
Czuczor the razor calls.
So Alexander Iversen is at risk, but it looks like he's got it in with the best hand. He's got pocket 10s. Czuczor with pocket 9s. Iversen is the player at risk. He needs 10s to hold. This will be the last hand of the level, by the way.
Line's looking for a 9.
King, Jack 4, 10s holding.
Yeah, that looks about right.
Turn card is an ace. Alexander Iversen just has to fade a 9 on the river. He does. He gets the double up through Marton Czuczor. And we still have 16 players. No eliminations during the first session of play. Although there is still a hand in progress back at the feature table. Bring you up to speed on the action here. An opening raise from Simon Brandstrom and a 3-bet from Cyril Montbrun-Massot, who's made it 420,000.
Just a 3-bet, not a shove.
Wow, 3-betting off a very, very short stack. It's going to get the job done.
There is the fold, and that brings the first session to an end. We have played 1 hour and 45 minutes, 1 and a bit levels, and we still have 16 players. Our quest is to get down to 6 today. Could get a bit crash bang wallop when we come back from break. We're going to have a guy with 9 bigs, 2 other players with fewer than 20 big blinds each. The action continues in around 20 minutes time here from the Barcelona leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. You are watching PokerStars TV.
Blinds are 40 and 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. Action has been folded around to Sinel Anton. He passes. And says Alec Barovas. Hillary not going to play the 8-4.
He's really tightened up for this final table.
Duda gives up his button. Sam Rodriguez in the small blind. Has ace, 5 of hearts.
If you want a short stack to his left, he should probably just shove with this hand.
Instead, he raises to 180,000. Pocket 5s for John Joanda.
Love Sam's poker face. He's so happy to be here.
All in. Joanda shoves.
See, now Sam's in a tough spot. Sure, if he had shoved, Joanna probably would have called anyway, but there are a lot of hands he would have folded too. Maintaining a decent stack at a final table is very important. Now he's in a spot where he has to make a decision that could possibly double up the guy on his left, and that could be a huge problem when the guy on your left is John Joanda.
1.6, 1.7.
1.665, bro. It's right there on the graphic.
I call.
Rodriguez calls. John Joanda is the player at risk, but he is a 63% favorite here.
Not the best case scenario for Sam. Not the worst either. He's got hearts, aces. Stuff can happen.
Joanda looking for an early double up. The flop is 8-4-8 with 2 clubs. Joanda now a 4-1 favorite. Rodriguez looking for an ace. 7 of clubs on the turn. Rodriguez loses an out, but picks up 2 more.
Net gain, 1 additional out.
It's a 7 on the river. Rodriguez does it the dirty way. Joanda gets counterfeited.
And he's trying so hard to act like he's been there before. I find it endearing. Not sure Johnny Joanda will feel the same way.
Rodriguez is the new chip leader. John Joanda goes out in 8th place. Been folded around to Ilari Sahamias. He has Queen 9.
Obviously, he's going to open light now.
Looks like a raise. From under the gun +2, he makes it 180,000.
A little loose from that position.
5-3 for Antonin Duda. He folds. Sam Rodriguez on the button has ace-jack.
Clearly, you can't fold this. Calling's just fine in position. You don't want to put another bet in and then have Ilari put you to the test pre-flop.
Rodriguez does call.
I guess if you're a real sicko, you can 3-bet hoping to induce, but with the chip lead, you really don't have to do that against the guy who's got almost as many chips as you.
Both blinds fold. Heads up to the flop. Well, now they're flipping. Rodriguez has top pair. Ilari has paired his queen, and he has a flush draw. And it quickly goes check-check.
Both play a little pot control. I think I would have liked to see a bet from Sam.
8 of clubs on the turn. Rodriguez now a 69% favorite.
Action on Ilari.
He bets. A delayed continuation bet of 180,000.
Small bet, probably for a little bit of protection. Probably also thinks there's a good shot he's got the best hand.
Rodriguez calls. And the river is the 7 of hearts. Ilari with the flush.
Looks like Ilari is going to bet here. I like betting in this spot. Let's see how much it is.
That is 360,000.
This is a perfect, about 1/3 pot size blocker bet. He can only get raised by bluffs in the first or second nuts. Slightly better hands will just call instead of betting huge when checked to.
Rodriguez calls. And loses the pot and loses the chip lead.
Excellent play by Hillary. Took more than 700,000 chips off Rodriguez in that hand. Of course, he did get a little help from the river.
Action is on Sam Rodriguez. He has 8s under the gun.
I like to call him Snowmen because I'm hilarious.
Looks like a raise to 185,000. Yunye Lu has Jack-7 suited.
Say what you will about Sam Rodriguez, but the perception at this table is that he can be outplayed. Hence why Yanni might raise with these suited connectors. Could you hear the air quotes when I said connectors?
Just about. It is a 3-bet to 405,000. Jack-2 for Mikolai Pabal. That goes in the muck.
Not connectors, no air quotes.
Anton's had enough.
Peace out.
Like Barovis gives up the small blind. And with 5-9 off suit, Hillary will fold his big blind. So back on Rodriguez.
Sam's all for not being pushed around. I like that.
He calls the raise. And these two will see a flop.
I think one of the biggest mistakes you can make is trying to bluff an inexperienced guy. These pros have yet to learn that with Sam.
Wow, what a flop.
Speaking of sick coolers.
A set for Rodriguez. Jokamainen with a flush draw. Rodriguez checks. Jokamainen was the pre-flop aggressor. Looks like he'll continue.
Based on this bloated 3-bet pot and the two characters we're dealing with, you can probably see where this is going.
Jokamainen bets 335,000.
I'm all for betting here, especially knowing what the hands are. You get value and protection.
Rodriguez check raises to 800,000.
It's a pretty small check raise, and it's something Yanni might think Sam is capable of doing with his bluffs. He also knows that even if Sam isn't bluffing, he's probably not drawing dead. This is actually one of the worst case scenarios, and he's still got 28% equity.
All in. Call in. Call.
An all-in and a call. Rodriguez is ahead, but doesn't like what he sees. He knows he has to fade spades.
Yanni might have thought he could outplay Senor Rodriguez, but it's pretty tough to outplay a guy who's flop middle set. If his hand holds up, he'll knock out Jokamainen and have a loco chip lead.
7 of clubs on the turn. Jokamainen has 8 outs. He needs to see a spade on the river. And the river is a spade!
That was unfortunate, or fortunate, depending on whether or not you speak Spanish or like seeing the best hand win. Devastating blow to Rodriguez's chip stack.
Meanwhile, Jokamainen, who started the day as the short stack, is now second on the leaderboard. 7-8 for Sam Rodriguez on the button.
Sam might feel compelled to raise on the button, but he doesn't have to get involved with his stack.
He does raise, makes it 225,000. 9-6 suited for Yunye Lu.
Looks like Yanni may have caught on to the fact that Sam might be tilted and that he plays too many hands.
Jokamainen getting aggro again.
The perfect 3-bet.
480,000. Gets a fold from Pobal in the big blind.
Not my favorite spot pre, but not the worst.
Call.
Rodriguez will call and play the flop in position. Another dramatic flop.
I meant to say I love that spot pre-flop.
2 pair for Rodriguez, the up and down draw for Jokamainen.
You'd expect Yanni to continue here. Yet another cooler.
All in.
Oh. Jokamainen practically put Rodriguez all in.
Ni un 10 ni un 5.
Doesn't want to see a 5.
Pata, pata. Ni 10 ni 5.
The sick Finns think it's going to come spade, spade.
That would be sick.
Well, there is a spade on the turn.
No. Tiene más outs ahora.
More outs now. That turn card's got more sweat than Rocky 4.
The Spanish don't want to see a 5, a 10, or a spade on the river. Rodriguez is at risk.
No lo vuelvas a hacer.
And with a spade on the river, he's out. Gross.
Lo siento. Sam definitely wasn't the most experienced player at the table, but he did get pretty unlucky in a few key pots.
Action's been folded to Joni Jokamainen. He's on the button with kings.
Okay, that's a big hand.
Ace-5 for Mikolaj Pobal, he folds. And Alek Barovas has 9s in the big blind. He's looking for revenge, looking to win some back from the young Finn.
Don't think he's gonna get it.
Are you saying that kings are a big favorite here?
Just.
Alek Barovas 3 bets to 725,000.
Once he's made this 3-bet, he's pretty much pot committed. No reason Jokamainen isn't gonna want to get some more in here. Excuse the double negative.
Jokamainen is counting out a 4-bet.
Those glorious black chips.
Alek Barovas shoves. Snap call by Jokamainen.
There's an 80% chance that this field ends up being 2/3 Finns.
Alek Barovas at risk and way behind.
He is a sharp-dressed man, however.
Queen Jack 3 flop. Alek Barovas looking for a 9 or running straight cards.
Pretty miserable flop for 2 9s.
The turn takes away any possible draws. Alek Barovas needs a 9. There are 2 in the deck. He has to hit on the river. He exits in 4th place for just over 300,000 euros.
Really superb run for Alek Barovas. Just one of those situations where either player could have had either hand in the shorter stack, ended up with the worst one.
Action on Ilari. He raises his button to 450,000.
Now that they're 3-handed, there is a huge money bubble here. Some folks would tighten up because of that.
Jokamainen 3 bets from the small blind with 6-10 suited.
If I know anything about the Scandies, they're probably both going to get even looser and more aggressive because of this money bubble.
Juha Helpi has been joined by Jani Sointola.
2 million.
A 4-bet from Ilari to 2 million.
Ayah. This is just insane leveling happening here. I can't wrap my head around how you get the nerve to do something like this, but I know Yanni can't call. It's 5-bet or fold.
It doesn't look like he has the latter option in mind. This is a 5-bet to 3.125 million.
Let's see if Ilari's got what it takes to go medieval on this 5-bet.
All in.
He shoves!
That's it. No more moves left. It's the triple dog dare of poker.
Jokamainen folds. Ilari shows the Queen 8 as if he was bluffing. It was the best hand.
I don't know how you play this kind of poker sober, honestly. I can barely commentate on it sober. It's not my size.
Mikolaj Pobal, ace-9 suited. He raises the button, makes it 450,000.
Well, there's 2 hearts out.
Ilari folds the small. King-9 of spades for Joni Jokamainen.
We know Jokamainen's dominated, but I think we're pretty likely to see a defend here. Pretty strong 3-handed.
He does call.
You know, Pobal's supposed to be wearing the silver hat, but he didn't want to play the hat game.
And he claims he likes to party. The flop is king high with 2 hearts. Top pair for Jokamainen. The nut flush draw for Pobal.
That's a flop that's usually going to generate a lot of action. Pobal should have no problem c-betting here. Ace high is going to be ahead plenty, and if not, he's building a nice pot toward the nut flush.
Pobal does bet 450,000.
As you can see, even against top pair, he's not that big of a dog. There's absolutely no reason Jokamainen should be folding top pair just yet. Maybe not even if another heart hits.
Joni will call, and we go to the turn.
I bet he wishes he had a hat now.
3 of diamonds.
Pretty innocuous card.
Jokamainen checks top pair a second time. Pobal checks behind.
Opts to take the free card.
It's a heart on the river. Pobal now with the stone cold nuts. Jokamainen checks to him, and he checks behind. You can't do that.
Up goes the nuts.
Wow, after playing for 5 days and 12 hours, mistakes like that can happen sometimes.
What he has? Second nuts?
No, he has the nuts. I don't have second nuts.
Then I leave it. One hand? No, 1 hour.
1 round.
Okay.
It's actually against the rules to check back the nuts.
So we'll be playing the next hand when he's big blind.
When he's the big blind next, yeah, he can come back in.
Jokamainen, pocket nines.
And in position.
Raises to $500,000. 7-10 suited for Pabal, he folds. Hillary has ace-jack.
Here we go.
All in.
He shoves. And Jokamainen calls.
It was bound to come down to a race eventually. If Jokamainen's hand holds up and he doubles up, Hillary will be left with fewer than 10 bigs. If it doesn't, we're going to heads up. Ace-jack is going to need a little Juha helpy.
Here comes the flop. And there is an ace. Hillary moves in front. Joni Jokamainen now needs a 9 to survive.
I just can't handle these races. So much riding on fate in these spots.
It's got to be a 9 on the river, or we're down to 2. Jokamainen looking for a 2-outer. Doesn't hit.
Super impressive finish. This time, no pun intended, for Joni Jokamainen. This kid used to idolize Hillary. Now he's played with him and against him on the biggest stage in the world. A disappointing finish, I'm sure. Still no pun intended, but one that he should be very proud of.
Hillary has 9-5 suited on the button here. And he's raising.
Still aggressive on his button. Can't really go wrong with this heads up. Unless you run into aces, I take it back. I take it all back.
How's Pabal going to play it? Looks like he's counting out a re-raise. 3 bets to 1.6 million.
Oh man, this would be a bad time to get re-aggressive.
All in.
Whoops!
Larry moves all in.
One big bluff too many for Hillary. I can't help but feel like him throwing in that last chip was also him throwing in the towel just the teensiest bit. Anyone?
Joe, this guy wants you to shut up. His friend's about to win an EPT.
Don't worry, sir. Your boy's in great shape. I don't think many people would have predicted this final table going this way, but as it stands, we're 81% to see a relative unknown swipe this title from an absolute shark.
Hillary made the wrong move at the wrong time. And there's an ace! A set for Pabal. Hillary now needs running spades to survive.
Or running wheel cards.
Down to just 4% equity. There's a very good chance he could be drawing dead on the turn.
Deuce of spades would be a heck of a sweat.
The turn card. It's a blank, it's over. Nikolai Pabal has done it. He becomes the second Belarusian player to win a European Poker Tour title. Hillary Sahami is the runner-up. Pabal, the champion of EPT Barcelona.
Hillary said himself that he's not really a tournament player. I think when he focuses, he's capable of anything. We've seen it in this tournament. I think this final hand is an unfortunate example of an online nosebleeder losing a bit of focus. And although sometimes you want to see the big-name pros take it down, it's really incredible to see someone win who clearly it means so much to.
And Nikolai Pabal wins more than €1 million. And here we are in 2019 at the PokerStars European Poker Tour in Barcelona with a prize pool of €9.6 million and a first prize of $1.66 million. That'll be paid out tomorrow. Today we played down to the final 6. From the final 16, we have played 1 hour and 45 minutes so far today, not a single elimination. We have got some short stacks, but no one has gone broke yet. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we are going to check on the chip leaders right now. It is Balakrishna Patur who's at our feature table, who's out in front with a 78 big blind stack, followed by Jiayuan Liu, who's got 77 bigs.
Did you see Patur took his hoodie down right as the graphic came up?
He wants to remain a mystery man. And you'll notice that we've got quite a few players with below average stacks now. The average being 3.7 million.
Yeah, looks like half the field.
Including a few short stacks, including Diego Falcone, who's got 9 big blinds, and Cyril Mombru-Massot, who's got 17 big blinds. We are now at the 5,100 blind level. I know it's one of your favorites, Joe.
Easy to figure out the BBs. We didn't even need a computer for this one.
And we're rejoined for this level by Benjamin Spraggy Spragg.
Hello. Hello, good to be back.
Lovely to be here.
Oh, Falcone made it. Good, I was worried.
Yeah, when you've got 9 bigs, you don't want to be back late from break.
What are you even doing?
Posting the big blind and the ante, and then being folded out. There we go.
You blocked me out. I saw that hand.
That's exactly what I would have expected.
The big reveal.
It's true.
It is almost purple.
If we start
Pretty close.
counting, I think you're losing, you know?
Sorry?
If we start counting all the bluffs, I think...
He's way winning in the bluff department. If that's what we're talking about.
So next player out, 71,400 euros. There's then a 10K money jump. And the big sums at the final table. 6-figure scores for the final 11, 7-figure score for the winner, plus the EPT trophy. We continue to play down to the final 6 on the penultimate day of the EPT Barcelona main event. Cards in the air once again, and the action on Patur, the chip leader.
King 9 under the gun. Spraggy.
Yes, sir.
You care to make some more predictions about Patur this level?
No, thank you. I've embarrassed and humiliated myself enough already this afternoon. Patur's game is his own, and I'm not going to first or second guess any of his actions going forward.
You heard him, kids. Action on Sousa with 5 Duza. Later. Cyril's out. Shannon Shore, pocket 7s.
19 big blinds. We mentioned it before the break, Joe, but certainly has a stack now where he can raise if he wants to.
But he can also
All-in's going to work too.
All in if he wants to. Action folded around to Sadu, Queen 6. He is going to let that go. Another small pot of blinds and antes for Shannon Shore, up to 21 big blinds now. I haven't seen anyone in chat yet giving me what 2 montage songs for my montage within a montage in the script I'm writing called Get All the Chips, ? Yes. If only there was a song about the poker danger zone. That might be one that we would include in the montage.
Maybe you need to write some original songs for it, Joe. Maybe you need an original soundtrack. To be honest, I personally think you need to scrap the project and burn the script.
No, that's a great idea. Is this movie a musical? Did it just become a musical?
I will not be participating in or watching a musical. I hate musicals.
There's nothing that makes a movie seem more realistic than when a character breaks into song.
Yeah, here's a emotionally life-changing point in my life, and what better way to display my emotions than a 4-minute spontaneous outbreak of song.
Should I call or should I fold? These are questions for young and old. See, I'm already halfway there.
Living on a prayer.
Action folds around to Cully Sadu in the small blind, Queen Jack of Hearts.
Patur with a Queen 10 blind versus blind. Checks, off to a flop.
And that flop is 6-6-5, 2 clubs.
Both players with a swing and a miss. Blind versus blind though. Queen high, not so bad. Check from Sidhu. Check from Patur. Joe is a good singer actually. That was almost passable. Queen on the turn is a huge card.
I think it's because I threw up on the break.
Ah, right, okay. All those sick plays making you nauseous.
Just getting me queasy.
All right, so another check from Sidhu against the aggressive Patur. Maybe giving him a chance to take a blast at this with a whole lot of nothing. Of course, Patur is value betting, has Queen 10.
Sidhu will not be folding.
Decides to just call, maybe hoping that if Patur's bluffing, he's going to continue bluffing on the river card.
Well, this is
Sidhu's hand still best.
Yeah, this is a good river for Sidhu. Wow,
checks behind.
This guy, he just zigs when he's supposed to zig. He zags when he's supposed to zag.
Queen of spades.
He's got a spidey sense.
Every single play that he makes is working out right now. Is he unstoppable, Joe? Is he the unstoppable force, the immovable object? I guess we're going to find out over the next couple days.
Will we find the immovable object? We did have one suggestion for my montage within a montage. Start with The Gambler by Kenny Rogers, then within that, Rockstar by Post Malone.
Perfect. This is going to be the perfect film. I'll get onto the Academy for some early nominations. Really no drawbacks apart from the terrible storyline, the disjointed montages, the unnecessary soundtrack.
What about this one? It's called Blockers, Blockers, Blockers. And
what's it about?
It's about how our main character struggles with this concept. Because even though she knows that mathematically blockers do matter, it just seems like she's always running ace-king into aces or kings anyway.
Until one day, she has some sort of realization that they are a thing.
But as she's singing
and her whole life changes.
Well, as she's singing it, she's trying to get back to her table, and people are in her way. So it's blockers, blockers. King, 10, deuce, 3 clubs. I can tell you're starting to come on board, Ben.
I couldn't be further from on board. I've left the dock.
You're like
point,
on the gangway.
With my head in my hands. I'm setting you out to sail, perhaps entirely on your own.
You're making a mistake, though. You don't want to be jumping into the water and trying to swim. Once the ship has sailed.
I definitely don't want to miss that boat.
Missed That Boat, by the way, is song number 7.
About a guy who calls on the turn with a set on a 4-heart board and it doesn't pair?
Correct.
Falcone, the shortest stack at this feature table, just 9 big blinds. He'll need to find a boat to catch of his own. Set those chips out to sail. He needs to double up. Just 9 big blinds.
Okay. Sorry.
Ace king for Braco. Benny Braco from the Bronx makes it 225. Just a 9-5 for Tupac Patur. He's out.
Got to imagine Brandstrom's folding with the Jack Deuce eventually.
Yeah.
Have like 2.7, right?
Remember, we are on a pay jump.
6 something. Yeah.
This hand also very bad. In fact, if I had to rank the hands, which is my job entirely, I would put this in the bottom 15%.
It's pretty bad. T-Tours, T-Tours, T-Tours. Neil Stoddard, everybody. Fantastic poker photographer.
Has he ever taken your picture, Joe?
He has. In fact, I want to say that the Joe Stapleton emote from Run It Up is a Neil
The one
Stoddard.
where you're leaning on your arm, yeah?
I think that might be a Neil Stoddard photo.
I don't have the emote anymore. Devastated. It got taken from me.
What I think is funny is that there can be an emote of myself, and if I don't subscribe to that channel, I can't use it. I should have free access to an emote of me forever and ever.
You should have an honorary lifetime subscription, yeah. You need to sort that out. You need to ring them and get someone on the phone.
I don't think I'm entitled to all the other emotes, just the ones of me. It's my image and likeness.
Have like 1.6 as well, right?
So
Brandstrom with the raise here on the button, 200,000. Sousa with a very strong ace king of clubs in the small blind.
$700.
3 raises to 700,000.
I really like this. It's a nice round number. It's got a 7 in it. I don't know anything about the sizing. I just like the actual number of it.
Sizing seems pretty good. I mean, he's 26 big blinds effective. He could definitely make argument just to shove all in. If he wants to start attacking Brandstrom's button steals more often, then a smaller sizing is good because it means all of his bluffs don't need to shove. He can get away with a cheaper 700k, right? Whereas if he's going 700k with his bluffs, shoving, good hands, might get a little bit suspicious. So 3-bet to 700,000 looks good to me. Brandstrom on the button with King Jack off, which is a little bit awkward. He's going to be opening quite a few hands on the button, which means that King Jack is towards the top end of things. Offsuit, a little less likely to want to take a flop. And he does have to invest another 500k of just 2.4 million chip stack. Just wonder whether this is ever a hand that if he thinks Sousa's being really aggressive from the small blind, he might decide to 4-bet all in.
Bye-bye.
He's going to lay it down.
No Sandstorm. All Sousa. Stars and Sousas forever.
Folding, certainly okay. Don't have a problem with that.
Very serious here in the tournament area today. It's gut check time. Probably the most careful point of the tournament is the day we play down to the final table. Typically where we see folks clinging the hardest, playing the nittiest. T-Tours, T-Tours. Action folds around to Brandstrom. Ace-5 in the cutoff. 24 bigs to start the hand. Does have short stat. Shannon Shore in the big blind, still to act.
Love Saints.
As well as Marlboro Massot. 200,000 is the raise. Queen Jack on the button for Sousa.
We've really not seen too much of Sousa today. He came in as one of the table chip leaders, but unlike Patur, who's been getting involved and splashing about and triple potting all in, Sousa's been a little bit more on the reserve side. Of course, he doesn't need to force anything at this point, still has 63 big blinds. Just intrigued as to what he might do with the Queen Jack on the button. And folding here is kind of indicative of how he's played. It is a marginal situation. I mean, versus a cutoff open, definitely going to be a fine hand to call on the button, but he takes the path of least resistance.
You've also got a 14 big blind stack and a 19 big blind stack still to act after you, and it does make it pretty enticing to jam over the top of a raise and a call.
Sure, yep. Definitely something to think about. Do you see Brandstrom there just raise and take it as a result of that fold on the button?
So we got WCOOP coming up in a lot of the markets around the world, the main player pool. But if you are in the shared liquidity market of France, Portugal, and Spain, there's a Galactic Series. September 1st through 23rd. 15 million euros in guaranteed prize money, 250 euro main event, over 250 events. Are they shared liquidity? I probably shouldn't have said that. I don't remember. Anyway, if you're in one of those places, the Galactic Series should be a lot of fun.
So, big blind na próxima.
All of the events of the WCOOP. None of the pressure of a 25K high roller or 5K main event. Ace tray this time for Brandstrom.
Folds it, round to Sousa with the 8 deuce. Don't think we see him get involved here. Just a hunch.
Correct. Action on Cyril. He seems like a Cyril cool dude. Wonder where he parked.
9-6 off, probably a little bit too wide, I think, on the button, Joe, especially off the 14 big blinds.
Yeah, I think
just to muck it.
You just take a second to reflect in that moment, contemplate your life.
On the journey to this point in the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Appreciate it.
You've got to enjoy the moment, live in it, right? Too many people thinking about the past or the future, but he's here right now. Soak it in.
Too many people with too many problems.
And a walk.
That's your boy, Phil Collins, by the way.
I only know the one from the chocolate advert.
That one.
That one. I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
That's a good song for if you have a draw.
Yeah?
How much you have it
The dealer pitches the card high.
7, 8.
Are you still going back to your montage?
Yeah, I just can't get this script out of my head.
It is probably a script of a lifetime. Ideas like that don't come by very often.
No,
I can tell, you know, understandably you're enamored with it. It's fine.
Should have just given it away on stream, honestly. Oh, I was thinking of another song title for it. I'm all in, and then in parentheses, and at risk.
Snappy.
That's your man, isn't it? That's your man, isn't it? Like 3
And then
o'clock.
I was thinking of juxtaposing it up against some STI tests coming back. That's the at-risk part. It's a double meaning.
Ah, okay, right, yes. It's a layered film.
Oh,
Not
it's
for the
going to have
casual
all
audience.
kinds of... Oh, it's going to have a lot of themes.
Right, sort of allegorical, really. It's
Yeah.
not about... It's about poker, but it's not about
Oh,
poker.
exactly. No, poker is the backdrop.
Like every poem you studied in school ever.
And yes, it will feature iambic pentameter.
Thank God. Personally, I don't watch any films without it these days. King 9 of clubs on the button for sure. 19 big blinds, raises it up.
Shannon sure has King 9 of clubs.
Queen at Jack for Braco. Another pretty awkward situation. Decent enough hand in the small blind. I don't think we want to do too much calling here versus around about a 20 big blind stack.
Come on now. Wow,
Definitely
hey,
a
hold you.
profitable shove.
Tight is right.
Definitely a profitable jam there. I think Queen 10 off, you could make argument for a fold. I get it, this stage of the tournament. Pass up a marginal situation, it is probably one of the worst hands we want to look at shoving.
Action on Falcone now with Jack 4. Also a bottom 15% hand, or does the 4 make a big difference?
No, it's in there, Joe. It's bad. Like all of your film ideas, this one belongs in the bin.
Like all of my film ideas, it was only another couple of chips to at least see a flop with it. Ooh.
But ultimately, a wasted investment.
Well, it was right there for you, Spraggy. Flop.
Zing.
Rat Nibbler asks Joe, who you get to play the young me in the movie? Young Joe in the movie. I'm not, this movie's not about me. This is about something bigger than me. Literally, the girl is going to be bigger than me, I think. She's going to be a hefty girl. Which will lead to another one of my incredibly deep songs called Thin Value. All about how we overvalue body image in this world.
Nice. Good segue.
And then also probably don't bet top pair in the river enough.
Good crossover piece.
Yeah. Jack 10 suited for Sousa. Montbron, Masso of coin, he's out. Pocket queens for Shannon Shore. He may want to get it in quickly, as it appears that someone's hovering behind his fiancée.
Not a lot of room here to go for a 3-bet and a fold, although we did see him with the ace-9 make it 500,000 off about a 2.2 million chip stack. So perhaps we see him bump this to just under 600k rather than shove, but he opts to move all in. Definitely more conventional decision.
Action is back on Sousa, who is not calling. Shannon Shore up to 26 big blinds. Diego Falcone down to 6 big blinds. Just 670,000 in his stack. A little more than double that for Brun Massot. Randstrom and Short nearly dead even. Braco with just under 30. Sadu with 40. Sousa and Patur with 61 and 72 big blinds respectively.
It's really been a great day so far for Shannon Shaw, right? 4 big blinds towards the end of day 4 yesterday, but he's absolutely right in the mix now.
He's been chipping and chairing it pretty hard.
Someone just asked, what about a biographical film about my poker career? That film actually already exists. It's called Into the Abyss.
Let's come up with some other movie titles, real movie titles that would describe Spraggy's poker career.
Falling Down.
Falling Down's a good one. Avatar. Okay, hold on, I got more.
There's the TV show, The Biggest Loser.
The Biggest Loser. If we were gonna name it after a podcast, it would be How Did This Get Made? Kaiser Soze says, Gone Girl. As good as it gets. Failure to launch.
Like this. Hey, has anyone got anything nice to say? How about that, Twitch chat? I'm right here, okay? I'm a human being.
This is my favorite
I know it's very
one.
easy to consider me a voice on a screen. You don't even see me. I'm just a voice coming through your television sets, maybe your mobile devices, laptop, desktop PCs. I have feelings.
There's some good
Armageddon.
ones here. No, this one is my favorite. Hold on, I lost it.
It's simply the best movie. Who said it? Amateur Mike. Give him VIP.
That's not a movie. That's a Tina Turner song. Better Off Dead.
Oh, PokerStars in the chat now. Fast and Furious spin-off, Slow and Spurious.
No, not the game we're playing, PokerStars. Gone with the Wind. I like that one.
I Am Legend. I like that one.
Man, there was one I loved, and I lost it. Gosh dang it. I'm not even watching the poker anymore. Oh, Hunger Games.
Hunger Games. Joke's on you. I've just eaten 3 Weetabix. Sousa raises with the 8-9 of hearts. 48 wheat biscuits for $2.99. That's how I get by. Buy and saved is a buy and earned. 5-4 offsuit for big Brandstrom in the big blind. Super bad. Will you stop? Sousa wins, picks it up with 9-8 of hearts. From under the gun.
Outer table action. What do we got here? Alexander Everson once again, and Leandro Bustillo. It looks like Bustillo bets 255,000 on the river. We got a 9 of spades, ace of clubs, 3 of clubs, jack of diamonds, queen of hearts. So ace, queen, jack, 9, tray, no flushes possible. Everson calls aces for Bustillo. That is a set of aces. That is going to be tough to beat. And Everson will pay off the river bet. Bustillo having a pretty good day from what I can tell. We saw a double up from him before. Another sweet little pot. Back to our featured table where it looks like action is on Balakrishna Patur. Big Papa Patur. Rocking and popping from the button, ace-9.
You have almost 7, right? Almost 7.
Could be Patur versus Sousa here, back by the big stacks. 7 million and plays 6.2. Jack 6 of diamonds, a serviceable defend, Mr. Stapleton.
Serviceable. Good one. I'm just going to do one more movie title about your poker career because someone tweeted it. And he's the only person that tweeted it. Leaving Las Vegas. Pair of 6s for Sousa.
Patur just going to double check that he still has the hand that he got dealt. He does. Ace-9. Relief all round. We'd have had big problems if it was something different. Opting for a continuation bet, it looks like. $125,000, very much on the small side of things. Sousa not going anywhere. 125k in hand, calls. Definitely a decent bluff catcher here. And the turn will give Patur the open-ended straight draw.
Who cares? No one ever makes those. You never make a straight draw. It's a myth, like blockers.
Is he firing, Joe?
I think he is, yes.
I demand you guess this man's actions, even though they are entirely arbitrary.
He's going to fire, but he's going to fire small.
I like the read. We saw him do that yesterday when he turned to draw against Ike, right? With the 10-8
I've got
diamonds.
this guy's number. He just bet.
You're in his head, Joe.
Oh, it's just slightly under half pot. So not exactly small, but not big either.
Yep, I like it. Puts some pressure on the 3x in Sousa's range, the 6x. If he gets here with a hand like 7-5 or 7-9, then Patur can potentially set up for 3 streets of bluffing. And of course, he himself has the 31% chance to improve. He could catch a 5, catch a 10, catch an ace, probably good. Won't be so happy on a 9. We can see that it does give him the best hand. Oftentimes when you're bluffing, you want to look for fold equity, which is the chance that your opponent gives up their hand. And of course, raw equity in your own hand. So a chance that if you do get called, you can improve your own standing. So here he has both, he bluffs, and it's good, gets it through.
This guy's my favorite player, maybe of all time.
Huh? I'm right here.
I know that this doesn't really help, but I don't really consider you a player.
I mean, give
so it's not
ammunition
like,
to the chat.
It's not like
Unbelievable.
it's not like I didn't choose you. You're just not even a player in my mind.
I am but an irrelevance. King 10 of diamonds for Braco.
Get it.
$27 big blinds to start the hand for Bracos to do, getting an eyeball on that stack size, trying to work out his sizing. He is going to 3-bet up to 700,000, which is pretty big. He is in position, so he can afford to go a little bit smaller. And in going smaller as well, you also give Braco a little bit more wiggle room to play back or to defend. Brandstrom behind on the button with 8s.
So
Plenty
many.
of action in front of him.
Yeah, and so many juicy hands. Sousa folds an ace as well. So Braco facing the 3-bet. I can understand, even if it's not the completely most optimal play, why you would make this 3-bet so big. You're perfectly happy to win this pre-flop, and if somebody wants to play back at you, you're happy to get it in too. I think
Right.
what you don't want to do is have to take a flop with ace-king and then decide what to do when you whiff.
I think the only problem in this strategy long term is, let's say you're making it 700,000 with ace-king because you want to force your opponent off the pot. You don't want to take a flop. But then when you have aces, you're going to make it smaller, like 600,000, because you're happy to get action. Then it's okay doing this in isolation because they're not going to pick up on that read over, you know, a one-hand sample if they see it 2 or 3 times even. But if that's your strategy long term and players start cottoning onto it, then you're in a little bit of an issue, because that bigger sizing, people know you have a hand like ace-king or maybe pocket nines that doesn't want to flop. Then you make it smaller and they know that you have the top of your range and they can make folds or play accordingly, right? So you just have to be careful with your sizings that you're not telegraphing the strength of your hand.
You know how you think that Jack-3 isn't like in the bottom 15% of hands?
Yeah.
I put blockers and balancing in my bottom 15% of strat.
I'm Ollie.
Well, I think like blockers, okay. I think people do at times overestimate blockers. It makes a difference if it's close. But balance, I kind of agree with you in that in one tournament, you're not going to get enough information that if someone is unbalanced, they can just get away with it, right? You need a huge sample of hands to figure out that someone is over bluffing or under bluffing in certain situations. So I kind of agree with you there, Joe.
I think when you're talking about the same 50 guys that play the super high rollers,
it
absolutely,
matters.
yes.
Yes. Absolutely
They
right.
all know each other's games very well.
Good luck.
This is an all-in and a call with a sick race. Ace-king versus queens. The ultimate of races. Like window versus aisle, love versus money, food versus sex. This is one for the ages. Unfortunately, one player must end up the victor. Queen's a bigger favorite than usual due to some folded cards, I'm guessing. Jack 9-6, 2 clubs. Falcone does have some backdoors. At the moment, just aces and kings are out. He doesn't hit one. He will be out. Eyed. The tournament area. Whoa.
Big sweat now.
Aces, kings, and clubs. All on the side of Falcone. The river is the queen of clubs.
What a salty card for Shannon Shaw. Makes a set, but it gives Falcone the second nut flush, and that's enough to ship 1.5 million and a double up.
Runner, runner, Indian summer. Late in August. Maybe the start of a penultimate day hot streak for Diego Falcone, who doubles up through Shannon Shore. Took him all 5 cards to get there. I hate the ace-king versus queens flip. Shannon Shore back down to 18 big blinds, had worked his way up to around 26 or 27 bigs.
Yeah, big setback for Shaw, but he's come back, I'm sure, many times during this tournament. We'll have to ride out that shorter stack now as well.
Was that 3 Shore puns in one sentence?
Sure was.
Ow, 4!
You set him up, I'll knock him down.
Happy to be of service. Man, it's been a while since we've seen Patur play a hand. I'm jonesing for some Patur. I want some Patur pate for my palate. Sousa raising king 8 after action folded to him on the cutoff position. And it's Bruma So, who is in the most bestest position. King 8 for him as well. And he's suited.
Just a little bit too weak here, I think, to consider an all-in, and probably not deep enough to consider a call. Does fold it.
Small blind, ace-6 of clubs. In your local casino, you may see a player, move all in here. You may see it on the EPT as well. So many clubs out.
King, 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 queen, queen.
Incredibly unlikely Shannon will make a flush with this hand, although it is incredibly likely we will not see any more cards.
Yep, decent shove by Shannon Shaw. As we said, he's been on the shorter stack for most of the last couple of days. He managed to work his way back into contention and just lost that flip. But he knows what to do off these stack depths. Moves his chips all in and picks them up.
10 jack suited. Good.
Shannon Shore, third from the bottom at this table. It's Mousseau and Falcone who are in the immediate danger of going broke. Falcone's at 12 big blinds, 14 for Mousseau.
Zero touches.
Are we going to see some tour action, Joe? Nope, folds king 3. What a nit. When will this guy put a move on somebody?
I feel like you're reading my mind right now. Patur and Randstrom have folded. Sousa for deuce in the hijack. Action folded to Cyril, who is going to attempt a button raise with 6-4 suited. Yes, indeed.
And it's some attempt off a 15 big blind stack in the cutoff, 6-4 suited. Very wide open here. We know that Shaw's not going to pass up any opportunity to shove. But he folds the button. And to Falcone in the big blind, king 10 offsuit. Two very short stacks. I'd be a little worried if I was Falcone with a king-10 offsuit about shoving over this cutoff open. Typically, when players open off just 14, 15 big blinds, they've got a bit of a stronger range of hands. Since they're investing chips when they don't have that many, we can see that Monbrun Massot is really at it. 6-4 suited is really out of line here. So Falcone just going to take a flop. I don't think he'll be that happy to shove all in pre, but his hand can catch some decent boards.
10, 8,
That's
5.
one of them.
Yeah, top pair for Falcone. A gut shot for Monbrun Massot.
I think once Monbrun Massot opens 6-4, if he does make a gut shot straight draw, as we see here, with just 6 high, we are going to see him take another go at this one. And off very short stacks, don't be surprised to see Falcone protect his equity, protect his hand, and move all the chips into the middle. 265,000 is the bet. Falcone flops pretty strongly. When you defend King 10, this is almost exactly what you're looking for. But as you can see, nearly 1 million chips already in the middle. He doesn't want to see a jack, a queen, an ace. So that 1 million chips in the middle, he kind of wants to protect his hand against bad runouts. Pot is big enough. He's all in.
He does, in fact, protect his hand. Poor Monbrun Massot. I mean, other than the fact that he's deliriously good-looking, he's gotten pretty unlucky here. Hasn't had much to get too excited about.
And this is the problem with opening hands as speculative as 6-4 suited when you're playing very short stacks, is let's say he opens that hand 30 big blinds deep even. It's a lot less likely that his opponent moves all in on the flop. But when you're playing the short stacks, your opponent is kind of playing push-fold on the flop, which means so rarely are you going to get to see turns or rivers. So unless you really bang the flop, even here with a gut shot, he ends up having to fold his equity. Whereas if they're 30 big blinds deep, maybe he bets flop, his opponent calls, he can check back turn, he gets to see 5 cards. He's so rarely seeing 5 cards. And 6-4 suited kind of needs to.
Brandstrom folds. King, queen for Sousa. Joaquin Phoenix.
What about him?
Sousa looks like him.
Are you excited about the new Joker film, Joe?
Not really. It looks okay though. Wouldn't say I'm excited. I'm optimistic.
Okay.
You know that the Joker character is based on a failed stand-up comedian.
Right.
That's all.
No personal interest then.
Well, I mean, as a successful stand-up comedian, I can't really relate to it.
It's going to be very difficult for you to connect with the source material.
Yeah. I'd be like, well, I don't know what that's like.
Yeah, like he bombs and that's why he becomes the person he is. You're just like, I don't know this. I don't know these feels.
Bombs on stage and then in the dark night, a hospital. So Sousa's raised with king queen, gets called by Sadu. Ace jack suited in the big blind. A little under-repped the ace jack suited, but both players have missed.
Yeah, I kind of like just the call. These guys are pretty deep. You don't really want to 3-bet and have to fold ace jack. It's going to play really well post-flop most of the time. Even on a board like this, you have backdoor diamonds, 2 overs. Going to have the best hand sometimes. Does just fold on the flop though. Sousa's continuation bet. Very quickly going to get the job done.
Nobody really scrabbling for pots. You know, there's not a ton of resistance. Come on, Joaquin Phoenix, look. Joaquin Phoenix from Signs.
Merrill,
Yeah.
swing away.
I'm pretty fast, and I'm pretty strong. But this guy, he was really fast, really strong.
The best scene in Signs is when he's sat, spoilers for a 15-year-old film, is when he's sat in the closet watching the TV, like the news TV.
Yeah.
And there's like the footage from the kid's birthday party, and they're all gathered around the window, and then
it walks by.
The entity walks
Yeah.
past. It genuinely, when I first watched that, it gave me like, you know, my blood ran cold.
I saw that movie 4 times at the cinema.
I really like it. It's good.
I think it's fantastic. Ace Queen now for Joaquin Sousa. That's right, Bowie. Swing away. King Jack suited for Shannon Shore. We have seen him be pretty liberal with ripping it in. Slightly different dynamic here, though.
Yeah, it's the sort of hand that's going to do well on the button versus a cutoff open, but under the gun +1. Not so much fun to shove against that stronger opening range. Patur in the big blind. Here we go, Joe. Let's see some action. Ace deuce. Now, he did fold the ace-3 offsuit earlier versus an under the gun open when I suggested that he might call. So, might see a fold here.
I feel like he's calling this time. I'm in this guy's head.
I mean, it would make no sense, which is why I think it's probably a favorite to happen. Yeah. Under the gun opens, fold ace-3. Under the gun +1 opens, call ace-deuce. Okay. Both players flopping nothing. King 8-7, rainbow flop, 600,000 in the middle. Sousa with the betting lead. Patur checks. I think Sousa has stronger range, opening under the gun, but chooses not to use a continuation bet. Catches his queen on the turn.
Nice.
Is going to be pretty happy that he's ahead the vast majority of the time.
Hello, nurse.
Why is he checking back the flop, Joe? Do you think he's just scared of the check raise? Scared of like the unbridled aggression of Patur? Has plenty of showdown value, and, you know, doesn't want to get check raised or something like this?
Yeah, I think that if you're at all aware of Patur's reputation, that you kind of just want to take all of your non-nutted hands and just get to showdown.
Yeah, I think I agree. Like if you have even like an 8 or a 7 here, even like pocket queens or jacks on the flop, versus some players in the big blind, you're going to look to extend value to try and get floated by ace high or get value from 9-10 that'll just call or an 8 that'll just call. But Patur being as unpredictable as he is, he could just check raise and you get blasted off these marginal spots.
That's how you send it.
In a hand with Patur, I probably would not be betting very often unless I was planning on calling some massive raises / shoves.
Agreed. That's really, I think, how you're going to combat a play like this is just trap with kind of marginal hands and be willing to call down, but like try not to overinflate pots. And then when you actually have it, just bet and be ready to go with it. But pot control going to go a long way at the margins for sure.
Yeah, and I, of course, have the benefit of having seen every single hand. So, you know, you don't expect that players, you know, they have access to that information, but really how much of it are they able to ingest while they're at the table, while they're on a 20-minute break? So, you know, it's going to be harder for them to come to the same determinations as we have.
Absolutely. I think they're going to have some idea that Patur's getting out of line, but having been in these situations before, playing, you know, whatever big live events, you don't really have time when you're in the moment, especially when you're deep like this. You get a general picture, but they're not going to have seen that. You know, for example, when he triple potted all in with King Queen, we've seen that 4 or 5 times where he's just really going for it.
Got a tweet here from Kai Waddell, longtime listener. She wants to know, is Casino Barcelona in an old castle? Looks like that on the stream, just curious. Great job as always, Joe. Thank you, Kai. No, it's in the Arts Hotel in the basement. It's a very modern building. We just show you the outside of the Sagrada Familia. It's like a mile from here, or 2 miles. It's not where we're at. I did a joke yesterday pretending like that's the building we were in. Oh, I guess this sort of background here looks like a castle too. No. No, this is, we're like right on the beach. No castle.
Great location though. Really good. I love it.
It is a great location. I could probably leave the booth right now and dip my toes in the ocean and be back in under 5 minutes.
I really, really want you to do that. Like, I want you to go on Instagram Live or something and sprint to the beach and see if you can be back within 5.
I don't think I'd have to sprint even. Here's the only thing that would slow me down. People.
Yeah.
It's busy. Actually,
And we have a job to do.
Yeah. You call this work? Action on. Balakrishna Patur, Big Papa Patur is going to pop it up with the 9-8 on the button. Brandstrom 10-7 in the small. Last name Brandstrom, first name Simon. Simon says fold. Ooh.
Same hand for Sousa. He's in the big blind with the 8 and 9 offsuit. Facing big Papa Pumps raise. Give me a mic. Heads up to a flop. Both players 0% to win at Showdown.
0% to win the entire pot. Man, I would be pretty surprised if this got to Showdown.
Continuation bet from Patur. He's been going really small in these situations. Goes for 1/3 here and gets the job done. He had a 100% chance to win the pot with that continuation bet.
As Spraggy and I know very well, sometimes very small is good enough. Right, Spraggy?
Thankfully...
Oh, sorry, I thought we lost the call for a second.
I'm here. Thankfully, yes. Let's get the free roll in, mates, says SW in the Twitch chat. We won't be moving the schedule just because you've requested it, but the free roll is coming up at some point during this stream.
I've been told I can give you a clue.
7, 8, 8.
We're ready.
We are currently in level 29. The free
Yeah.
roll will take place
Hang on,
sometime.
do I need to write this down? Is it cryptic? Is it like a riddle?
It's not cryptic.
Okay.
Sometime between level 29 and level 35.
Okay. He's narrowed it down.
So make sure you stay tuned for only those 6 levels.
So when we get to level 35, no point watching anymore, I guess,
Yeah.
today.
I mean, if you're only watching for the free roll.
Marton Czuczor, just 700,000 chips. Just 7 big blinds.
Hold on a second. I'm just going to take out my calculator. 7.25 big blinds.
I apologize. 7.25 big blinds.
Action, action, action on the outer table. Alexander Iverson versus Yunye Lu. Iverson always looks like a stepdad who just doesn't know what to do anymore. About his misspay. He's just at the end of his rope. He doesn't want to yell at you. He knows he's not your real dad. But he just doesn't know what to do at this point. What do you think we should do about you? You're upsetting your mother. 500,000 to bet from concerned stepdad.
Sternest stepdad.
Yeah. Alexander Iverson.
The most intimidating glare on the EPT circuit today gets the job done.
He doesn't want to yell at you, but he doesn't know what to do anymore. Being nice just isn't working.
Joe, did you know in Silence of the Lambs, Anthony Hopkins doesn't blink in order to appear more menacing, I guess, intimidating?
Marton Czuczor is all in. I feel like I knew that and forgot it.
How much is it?
You've been on a real Hannibal.
On a real Hannibal binge, yeah. Eating it up.
Did you watch Manhunter yet?
No.
It's the only true Hannibal Lecter movie.
And James told me, in typical James Hartigan fashion.
I tweeted at you first about it, and then James came in sounding way more stupid about it.
Awkward spot here for the King 4. He's getting a very good price.
Very
Suited
good
king.
price. Better than 2 to 1. He's already invested 200,000.
Problem for him is it is 500K. He only has 2 million, 25% of his stack.
It puts him in really bad shape. And
Yeah.
chances are, best case scenario, he's live. He's going to be behind to a lot of pairs. He's going to be behind to a lot of ace highs. He's going to be dominated sometimes.
But what are we working with here? 500K into a pot that would be 1.6. You know, he needs about 30% to call off. Maybe he has it. Not even.
It's just one of those situations where you're full of regret.
25?
Yeah.
You call and you see that you're live and you're like, okay, cool. I'm all right with this.
All right,
And
well,
that's-
he's priced in, makes the call.
And he is live. Marton Czuczor has been very patiently waiting to get all in and called. He's in good shape. For 38% of the time, he will be eliminated every time.
Yep, so against his hand, the maths works out. He has the right price. And as you say, Joe, he'll be delighted to see that his cards are live, but it's Marton Czuczor's tournament life at risk. 16 remain in the field.
King high flop, 1 heart as well. He does not like to see it, Ben.
Some might say he hates to see it. 2 cards to come to save his tournament. Picks up additional outs on the turn. A 10 repeated keeps him alive.
Will it be the Monbrun Masso miracle? Yes.
Yes.
Ace on the river.
Never die.
Never
The
die, he
Monbrun
says.
Monson miracle. Courtesy of a demonic Barry Greenstein.
Flames. So that's how you double up. You get it in with ace 10, give yourself a bit of a sweat. King on the flop, 10 on the turn, additional outs, finds the ace. And right back in the mix. Joe, we remain 16-handed, 16 players in the field.
Have yet to lose 1 player today. Maybe the outer table will oblige us. Marton Czuczor all in, called by Felipe Salgado. Ace King of Hearts for Czuczor. Ace 10 of clubs for Salgado. The battle of the big suited aces. It's Domination Nation. Czuczor is the player at risk. But he is ahead by a wide margin. Your board. 1 club on the flop, ace king. Doing well otherwise. Salgado looking for some kind of sweat on the turn. That's a chop sweat. The river is a king. That's a pair of kings for Czuczor. He's going to double up. Salgado has slightly more than Salnada, just 120,000 chips left behind by our calculations. That is 1.2 big blinds.
On the verge of elimination after losing to the ace king, Czuczor finds a big double up on the outer table.
Back to the feature table where Falcone is all in under the gun with ace king.
Ooh, chips are flying, Joe. Chips are flying.
It was bound to happen. Eventually, we will eliminate a player. That all in gets through. Cyril, Monbrun, Masso up to 16 big blinds now after that double up. It's Brandstrom, the shortest stack at the table now.
Sidhu with the jacks, big hand. Under the gun, raising up to 225,000. This is a 50,000, 100,000 blind level with a 100,000 chip big blind ante. So you're starting off with 250,000 chips, forcibly committed, an additional 225,000 coming in from the jacks. Eight-six off for Monbrun Masso, recent recipient of the double up. He's going to fold. 16 big blind stack for him now. Shannon Shaw on the button with an equally terrible 10-7 offsuit. But fours for Braco, 22 big blinds. Calls. Which is going to give a very good price for Falcone in the big blind, but his hand, bottom 5%. Heads up to a flop. Jacks of Sidhu versus the fours of Braco.
And I'm back.
Hi, Joe.
No, from the ocean.
That was quick.
I did it.
Did you post evidence?
Well, I didn't have time to film it.
Oh, okay. We'll take you at your word.
Overpair for Sadu. Pocket fours. Not in really great shape in any way you slice it here.
No, I mean, he's still ahead of all the broadways that missed. The problem is he's up against an under-the-gun opening range, which is going to include not only all of the overpairs, 10s through aces, but there's going to be some 9x in there as well. To do probably raising with 8-9 suited, 9-10 suited, maybe ace-9 suited, ace-8 suited as well. So there's plenty that does beat him. And even if his fours are good now, again, it's not always about having the best hand on the flop, but how does he get to show down his hand? What's a good turn for him? Other than a 4, there really isn't one. If he ever faces a double barrel, his hand's probably dust. He does decide to take one off on the flop, but it's only going to get more difficult from here on out unless he catches his 2-outer, which he does not. A very interesting message in the chat has just come to my attention. We'll revisit that in a minute. A check from Braco. Check behind from Sidhu. Neither player happy to see the ace.
A lot of people would say there are 4 overcards here for the pair of 4s. I like to count the ace as an undercard just to be optimistic. You know, just count it as the bottom end of the straight.
Assume it's only being played the low.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just, you know, just, you gotta, sometimes you gotta give yourself the benefit of the doubt, you know?
Yeah, I mean, from a strategic standpoint, obviously, insanity. But from a confidence standpoint, maybe has its benefits.
I'm more of
check.
an emotional player.
Joe, speaking of emotions, maybe they got the better of you when you were regaling us with that story of your trip to what you described as the ocean, because Swiss Odds points out that the sea, the Mediterranean Sea, is not an ocean. Do you care to apologize?
Sure. It's salt water, man. What do you want from me? We don't have seas in America. Got a couple of C words I could do without, huh? The silence is deafening. All right, everybody. Let's just calm down.
I got into a big argument. I say a big argument. A heated debate, a heated discussion. At the very first Barcelona EPT I went to, this is 3 years ago now, and I had a discussion with Tonka P and some PokerStars people, and Finton was there, because I claimed that the Mediterranean was not tidal. But apparently that's wrong.
I think it is tidal, yeah.
Has anyone else in the chat heard that it's not tidal?
Where did you come up with that?
Well, it's just, I had heard that it was not tidal, and I claimed it, and I was dismissed, but I kind of stood firm in my belief.
What other title would it have other than Mediterranean Sea?
Tidal, as in it, without tide.
I don't.
You know, sea goes in, sea goes out.
All ships rise in a high tide, that kind of thing.
That's the one.
Well, I would love to continue this nautical discussion with you. We have got a hand brewing. Balakrishna Patur raised under the gun with Queen Jack suited. Action has folded around to Pasquale Braco on the button with 2 kings, 2 shiny black kings. Oh my God, I thought he was folding. Sometimes they're the same color as the cards. Sometimes those time bank cards. I almost reacted as if he had folded his kings.
The tightest laydown of all time.
I was just like, what is happening?
He still has the 2 cards that matter, the one king and the other king. And I don't think there's going to be a fold. It's a time bank.
Oh my goodness.
So I guess he's deciding whether to trap with a call, maybe put in a small re-raise, or maybe just shoving all in. He only has about 17 big blinds. Might be tempting to trap against Patur. He has been known to fire it off. If he gets the right board, it could pay off big time for Braco.
I don't think he's deciding what to do. I think he's stalling a little bit in case someone will maybe go broke on the other table.
Right. We're on a pay jump as well, right? Definitely
Yeah.
a consideration, for sure.
Usually when players do this, they leave themselves one time bank chip left behind. All in, says Braco.
Call, please.
Patur getting a count. I think raising under the gun with Queen Jack of Hearts. When you see a 17 big blind shove, it is going to be too much to profitably call off. I think if Patur finds that it's around 10 or 11 big blinds, he might call it, but 17 is just too many chips.
$1,750,000.
This seems like a lot, even for our boy, Big Papa Patur. Into the muck they go. We continue 16-handed, as we have done since the start of day today. Almost 2 entire levels and a bit. Braco up to
Most of the time I get there with this hand. Most of the time.
Ace queen?
Something like that, but anyway you're going to find it anyway in 30 minutes. But I get there most of the time. I never lose with that.
What is it?
Anyway, you'll see that.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, wait.
Spraggy, is it an absolute dream to play with someone who says things like, I never lose with this hand?
Yes.
Especially when that hand is Queen Jack.
Yes.
Back home, my friends would be saying, like, no, go for it, go for it.
Your friends must really not like you.
Oh, okay, okay. I think so, looks like.
Yeah, you raised.
And I'm back. So I went out and checked. The sea level had not changed.
Ah, okay. Well.
So I'm gonna go check on it every once in a while. And we'll get
did you draw a line in the sand?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I always do.
Someone has to.
But we're gonna check in every once in a while and just see if it is in fact tidal.
They tried to convince me that any body of water is tidal, which makes sense because why would gravity or the moon? I don't really pretend to know how these things work. Joe.
If
But
every
it
body of
affects-
water is tidal, and that then if the Mediterranean Sea is like the bare minimum amount of tidal, then I would give you the win in that case. If it's just as tidal as a lake, then I would say it's not tidal. I don't know.
I just realized that I don't actually care.
Cool, done. We're done with it.
It was my own fault.
It's okay to give up once in a while. All right, let's take a look at the cards.
Yep, that's the next job. 5-4 offsuit for Patur.
All right, take it.
Raise and take it for Sidhu.
Better than Queen Jack this time.
Sorry?
Well, well, well. I just got handed a new table plan.
I think Queen Jack with you. Even then I should raise.
Do you want to know which table we're switching to, Spraggy?
Yes, please. So we've got, just to confirm, we've got 16 left. We've got this one at the moment.
Yeah. So which other table are we gonna
Maybe I'll get this info.
show?
I don't know. Entertain us, Joe. What do we got?
The other table.
Ah, it makes sense.
Gotcha.
I guess it's easy when you have the answer in front of you.
Yeah,
though.
that's true. I wouldn't have known.
If you were in my shoes.
Yeah, I would have been in the weeds on that one.
Right.
I would have stalled and tried to Google it.
That's what I should do, is the Mediterranean title. I'm going to find out. All right, it took me 2 seconds to settle this argument. Does the Mediterranean Sea have tides? The Mediterranean Sea does have tides.
I thought you didn't care.
But they are a very low amplitude. So yes, but not really. I tried to tell people that I don't care as protection against my own feelings, Joe. If I keep lying to myself, then maybe I'll believe it. You are a good poker player. You do know what you're talking about.
1.7.
2 million.
Right? 2 million.
Total, yeah.
Falcone with the raise, 215,000. Patur playing against 20 big blinds effective from Falcone. That's why we see him shove the ace-9 suited. I like it. I believe Brandstrom pretty short behind as well, so 20 big blind rejam. Not a lot really for Brandstrom to think about. He has 5 high. Don't imagine he's calling off his tournament life with this hand. Raising a 3-bet in front of him. Does release. Tight, but technically the correct play. Falcone's Queen-Jack offsuit, probably not quite good enough to call off 18 big blinds. Maybe a raise and a fold, I'd imagine. Nice aggressive shove from Patur. Leverages his dominating chip stack to pick up even more of them. He's up to 7.7 million.
Papa Patur, play some pressure. That's what he does. All right, let's check out the other table. Irritated stepdad, Alexander Everson. That's 700,000 on a queen 7-4 deuce 2 club board into Jiayuan Liu.
Follows it up with his unflinching gaze. Oh, he blinked. A rare moment of weakness.
What do you think we should do about the wrecked car? Liu folds. Everson crushing today. He's up to 6 million. And we'll be seeing more of him soon because that table will become the feature table in about 7.5 minutes when this level ends. 7.5 minutes plus a break.
Joe, we have a question from our chat. Is, if two players bust at the same time, how do they determine what position they bust at? Is it still the cage fight format?
I thought it was by height. The way it is determined is, well, technically it is height in one sense of the word. The height of your chip stack. The player who had fewer chips headed into the hand will finish in a lower position than the player who had more chips.
Gotcha.
PokerStars players that won the Home Championship 2020. 2020, they're doing another PSPC?
Yeah, didn't you hear?
When did they decide this?
A couple days ago, 3-4 days ago. We commentated the whole thing together, Joe.
I didn't know that was for this.
Yes.
Heads up to the flop. King Jack versus Ace Trey. King Jack flops an up and down draw. This looks really good, but I guess it's nothing. Ace High still winning.
It's nothing right now, but maybe enough to do a little something with on the turn, or indeed here on the flop. Falcone deciding to start with the checks, to do just the king high. He could fold out some better hands here. He could fold out some ace highs, maybe even fold out pocket fours or fives. He just gets there against all of the underpairs. It's a pretty good card for Sidhu, and indeed a decent one for Falcone as well. Two pair and ace high. Neither of them no longer need to be concerned with deuces through nines. Interestingly, Falcone looks like he's going to bet his ace high. Very, very small. Definitely looking, I guess, to get called by some king highs. Never going to fold out a better hand, of course. He'd be folding out only full houses. That's not going to happen. But his stab wins. Falcone chips up. Much needed chips for him.
Oh, this back and forth is killing me.
What? I said
Once again, our future feature table. Felipe Salgado has used all of his time bank chips pre-flop, trying to tank here for the pay jump. But he's all in. Action is on Giovani Torre, who we have not seen much of. Torre re-raising. And that has gotten folds from Czuczor and Liu and Storakers. And it's pocket fours for Torre, Jack 9 for Salgado, so it is a race.
Salgado will be delighted to find himself flipping with the Jack 9.
Like Darth Maul versus Kylo Ren, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. And the flop, 4 in the door, full house.
Dead to runners is Salgado.
Some very specific runners. Game over. We have finally lost our 16th place finisher, Felipe Salgado, out 71,000 euros. We are down to 15, finally. It took over 2.5 hours of play today to get down to 15. If that's the pace for every elimination, we are gonna be here for a while. 9 more eliminations at 2.5 hours each. Yikes, that's next week.
Cancel your plans, Joe.
I don't have any plans.
Yeah, same.
Just this.
I got W Coop starting Thursday. Hopefully we can be done by then.
You think they'd let this eat into W Coop? Come on. Don't be an idiot.
King 10 offsuit for Patur in the hijack. 7.73 million chips.
Go on, carry on. Big pop-up Patur. Posting up.
That's a call, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I meant to raise.
Whoops.
I thought it's 225. All right, that's fine.
225.
Just a call then.
It's 415.
Fold for Sousa on the button. Cyril Mombru-Massot in the small blind. Just 50,000 chips. Patur meant to raise his hand. Accidentally just called, which is going to give Mombru-Massot a good price. With a suited hand.
Yeah, but, I mean, you know the guy wanted to raise.
I think something to be aware of, but at the same time, if he wants to raise, he's probably got an okay hand. And when you're getting a good price, 3 heart flop, you know, little 10-10-4, little 3-3-5 flop.
All right, now already screwed up the hand.
Bless you.
Nobody tells Shannon this guy's chatting up his fiance. I do not want him to do anything crazy with Queen 5 here. Bottom pair for Messo. So far, it's worked out for him. 1 heart as well. Checks over to Patur. This hand is all weird now. It's all messed up.
It's all over the place, Joe. You're not wrong. And I think if he intended to raise, maybe we see him kind of not get overly frustrated, but just like maybe represent that he's got the best hand. You do see him just check back. This one could be a card that he starts to bluff again, though. Mombru-Massot certainly won't like that. He knows that Patur meant to raise. He's checked back the flop. He's indicating maybe he's got some showdown value on the flop. Could be ace high, which would now be top pair. We've seen Mombru-Massot go for it before, but I don't think this is a particularly desirable spot to go for it again. And likewise for Shannon Shaw. I would like to see a bet from Patur. He can very easily represent all of the aces and fold out some 3s, some 4s, maybe even an 8 by the river. Just checking he still has a king 10. Does.
175.
Man, I love this guy.
Yep, good spot for a bluff. You are going to fold out better hands. You can easily represent all of the good hands. And it's going to work. Good stuff again from Patur.
Nothing but the best. And I think that'll do it on our feature table. Let's take a look at the chip counts for one last time from these guys, as we are going to switch things up after this break. Everyone's favorite Balakrishna, Mr. Patur. He is the chip leader at this table with 66 big blinds. Simon Brandstrom has had a rough couple of levels. He is down to 9 big blinds. When we get back from break, a brand new feature table. You are watching PokerStars TV.
Stand on your feet and a big baseline. Moving slow, cause we've got time. You sparkles out, party at mine. Check out the view, shades low. Started at 2, now roots road. Come to my party, all of your friends are here, and we're all smiling.
I'm all in. I'm all in. All in.
But there's a king on the turn!
It's me. It's never easy in poker.
Who the f is this guy?
Ooh, I'm a
good shape right now.
Patur takes it down. Frankenstein calls, and it's over.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's day 5, it's the penultimate day of the record-breaking EPT 2018 Barcelona main event. So hopefully you've been enjoying our coverage from this amazing event here at Casino Barcelona. In case you missed anything that happened on day 4, let me get you up to speed with what happened last time. We started with 56 players, including 3 former EPT champions. John Joanda is seeking his second Barcelona main event title in 4 years, but it was 2015 Deauville winner Onion Dimov who got off to the best start yesterday, eliminating 2 opponents in one hand and becoming the first player to move over the 5 million mark. 2017 Prague champ Kalidou So didn't fare as well, using all his time bank cards in one hand, and he busted shortly afterwards. After the redraw at 24, we lost Poker in the Year superfan Andres Korn in 20th, and former Barcelona finalist Denis Shafikov in 18th. Then, the elimination of Enrico de Rosa in 17th took us down to 2 tables. The night ended with Portugal's Pedro Marques crushing at the feature table, pulling off an audacious bluff against Peter Nijinsky to finish the night as chip leader. So let's look at the chip stacks of the remaining 13 players. That's right, just 13 remain after 1,931 total entries in this event. And it's the Portuguese speakers who are on top. Marques with 9.1 million. The Brazilian player Fabiano Kowalski with 8.7 million. Rodrigo Carmo, the other Portuguese player, with 5.3 million. I think it's worth pointing out, guys, it's a pretty deep tournament at this stage. I think we're playing a 55 big blind average.
Luckily, we got an entire day to lose 7 players, so it's going to take a while.
So at the low end of the leaderboard, we have the 2 players remaining in the qualifier last longer, Peter Nijinsky and Onion Dimov. Dimov, of course, being one of the 2 former champs remaining, the other being John Joanda, who is the shortest stack, but isn't really short stack with 23 bigs.
Plenty of room for John Joanda to make his way right back up this leaderboard. We saw him pick up a pot at the end of play yesterday, and he'll be looking to pick up where he left off.
Is he starting in the big blind as he suspected at the end of last night?
We believe so.
Yes, that is Onion Dimov.
Hi.
He is one of the 2 players remaining, by the way, in the qualifier last longer contest, the other being Peter Nijinsky. So both Nijinsky and Dimov won their seats online, and there is a platinum pass to be awarded to whichever qualifier lasts longest in the EPT Barcelona main event.
Do you think they know that?
I think they know that. And 16 of the day. Nijinsky, Polish qualifier, first to act. Folds the 10-8. Queen 10 for George Hanna. Not going to play. Ace 9 for Danny Tang in the cutoff. Starts the hand with 21 bigs.
A little bit too deep to want to open shove here, but certainly a hand strong enough for an open.
Probably pretty happy for a raise and take it here. Don't see too many of those these days.
165,000. Dimov has folded the button. John Joanda is in the small blind with Jack Deuce.
Nah.
So, Pedro Marques.
Like 1.8, right?
10-3 apart.
1.7.
He likes to defend with a pretty wide range.
As long as that wide range is suited.
Marques does indeed call the raise.
This is why we don't see many raise and takes it. People very stubborn in the big blind, as they should be.
Hi-ya.
Marques flops trips. Checks the action to Danny Tang. Just ace high. 2 overs to the board. Does not see bet, checks behind.
And given Marques's wide defense in the big blind, ace-9 high is still going to be the best hand a lot of the time. We can see that he is now drawing dead on the 10 turn, a full house for Marques.
How do you not even look a little bit happy when this happens? On the inside, he's gonna be like, oh man, I can't even believe I just did that.
Marques takes over the betting lead. Into a pot 450,000, he bets 375,000.
It's a huge sizing. And it is a spot he's going to want to be betting a lot of the time. Danny Tang checking back 3-3 deuce. There are going to be a lot of ace highs, king highs that Marques will look to fold out if he has a hand like 4-5 or 4-6. It looks like Danny Tang's going nowhere.
Well, I hope for his sake that he completely bricks the river. Oh, he pairs his 9.
On a brick, not the worst card possible for him.
We've seen Marques be so aggressive and calling so many big blinds that he is going to have so many hands that just haven't made a pair. And if he chooses to fire them all, Tang's in a rough spot.
His sizing was actually pretty strong, Spraggy, because 1.2 million in the middle. Tang, the effective stack with just shy of 1.2 million. He's setting this up for a river shove perfectly.
Agreed. Seems like a very deliberate choice on the turn. He's asking for more time.
Plays the time bank card.
Will he threaten Danny Tang's tournament life at the river?
Is he time banking here for, wow, for deception, or trying to think of a sizing?
I think given his sizing on the turn, his sizing on the river is always going to be that
He's already decided it.
Yeah.
Deception for sure. And now this polarizing bet puts Tang in a tough spot. All in to call.
I mean, even if you think he puts in all his time bank cards. Oh, man.
The dealer will only take the ones he uses.
It's a smart thing to do, though. Just in case he doesn't put one in, his hand gets declared dead or something like that. Now, we have seen Marques bluff before. Yesterday, he check-shoved all in. A monster bluff. So he is very capable of doing this with a load of hands that are not a full house, like 4-5s and 6-4s and backdoor diamonds.
And everyone's seen that at this point, too.
Exactly. By no means an easy decision for Danny Tang.
Oh, why did he have to hit that 9?
He's articulating his pain perfectly through his facial expressions.
Marques does have plenty of 3s that call in the big blind. He may even be capable of value jamming a 10 here, a decent one at least.
So these are, I mean, that's a reason to fold.
But once you add in all those bluffs, it depends. If you start adding in 4-5s and 4-6s, then 5-6s and 5-7s, then random diamonds, then maybe he just goes crazy with a Jack-8 because he knows that Tang is capped when he checks flop, so he just fires it off. Maximum pressure.
And do you think the dynamic of table chip leader versus
table short stack makes you more likely to want to call this off too.
It's more likely Marques is bluffing given the amount of chips that he has and given that he can threaten Tang's tournament life, yeah.
He's going to be on his final time bank card soon, and then the dealer's going to count him down to 0.
Call.
He's called, and he's out.
Nice hand. GG, guys.
Makes the hero call, discovers he's up against a full house, and Danny Tang is eliminated in 13th place, cashing for 88,250 euros.
A big blind special in 2018. Danny Tang got Stang.
Our first bust out of the day. And we are down to 12, 2 tables of 6.
I mean, looking back now, I should have folded. But I guess he only puts me in with like 10x. But sometimes he check calls 10x as well, because I can still over pairs. So he's really polarized on the river, and I think he does it with like some missed draws too. So we went with it, and we were wrong. And if he can have 10-3 suited, he can definitely have like all sorts of other hands as well. So we play 5 days, and the pressure gets to you sometimes, I guess. Anytime you come to such a big field, such a big series like this, when you can go home a winner, it's always good. So it's the deepest run I've ever made in a PokerStar EPT tour, so in the main event anyway. So I'm pretty happy with it.
We're going to head over to the other table because there is an all-in and a call.
Oh, boy.
Haojing Wang has moved all in with kings and been called by Fabiano Kowalski with jacks. The triangle's actually in the wrong place. Wang is the player at risk here.
But far ahead, yeah?
Yes. Dominated.
Needs to dodge that ladle.
And this is a ridiculously huge pot.
Show me what you got.
No jack on the flop. Haojing Wang's kings are holding. Just as to fade a jack on the river. The stacks are pretty even, by the way. Queen on the river, kings hold. This is my friend, Mr. Wang.
You want to get swifty.
Full double up for Wang, and from the number verified from his stack size, we now know he has just shy of 10 million chips. So confirmation,
holy,
with that double up, Haojing Wang is the new chip leader with just shy of 10 million chips. Action folded to Juanda. Starts the hand with 1.8 million. Seems interested, and that's why he's got ace-king.
Yesterday we saw him just open shove off around 30 big blinds with the ace-king. We'll see if he goes for a smaller raise here. He does not. All of the chips in the middle.
Pedro Marquis is folded. Piotr Nijinsky passes. Ben Heath, let's go, the small blind. George Hanna has queens in the big blind.
Oh boy.
And he calls, putting John Juanda at risk. We have the classicest and sickest of races at the feature table.
Let's see if I run good in Barcelona.
Is that in question?
This is the ultimate test here.
It does help to run good if you want to win a race.
I feel good about it. I'm gonna flop a full house.
That is very tough to do with ace-king.
Easy to see, yeah.
It must be hard for you to not feel good in Barcelona.
Yeah.
John Juanda looking to repeat his success from 2015, looking for a second EPT title. He needs to hit to survive. There is an ace on the flop. John Juanda takes the lead in this race and just has to fade queens.
George Hanna really think he could beat John Jawanda in a hand of poker?
Unless there is a queen on the river, John Jawanda doubles up, and George Hanna will be the table short stack with 18 bigs. The river card is a 5. Jawanda gets that double up.
1.8.
George not happy.
Hello everyone, welcome to the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship.
They fly me out to the Bahamas. I got a chance at millions.
I wound up here because I won an online tournament. Unbelievable.
Being part of the event was a life-changing experience.
To cash. It's been amazing. Best time of my life.
It was a dream.
There is this great community. My life is never going to be the same again.
Ganarlo este no me lo pensaba.
The biggest 25K event in poker history.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's shuffle up and
Welcome to Barcelona.
This is wake up in the morning going, oh my God, type of drink.
When I won the pass, best moment in my life.
The Platinum Pass winner takes down the championship. $5.1 million.
I feel like every poker player has a tournament with their name on it.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's the EPT Barcelona 2019 main event. It's day 5. It's the day we play down to the final table. We started with 16 and we still have 15. We played for more than 3 hours and only lost 1 player. That said, there's now a lot of short stacks out there, so maybe, just maybe, things will start to move during the next 90-minute session. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
So these are the big stacks right now, but even the chip leader is down to 66 big blinds. Everything just got a whole lot shallower because we've now jumped to the 60-120 blind level. So Balakrishna Patur, Rui Sousa are the 2 biggest stacks. Yunye Lu is going to be the big stack at our feature table, because we have decided to flip the 2 tables.
We'll flip you for real.
So these are the players in seat order. We're 7-handed on the main stage, 8-handed at the outer table. And I'm pretty sure most of these guys have at one point been at the feature table, apart from Giovani Torre. So now everyone's had their turn under the lights. When we get down to 9, they will be down to a single table. The official final table is 8-handed. Hopefully we'll get to 6 tonight and then come back tomorrow and play for the trophy and first prize of 1.66 million euros. Everyone now guaranteed 81,130 euros. And we welcome back to the booth via the miracles of modern internet technology, Spraggy.
Good afternoon. Good to be back, James. Good to hear your voice again.
Spraggy on an AT&T video phone.
And good
Nokia 3310.
And good that we can actually see the other players as well, having flipped the 2 tables. And I'm impressed at how Alexander Everson has managed to build a stack over the course of the day.
You mean concerned stepdad?
And to actually be 2nd in chips at the table now, behind Yunye Lu. So the shortest stack here is Marton Czuczor, the EPT Prague 2016 runner-up. He's got a 22 big blind stack. But as we saw at the end of the last level, on our former feature table, you've got a guy with 9 bigs, a player with 11 bigs, another one with 15 bigs. So we could be heading out to the outer table a fair few times over the course of the next 90 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, would make sense, given that we have only the one bust out on the first couple levels. We've got some short stacks in the field now. Pressure's going to be on them.
And having played two full levels with the previous table, it's important to keep things fair and balanced and now give the other players their time at the feature table.
This one? I think it's this one. This one? No.
Yours is this one.
Okay.
So I move a little bit here. Have to open different places?
Action has been folded to Jiayuan Liu, who starts this hand with just over 5 million chips and ace-10 of diamonds. Level 30 underway, and we have a raise. Under the gun +1. Liu makes it 240k.
How much is it?
240.
Fold around to the blinds. And it's Giovani Torre in the small blind who passes. Marton Czuczor has ace-king.
Big hand to start off as he rejoins the feature table. Saw a little bit of Czuczor yesterday. He did put in a 4-bet with ace-king against Patur. This time facing the raise of Liu from under the gun +1. In the big blind, the top hand. Announces all in.
Shoves for 22 bigs. And Liu asks for a count. It'll be more than half of his stack.
Yeah, probably just too far away to call off, but always worth a check. If this comes in a lot shorter than the 22 big blinds, then ace-10 might be a hand he needs to call. For the sake of taking an extra minute, not even. Got to make good decisions at this point in the tournament. So just a quick double check. He'll realize probably that it's too much. Does fold the hand. Good start to this feature table for Czuczor.
Chips up to 26 bigs.
Nice shove there. I think if he is a little bit deeper, we might see a 3-bet, but he's never really going to be able to 3-bet fold. Doesn't want to use any bluffs there off 22 big blinds. So best to just move all in with everything that isn't a call or a fold.
Giovani Torre with 10-9 suited on the button. This Portuguese player cashed in the national event here at Barcelona last year. Came 118th for just shy of 5,000 euros. Of course, a player at this table who we've spoken a fair amount about in the last couple of days is Johan Storakers, the Swedish player who's been on the circuit for more than 20 years, has been playing on the EPT since season 1. Nearly $3.5 million in live earnings. Best result being at EPT Dortmund in 2009. A cash of 237,000 euros.
That longevity in a game like poker was very impressive as players come and go onto the scene. Amazing to see someone stick around for so long. Czuczor, no intention of sticking around for too long with this one. Reships the 3 and the 3. I really like this play versus the button steal. It's not a hand that flops particularly well, but you are going to get a lot of folds and pick up those dead chips.
Well, let's go back to the other table, our former feature table. There's been a raise from Rui Sousa. And Pasquale Braco has moved all in, but it looks like Sousa has folded. An all in, but no call. And they are still using the glass triangles of death at the outer table.
Glassy.
I do worry about those things. The dealer's a little bit over-officious, throws that in a bit too hard. That can do damage to your knuckles.
The players on that outer table will be trying not to bleed out. Plenty of short stacks.
Worth pointing out, Spraggy, that 15th and 14th place pay the same, 81 grand.
Yep.
Next money jump will be when we get to 13. Then 11. And then once we're down to the final 9, there's a pay jump with every single elimination.
Tendu suited for Everson. Blind v blind situation. Comes in for the raise to 400,000 chips. Seven for Liu. Doesn't defend. Raise and take it.
So Felipe Salgado, the only player eliminated today. 15 remaining, with our ambition to get down to the final 6 before the end of play tonight. I think it's highly unlikely that we'll play more than 6 levels today. And as long as we come back with a single table tomorrow, we're not wedded to the idea of 6 returning. If we come back with 7, 8, or even 9, not a disaster.
In theory, it shouldn't make too much of a difference, right? Because if we come back even with 8 or 9, the fact that it's gone on a little longer means stacks will be a bit shorter, so those players are still going to go out at a similar rate.
Sure.
In my mind, at least.
Sure. So with 6 levels on the schedule for today, Spraggy, by my calculations, if we got 6-handed during the 5th level of the day, we would be playing just below a 50 big blind average. So that's where I'd expect it to get to. But of course, they could go down to like a 28 or even 25 big blind average if they were 8 or 9-handed.
I like the way Everson plays. He's come onto this final, feature table, and already raising up blind v blind with the 10 deuce suited, raising queen 6 off here on the button, trying to drive some of the action. We'll run into it a little bit. Liu in the small blind with ace jack offsuit.
1.1.
1.1 is greater than a 4x 3-bet, more than 4 times the size of Iverson's raise. He is out of position. He doesn't want to give incentive for his opponent to call in position against him, so goes for this bigger sizing, tries to get more folds. Iverson loves a stare down. Loves a stare down, lives for it.
Folds the queen 6.
Only so much staring that's going to help a hand as bad as queen 6 off. He has to fold.
I have 5, please. Sure.
So Liu is playing a 42 big blind stack. Meanwhile, Lu, the difference is subtle, is playing 48 bigs and is the table chip leader. The really big stacks and the really short stacks are at the other table right now.
And at this stage of the tournament, it's important for these players, and I'm sure they are, to be aware of the stack sizes that are out on the second table, on the outer table, because as you mentioned, James, there's a pay jump at 13, correct? So if there are two around 10 big blind stacks on the other table, then these guys don't necessarily want to get involved in anything overly silly or overly complicated, just waiting for some bust outs and potentially waiting for those ladders.
Marton Czuczor opening with ace-5 of clubs, raises to 250,000. Queen 10 for Liu on the button.
He folds. Looks like we're folded round to the big blind. Storakers making the call with ace-8 off. And pairs the top card, both of them do. Storakers with the better kicker, Czuczor with the backdoor straight and flush draws. Czuczor with the betting lead, but this might be a situation he can choose to either bet or check. His kicker is such that he can't really go for 3 streets of value, and against a stack that covers him, he might choose to pop control. Isn't going to do that. Goes for a value bet on the flop. Quickly called by Storakers, off to a turn. Storakers still out in front.
Oh.
Now both players will be chopping, should it reach a showdown.
83% of the time. This will be a chop pot. And just to be clear, Spraggy.
Oh no.
It's 3, 2, 1, go.
Someone just overshove. Something happened. Should I start sooner because I'm on
I'll
remote?
wait for you.
Okay.
I'll give a double beat after 1.
Can Czuczor just triple pot all in? Get him off a chop.
I think it's going to be tough to get him off this chop because of the king on the river.
Save me. You might try to value bet here against a hand like King Queen or King Jack that Storakers called with on the flop and catches his pair of kings. I wouldn't be surprised to see him make a bet on the river, but I think you're right, James. The king makes it very likely we're chopping. Very quick call, bet and a call. You know what that means.
A quick call indeed. Well, you know what they say. 3, 2, 1. Everyone loves a chop pot. Perfect synchronicity. Well done, Benjamin.
Was it?
Oh, no, it's perfect.
Oh, my end, I was ahead.
No, no, no. I factored in the delay.
Genius.
So we're at the other table now. Shannon Shaw against Balakrishna Patur, and Patur has shoved the river. Decision on Shannon Shaw. It's all into call, and it is an ace-king 7 tray deuce board. Shaw folds. Yeah. Trust chat, way better than Finton.
Yes.
Spraggy, you nailed it. Beautiful thing. That went good.
And so on and so forth.
Grammy material right there, folks.
The only reason I like the everyone loves a chop pot meme, James, is because we get to see nearly topless photos of you.
What, the one that we had to censor after we got a cease and desist notice from Twitch?
Raise from Liu with the ace-3 offsuit in the cutoff. And raise and a take it.
Going to let you in on something, Spraggy. We are having some new merch designed at the moment for the Poker in the Ears podcast. And one of the things that's in production at the moment is a brand new Everyone Loves a Chop Pot t-shirt. And I imagine we'll have hoodies and baseball caps to follow. The new design is really cool. And that's all I can say at this stage.
News. My brother will be delighted. He actually, before I started working with you guys on the EPT, what, 2.5 years ago now, this third Barcelona, isn't it? He was a fan. He has an Everyone Loves a Chop Pot hoodie.
Wow.
So he'll be delighted to hear new stuff on the way. King Queen offsuit for Liu. Once again, looks like he's going to be coming in for some action. And ace-10 offsuit for Liu in the small blind. Both over 40 big blinds deep. Plenty of room to play this one. Lose ace-10. He's going to reach for chips. He's out of position. And it's going to be a raise. It's going to be a 3-bet from the small blind. Up to 900,000. A little bit smaller. And in the big blind lurks the ace and the ace.
So Torre is the effective stack here, Spraggy, and he's the shortest stack at the table with 24 bigs. Is this a 4-bet get-it-in spot?
I think so. I mean, up 24 big blinds, if you see a raise and a 3-bet in front of you and you just flat here, it's very, very suspicious because even your kings want a little bit of protection against ace-high boards. So I don't think we see him flat. Of course, he's not going to fold, which really only leaves 4-bet all-in. As well, you've got to consider some of the action you might be killing. Let's say Liu is 3-betting a hand like 2 10s, which would call off a shove. If he flats and the board ends up king, queen, 7, or even like queen, jack, 8, then he's going to lose a lot of action against the 10s that would otherwise get it in with him. So I do think his best option is just to move all the chips in the middle. I like that he's not doing it immediately, as if he might have, you know, a more marginal situation. And now he pulls the trigger. 4 bets all in with the ace and the ace.
So Liu has folded the king-queen. Action back on Liu, who 3-bet with the ace-10.
Yeah, and I think his hand is just a little bit too weak. His ideal situation was that he gets the fold against the initial raiser. Once he sees the 4-bet, ace-10 offsuit, just not going to be strong enough to put the rest of the chips in the middle. I mean, sure, your opponent might shove pocket 9s here, probably even pocket 8s here, but he's also shoving all the better ace-X, he's shoving queens, kings, aces, they all have you dominated. Got to get out of the way, and he does.
Well, we're heading over to the other table, Spraggy. We've got an all-in and a call. Simon Brandstrom, all-in with aces, called by Shannon Short with queens. Brandstrom, the player at risk, but he has the dominating hand.
Shaw was on such a great comeback. Looks like he's in trouble here, though.
Let's run this. The flop is Jack 5-3. Simon Brandstrom has to fade a queen on the turn or river. Two outs for Shannon Short. No queen, aces hold. And that's a double up for Simon Brandstrom. And I think Shannon Shaw has just lost half of his stack there.
feel a little bit for him. He did really well to get back in the game, but he's run into a couple of coolers. Just nothing he can do about that. He's right back on the short stack.
Just getting verification. 945,000. So Brandstrom's now going to have 2.2 million, and Shannon Shaw is down to 1 million. And remember, blinds right now are 60,000 and 120,000. Shannon being railed by his fiancée, Joy.
Eight big blind stack for Shannon Shaw. He came back before off just 4 bigs. He's done it once, he can do it again.
Let's head back to the main stage. We'll keep one eye on those guys on the outer table. And we see what Liu does with ace-6 of diamonds. I think he's going to raise under the gun. $260,000.
Liu once again with a hand he might fancy playing. Reaching for chips. It's like a call in the cutoff again versus under the gun. Some players are going to use this as a 3-bet. Liu will be delighted that he didn't, because Torre wakes up with it behind once again. 2 kings now. Nice little card rush for him. And given the aggression that we've just seen out of him, I think this hand's going to be one that he wants to 3-bet anyway, but it's even nicer when you've just cold 4-bet all in, perceived to be being aggressive. Now you pick up the kings on the button, which is a spot where you're going to be squeezing as a bluff sometimes, so it's nice to be able to squeeze and actually have it. He does squeeze it to just shy of 1 million chips, 960,000. Action back on Liu, our original raiser with ace-6 of diamonds.
A bit. Yeah. It's warm. Yeah, it's warmer than the other table. I guess the lights on. Yeah, so... I should take out the jacket. Yeah, I think so. Probably I will. In a couple of minutes.
Liu lets it go, and Liu quick to follow. Torre disappointed not to see more, but picks up more chips over the 5 million mark.
Yeah, he's the second biggest stack at the table. Johan Storakers has 5.2 million, about 43 big blinds, and Torre on 5.1 million has 42 bigs. Still 15 players remaining, 25 minutes into level 30. Leandro Bustillo, the Argentinian online qualifier, folds under the gun. Storakers is out. Liu folds. Torre with 10-5 of clubs.
Terrible hand for him.
Queen, deuce of hearts for Marton Czuczor.
Pretty close. Going to see some players raise, some decide not to. Looks like Czuczor's coming in for the steal. 250,000 on the button. And Jack 9 in the big blind, good for a defend, off to a flop. And a little bit of something for both of our players. We got the flush draw from Czuczor. Liu with the gut shot straight draw. Up against a very wide range calling in the big blind. We spoke earlier about good bluffs. Situations where your opponent can do lots of folding. This is certainly one of those because the big blind's calling a lot of hands. He's going to miss very often. And also it's good to have hands that can improve on later streets. This one, of course, the flush draw. So a nice continuation bet spot for Czuczor to take. He does, 175,000. Having defended Jack-9, when Liu sees a board where he does connect fairly well, has a chance to improve, I think he'll be doing something other than just folding his hand.
680.
That's something other than folding. He's coming in for a check raise, 680,000 announced. Applying pressure to what is perceived to be a wide continuation bet from Czuczor on the button. Let's imagine Czuczor c-bets here with something like King-9 of clubs. He's going to get a very quick fold, which means that Liu's bluff is going to be immediately profitable. We can see that Czuczor has a hand that's likely to continue, Queen Deuce of Hearts.
This could get very interesting indeed. Czuczor calls the check raise, this hand going to the turn.
And 2 million chips already in this pot. There are some very fun turn cards indeed. Queen is one of them because Liu actually now turns open-ended, and if he wants to put pressure on a hand like Ace-3 of clubs, then betting on this turn, he can certainly represent that occasionally he's made a straight himself.
But from Czuczor's perspective, Spraggy still has the flush draw, now has a pair to go with it.
Yep, even more outs. If he was up against an ace, he can now hit a deuce or a queen to get there, to go along with his hearts. Liu not slowing down, 800,000.
And that's the weird thing, from Czuczor's perspective, he may be thinking about what cards he needs, the irony being, he's actually got the best hand.
Yep. And we may even see a situation where he realizes he has the best hand, right? If he's confident enough to say Liu is bluffing with 8-9 or Jack-9 or even a smaller flush draw, we may even see him hero all the way down. I think for the 800,000 chip price, given he also just picked up a pair, he won't be going anywhere. That is indeed a call, and this is a monstrous pot. 3.6 million chips, and we're off to an all-important river card.
Neither player has pot behind. Czuczor the effective stack with 1.81 million, and he rivers the flush.
And it could be a situation where Liu attempts to represent that he has a flush. Some of his bluffs on the flop are going to be flush draws. And if Czuczor gets here with Ace-3 of clubs, it would make a hand like that a very difficult call. So Liu may fancy his chances of getting a fold by shoving this river. 1.8 million effective behind, about half pot.
I'm all in.
He's all in.
Shoves on Czuczor,
Hard.
who calls all in with the best hand and will get a huge double up through Liu.
What the hell?
You just walked into it, buddy. You just represented the hand your opponent has. And now Marton Czuczor is up over 60 bigs, 7.25 million. And Jiayuan Liu has dropped down to 1.1 million. He's got 9 big blinds, Spraggy.
It's really unfortunate because I actually think his bluff's really good. He's going to have a lot of suited hands in the big blind. He can represent a lot of flushes. He can represent some straights. His opponent is going to get to the river with some weak one-pair hands. But unfortunately, as you say, James, he was representing the hand that his opponent had.
800.
Great coup for Marton Czuczor, who is now the chip leader at this table. And Liu in the danger zone. Well, we are going live to the other table. where Shannon Shaw is all in with King 8, and he has been called by Pasquale Braco with aces. Oh my God, he has aces. Shannon Shaw's EPT Barcelona main event life on the line. Huge underdog with 5 cards to come. Keeps running into aces.
Gotta feel sorry for Shannon Shaw. Not out of it yet, though. King on the flop.
Well, that's one pair.
King or an 8? Yes. It's okay.
Braco filming the moment for posterity. Ace on the turn, that'll have Shannon Shaw drawing dead. It is over. Shannon Shaw eliminated in 15th place. Cashes for 81,130 euros. And we are down to 14 players as his chips slide across the table to this guy, Pasquale Braco.
Things are really starting to heat up now, James. Eliminations, huge pots, big swings.
Marton Czuczor still stacking chips after that huge hand against Liu.
And Torre, the card rack, picks up kings again. That's aces, kings, and kings. 3 out of the last 4 hands.
And we just saw Liu crippled in that previous hand. He's got fewer than 10 big blinds. He's got ace-jack in the small blind. He may decide to take a stand here.
Yeah, I don't think he has a choice now with this newfound short stack. Ace-jack, a really good pickup off 10 bigs. I really do feel like that Jack-9 was such a clean bluff as well. You got a feel for him. I think just keeping an eye on the tournament clock here and the number of entrants and things like that, potentially pay jumps, but maximizing his time banks, takes a look to see what's going on the outer table, but I don't think there's any way he's not all in.
8 seconds more. He has 8 seconds more. Now you can do it.
I'm all in.
He is all in.
We've got Bustillo in the big blind who folds. Back on Torre who will call. Now we are on a money jump, so we're kind of playing soft hand for hand, and that means we are going to wait until the hand at the other table is finished before dealing out this all in.
Ace queen, ace king, kings.
Liu has just heard that he's drawing thin.
Så money jump om en åkt ut där borta och han är all in mot honom, han har kungar, han har S-knäck. Så kommer inget S nu så blir det money jump.
So a reminder that there's a money jump between 14th and 13th, and that may be one of the reasons why Liu was taking a while to make that shove. But with the hand at the other table now over, we can deal out this all in. The ace-jack of Liu, the at-risk player, against the kings of Giovani Torre.
Not this time.
Let me bet it once.
No ace on the flop, instead it's a king, and Liu now has just 2% equity, a 2% chance of survival.
He said, let me bad beat once, it'll be a bad beat from here. Well, he's got a chance to do it, picks up the straight draw.
He's got 4 outs. He can survive with a queen on the river. No queen, and Jiayuan Liu is eliminated in 14th place. He cashes for 81,130 euros, and we're down to 13 players. 6 at the feature table, 7 at the outer table.
Sir? You good?
No.
I'm good. Sir?
Well, that was a busy few minutes, wasn't it?
It's all kicking off.
It had to, though.
Yeah.
We had that slow but steady first couple of sessions, and the blinds catch up with these players. Something has to break eventually.
Can I have fives, please? Thank you.
Torre now playing a 54 big blind stack, 6.54 million. Marton Czuczor still the table chip leader. The shortest stack at this table is now Leandro Bustillo. The Argentinian qualifier has a 25 big blind stack. Still 54 minutes to play at this level.
Yeah, it's actually been a really nice day of poker because you had the deeper stacks earlier on the first couple levels. We saw a lot of post-flop play. We got to see Patur pulling all his moves out. And now because the stacks have got to the point that they are, we're getting to see all these high-energy all-ins. So I'm enjoying myself. How about anybody else?
Czuczor opens with Queen 9 suited. Round to Johan Storakers in the big blind with King 3. Flops top pair. Checks the pre-flop aggressor.
Very decent board for him. Expect to see some form of continuation from Czuczor. Has seemed quite willing to bet hands, bet flops versus the big blind. Has the backdoor, pretty much backdoor everything. He has the backdoor running straight in both directions, backdoor flush draw. A bet and a call. I like Storakers, very quick to act with these calls. Love to see it. Czuczor could have picked up some equity on something like a 10 or a jack for a straight draw, or a spade, or even a 7 or an 8, but the 5, no help. He seems to be giving up.
Do you think Czuczor bluffs the river here?
It's somewhat difficult. Once you check the turn, it's very difficult to really represent too much, to the point where even a 6 might get stubborn against you, so maybe not folding out too many hands. Storakers checking would kind of indicate that he has something he's willing to show down, and not a hand like 7-8. Indeed, it just go check, check. Storakers tables the winner. But a million chips in the middle, all of these spots important at this point. Storakers up to 5.7.
So 4 more eliminations until we are down 2-1 table. And we go 9-handed up on the main stage. Torre with King Jack under the gun.
Has plenty of chips. Certainly decent enough hand to come in for a raise.
That's him.
Does indeed open it to 250,000. Raise and take it.
Good fold.
Thank you, John Delano. Hashtag PokerStars TV. I'm glad you are entertained. Queens for Johan Storakers. Opens on the button. Raises to 365,000. Everyone else, Spraggy, opens to around 2x, 2.1x. Storakers, old school, 3x in your face.
Gets the job done.
It does. Those of you asking about the free roll, you have not got long to wait. Coming soon to a PokerStars lobby near you. Today's PokerStars TV free roll with $1,000 in WCOOP tickets in the prize pool. So keep watching the stream. Very soon we'll reveal when the free roll is starting, what it is called, and the password. Remember, you will only have a 15-minute window. Registration will close when the free roll starts. No late reg.
Do you want some good news, James?
Yes, I do.
I'm sat at my PC. I can play the free roll today.
Yes.
Extra value for me.
Absolutely. Not an option for us here in Spain, I'm afraid.
Almost 6.
Storakers this time, James, coming in for the smaller open.
Interesting.
Which is even more interesting, actually, because I would have expected that a hand like sixes would be one that he kind of wants to force more folds pre-flop, and a hand like queens is one where he wants to induce more action, but he's actually gone the other way. 265,000 from the cutoff with 6-6. Two of the deepest stacks, and Czuczor here with ace-king suited.
365.
Just going to call in the big blind, it looks like. Disguising his very strong hand, and flops incredibly well. Top pair and the nut flush draw.
91% equity with 2 cards to come.
Yeah.
Now this is a board where Storakers versus a big blind might want to take a continuation bet. Even folding out a hand like Jack 10 of hearts is going to be a win for him. Hard to get his hand to showdown unless he forces a fold here. So we do see him bet, and bets pretty sizably. 540,000. It's a big bet. Czuczor really could go either way with this. There are no bad turn cards for him. Versus that sizing, he may feel like his opponent's going to go big again on the turn. Chooses not to slow play, though. Raises it up to 1.6 million. I think Storakers' hand, obviously he doesn't like getting check raised in this marginal spot. And sixes does block some of the bluffs if his opponent is likely to bluff around the straight draws, like 6-7 or 6-9 even, 6-4. He does block some of those bluffs. Makes it a little bit more likely his opponent has one of the hands he's check raising for value. So if you're going to defend here, I think sixes not really where you want to start. He has a lot of stronger hands. He does indeed let it go. Czuczor with a pickup, flatting ace-king pre-flop. Flopping very well indeed.
Up to nearly 7.7 million, 64 big blinds with half this level still to play. Storakers third in chips at the table with a 42 big blind stack. Under the gun fold from Leandro Bustillo. Storakers with ace-jack.
Oh. 365.
Sizing watch, back to the 3x.
Round to Everson, who's got queen 4 suited in the big blind. Let's it go.
Winner for Storakers.
And is Maracas. So we've got these 6 players at the feature table. There are 7 players on the outer table. 13 remaining. From a record-breaking 1,988 entries in this year's EPT Barcelona main event. Prize pool of 9.6 million, and most of that still to be paid out. And the 6-figure scores are in sight. If they can make it to 11th place, they'll have locked up at least 100 grand. Up top, 1.66 million euros. Yunye Lu opens to 250. Queen Jack offsuit. Ace 3 suited for Torre.
Certainly another hand where players might consider a 3-bet pre-flop. Could well see a call in position. Could see a fold, and we do.
Marton Czuczor folds the button. Everson in the small blind, passes. Leandro Bustillo is in the big blind. 8-4 off. He folds as well. Raise and take it for Lu. Well, we're going to head over to the other table, Spraggy, because I had just heard the words all in. And it's Diego Falcone who has shoved, and the decision is on Balakrishna Patur.
10 seconds. All right, another day.
And Patur folds. The shove gets through. Falcone does not show. Money went in on the turn.
Patur quickly becoming a favorite amongst our chat for his style of play. I'm sure, or rather I hope, that we're going to get to see more of him. Nine 7 suited for Iverson on the button, who hasn't shied away from raising in this position. 9-7 of diamonds, a nicely playable hand. Bumps it up to 240,000.
Ace King suited for Storakers. What I'm interested to see here, Spraggy, is if Storakers 3-bets, and looks like he has, is his 3-bet sizing as large? Yes, it is. 1.2 million, he's made it.
Yeah, I mean, I think out of position, you definitely want to go bigger, and 4 times the size of the raise would be okay. So even going up to about $1 million is probably where most players end up, maybe a little bit less. But 1.2 is certainly on the larger side of things again. But, you know, I don't hate it. You are disincentivizing a call on the button. And that can lead to a lot of awkward situations, especially with a hand like Ace-King. He is just going to get the fold. But as you mentioned, James, it's a little bit more on the old school side of things, these bigger raise sizes. A player who's been around, as you mentioned, for about 20 years on the circuit.
Started playing the EPT back in Season 1 in 2004. So here we go then. Today's PokerStars TV free roll is now live in the lobby. It will start in 15 minutes time at 5:45 p.m. Central European Summer Time. You've got 15 minutes to register for today's free roll. $1,000 in WCoop tickets in the prize pool. You will find it by searching for Who Wants to Live Forever in the Stars lobby. I can guarantee you that is the title. There are no extra letters, no spelling errors. It is called Who Wants to Live Forever, and the password is Instinct, lowercase INSTINCT. Instinct is the password for Who Wants to Live Forever. The password for the free roll in the Stars lobby, unless you're in China, the Czech Republic, Italy, India, or New Jersey, or anywhere in the world where PokerStars does not offer real money gaming. Sorry, Australia. Sorry, United States of America.
Instinct, James, pass, please, Instinct.
We'll keep it on the screen.
I'm in.
So did you manage to successfully search for the free roll and find it?
Yes, I turned all of my filters off. I typed Who Wants, and there it was.
There you go.
It's all good today.
That was an important step that Spraggy mentioned there. Turn off your filters. Meanwhile,
Yep, and the good news is you don't have to deselect anything. There's literally a button that toggles them on or off. So
Yes.
if you just want to whack them off and then keep them as they are, whack them back on again once you find it, you're all good.
so we've had a 3-bet here. Torre opened under the gun with 4s. Lu with queens in the big blind has re-raised to 800K.
Certainly, depending on stack depth, you might want to take one off with 4s. I don't think we're quite deep enough to call the 3-bet. So Torre going to let it go. Lu's 3-bet is a success, I suppose. James, guess how many people are already in the free roll?
Couple of hundred?
1,400.
Okay.
Keen.
Wow, we got very small window of opportunity. Registration will close when it starts in 12 minutes time. So make sure you search for Who Wants to Live Forever in the lobby and register using the password Instinct.
And good luck to everybody. Good luck to those of you who managed to grab yourself a ticket during WCoop. Folded round here to a blind v blind battle. Lu with the Jack-10 offsuit in the small blind. Just comes in for the call. And Torre, ace-4 in the big blind. Can take a free flop if he wants one. And he takes that free flop.
Let's see what the flop brings. Jack 8-6. Top pair for Lu.
Who starts with a check. Plays pretty trappy. I think Torre's not going to be too happy with this board. It's very connected. It's difficult not to have some sort of connection. And his ace high can still be good if his opponent's checking some king highs, queen highs, and just giving up. He's in for a rough time if he starts bluffing. Looks like he's going to do so, though. And a pretty big bet as well, 200,000. The range is being very wide. I mean, Torre's going to get here with 100% of hands. Things that he doesn't raise, he just checked in the big blind, so he could be as wide as 7 deuce. Seven on the turn. Lu checks again. And this is a problem with bluffing with a hand like ace-4, is it's very difficult to improve on the turn or even pick up equity outside of your 3 outs to the ace. If he was bluffing here with a hand like 9-10 or 7-10 or 7-5, he's going to improve, but ace-4 quite far away from this board. He does have the bottom end of a bad gut shot. 5 would make him a straight. He does seemingly tap out on this one. Check, check to a queen river. Lu's hand still best. Checks it once again. Once Lu has checked 3 streets, Torre might put him on a hand like a 6. Maybe he turned a 7 with something like 10-7 or 7-5. So he could well pick up bluffing here again, try and represent a queen and fold out some of those smaller pairs. But he's having none of it. Checks it down. Lu tables the jack. It's good for 760,000 chip pot. SNRG says, Spraggy is in, that's not fair. I am indeed playing in the free roll, along with 3,100, nearly 3,200 other players. Between you and me, though, I'll let you in on a secret. I'm not gonna try super hard, and I'm distracted.
Can I ask you to check something in the lobby?
Yeah.
What is the actual breakdown of the prizes? What kind of WCOOP tickets can you win?
Dice.
Okay, so at the moment, first place is a 109, second to third 55, fourth to fifth a 22, sixth to 9 and 11, 10th to 49 is a 550, and 50th all the way down to 264 is a $2.20 ticket.
I like that. So the tickets go up, so it ratchets.
Yeah. It's going to give a lot of people an opportunity. I'm sure there are satellites and things like that. It's just giving as many people as possible a chance to get involved with WCOOP, which I think is nice. And I will say this, whilst I'm on air, there will be other opportunities, not just from this stream, but on other PokerStars streamers here on Twitch. So myself and Lex and Finton and Ali, I'm sure we'll have some ways for you guys to get involved in WCOOP. So do stick around as we head into the series over the next 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, the World Championship of Online Poker starting this coming Thursday.
440.
Blind v blind, a raise from Torre, a fold from Czuczor with the 7 deuce.
Some people would re-raise with my hand.
Yeah.
I just fold.
You're right there, Spraggy.
I was just closing my door. I don't know what my neighbors are building, but there's a lot of construction work. There's always something going on.
$260.
8-9 suited under the gun for Bastillo. Coming in for the raise, Czuczor with the pocket 3s in the small blind. taking a little bit of deliberation over this pre-flop spot.
Like 3-6.
Trying to get an idea of his stack size, see if he can try and set mine.
Oh no, the Spanish commentator just started singing "Who Wants to Live Forever."
That's one way to get the message out. He's moved all in here. This is pretty aggressive versus an under-the-gun open. He's going to get the job done. Aggression pays off here for Czuczor. Fairly boisterous, aren't they, our Spanish commentary counterparts?
Oh, yes. So Czuczor moving up to 8 million. Meanwhile, we have an all-in here at the other table. Simon Brandstrom has shoved with 10s. He's up against Balakrishna Patur's 7, so it is domination nation. The 10s, the hand at risk. Ah, 7 on the flop. Always coming 7, and Brandstrom is now at risk of elimination.
Huge card for Patur.
Return card. It's a 10!
Wow.
Domination restoration. Incredible.
Surely not.
No, surely not. No. 10s hold, and that will be a big double up for Simon Brandstrom. He had a dire level 29, but level 30 has been much kinder. He now has a stack of 7.8 million. He's pretty much tied with Marton Czuczor for the chip lead. Meanwhile, Patur is down to 4 million.
Best hand holds up eventually.
Big swings now, which is to be expected when the blinds get big and the stacks get shallower.
All hail the magic hand.
You're going to like it. Not a lot. Okay, the raise from Lu with ace-7, the 3-bet from Torre with king-9. Action back on Lu.
Love this 3-bet from Torre. King-9 suited. Nice hand to use versus the EP opens. Gets the job done. I think Torre is one to watch. I really like his decision so far. Obviously, at this feature, we've seen him pick up aces, kings, and kings, which is bound to do okay with those. But this king-9 suited 3-bet, I think he's seemingly taking his opportunities. Something one to keep an eye on.
Just a couple of minutes left to register for the free roll. Remember, if you're in France, Spain, or Portugal, do not use the same tourney ID, the same number as the .com version. The name is the same, but the ID is different. So search for Who Wants to Live Forever. Search for it by name, not by ID. And the password is Instinct. That will get you into the version that's running in France, Spain, and Portugal, awarding Galactic Series tickets.
You're not going to believe this, James. My dad just messaged me saying, how does he get into the free roll? Does it ever end?
I don't really know what clearer instructions to give. There are only so many times you can say, turn off filters.
I think he's having some issue with his laptop. Sorry, Dad, I can't help you now, but good luck to all our other free roll players. You've got 1 minute.
Is there a son on the planet who is not the appointed IT engineer for their father? Still 13 remaining with 25 minutes on the clock until the end of this level. Action folded to Czuczor, he's out. Alexander Iversen has ace-8. And that's your lot. Free roll registration closed. Good luck to everyone who managed to make it in as you compete for a W Coupe ticket. Around 5,000 runners, is that right, Spraggy?
Yep, 4,844. Good turnout. Not such a good turnout for our players here. Both of them missing the flop. Iversen with the betting lead continues on the King Jack 4 with just ace-8. Lu folds.
Now, if you are the victim of a bad beat in the first orbit of the free roll, I'm sorry. But trust me when I say, no one, literally no one, wants to hear about it.
No, we certainly don't care. We really don't.
And I will revoke any sympathy I have for your situation if I see anything approaching a bad beat story.
Here they come, James. You tell Twitch chat not to do something.
We got people in the chat with swords. I suggest they use them.
Ban on sight.
365.
All right. 365. Back.
Sevens for Storakers. Back to the larger opening size. 365,000 with 2 sevens. I think Torre's hand is still plenty strong enough that even versus the larger raise, he'll fancy a defend. But he does fold it. I think versus a min open, we're certainly going to see the Queen 9 of Diamonds call. The larger raise size of Storakers does deny the equity in the big blind. Gets it through once again.
So just a quick look at the payouts. The next 2 players out, so 13th and 12th, pay the same, 90,860 euros. Make it to 11th place and you've locked up 101 grand. I love the fact that you have moderator status, Spraggy, and that you can...
I'm ready and waiting, James.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do your thing. Bustillo has dropped below the 20 big blind mark. Starts his hand with an 18 big blind stack. And the blinds will go up in 20 minutes' time. Looks like he'll open this one with a raise to 240,000. Well, going to the other table, An all-in from Cyril Mombrum-Massot, called by Diego Falcone. And looks like we're joining this on the turn. Falcone flopped a flush with King Jack of Spades. And it looks like Cyril Mombrum-Massot is drawing dead with 8-9. An inconsequential river card. And that is the end of Bron of the Blackwater. The master of coin is gone. The Frenchman exits in 13th place. Cyril Mombrum-Massot cashes out for 90,860 euros. Au revoir, Cyril.
Still, Smile's got to be happy with the outcome. 90,860 euros, no mean feat. As we rejoin the action, looks like we've got two pair versus an open-ended straight draw here on the feature table. Bustillo looks like he's raised, defending the big blind from Czuczor with the 9-7. Check, check on the flop. Big brick turn.
So worth pointing out that Bustillo only has 16 bigs behind. He was the pre-flop aggressor, elected not to continue the flop with his open-ended draw. And with the lack of a c-bet on the flop, Spraggy, no surprise to see Czuczor leading here.
Yep, certainly doesn't want this one to check through again. Definitely trying to build value now. No point having a good hand if you're not going to get paid. So he's coming out firing. 450,000. Bustillo's every right to consider the fact that his jack and his queen are still alive out. Czuczor definitely going to be bluffing sometimes. And definitely occasionally just going to have a hand like a 10 where the queen and the jack are live, so may have as many as 14 outs. Plays a time bank card. It is a big bet, James.
Yeah, and that card will get him an additional 30 seconds on the shot clock.
He has just 1.9 million chips in his stack. This is 450,000 to call. So around 25% of them. Big moment.
So easy at this point to spot the people who've never played in an actual card room, questioning why he's wearing a coat. Over-officious air conditioning is the answer to your question. As Bustillo moves all in, snap call by Czuczor, who is a 4-1 favorite here, and Bustillo is going to need to spike a king or an 8 on the river to survive.
It's a gutsy play. I can say if he was up against a 10, he has 14 outs. He has just 8. Two pair, too strong.
He qualified online. He's guaranteed his best result here in the EPT Barcelona main event. Does it end here? Is it a payday of 90K? 3 on the river. I know you've been waiting for this one. Bustillo is busto. Leandro exits in 12th place, cashes for 90,860 euros. We are down to 11. The remaining players have now all locked up 6-figure scores, and we're 2 away from being down to 1 table.
Joe Stapleton angrily rips up a full page of Bustillo puns. Gone too soon, but Czuczor up to nearly 10 million chips, a huge hand for him.
Yeah, he's the chip leader right now with close to 10 million. Czuczor was the runner-up in Prague in 2016. Looking to go one better here in Barcelona, take down the biggest main event we've ever had on the tour. And we are now 5-handed at the feature table and 6-handed at the outer table. 15 minutes till the break.
And that's some of the disadvantages of not opting for a continuation bet there with the Queen Jack. He had about 16 big blinds to start the hand, if I'm not mistaken. And if you bet on the flop and your opponent shoves, you've got 2 cards to come, and a lot of the time you do have 14 outs. When you check back, you're kind of in an awkward situation on the turn in that you still have a lot of outs to improve, but you're facing a big bet. And I think he kind of got a little bit ahead of himself and ended up playing for all the chips with just 1 card to come. It's definitely unfortunate that his queen or jack aren't live, though, because they're certainly going to be some of the time. And, of course, unfortunate that his opponent had a hand that could call off. It's very possible that Czuczor was betting as a bluff himself, or maybe with something like a 7 to protect his hand and ends up bet folding it.
Du gav Johan? 5-5 ungefär.
So let's see if there's any more crash bang wallop action before the end of this level. Czuczor with ace-3 on the button. Storakers with jacks in the big.
Sizing watch. Wow. It was really small, James. We saw him previously with ace-king, out of position versus a button steal. He made it 1.2 million, which was just over 4x the size of the raise. This time, he cuts right down to just 630,000. And typically, this means that Czuczor is going to be able to peel a lot of hands in position. Hands like 8-9 suited, Queen 10 suited, anything Broadway, any suited ace. But ace-3 is really almost exactly the type of hand that you don't want to call. Very easily dominated, not much playability. So even for the good price, ace-3 is into the bin.
You want to see them now?
He's going like the clappers. He's Johan Storakers, and he's got 50 big blinds. Torre under the gun with ace-jack here. The 90th hand we've seen today at the feature table. Domination situation because Liu has ace-queen in the big blind. Just a defend. And heads up to the flop. Domination. Rotation. Torre pairs his jack. The gut shot for Lu.
Yeah, don't think Lu's going to be too upset just yet. Still has a decent amount of interest on the flop. I think I'd like to see the flat call pre. These guys both reasonably deep stacked with just 11 left, so Lu doesn't really want to have to 3-bet and then be forced into a fold with his ace-queen. Bet and a call on the flop. And a repeat jack is even stronger for Torre. He makes trips.
Better than a 9-1 favorite. Action check to him a second time. And will another barrel get a fold from Lu?
Certainly now a situation where Torre will be looking to get 3 streets of value against a king if Lu defends the big blind there with something like king 10 or king queen. $600,000 is the bet. Very interesting turn card, because from Lu's perspective here with his ace-queen, maybe he feels like Torre doesn't bet again if he has a king. He might be afraid of the jack and pot controls some of the kings in his range. So he could consider that this turn bet is polarized, meaning that Torre either has a jack or better, or he's bluffing something like queen 10 or ace 10. He isn't going to put the move on him, though. Just gets out of the way, and correctly so. Torre did make trips and does drag in the pot.
Torre playing close to 7 million. Marton Czuczor still the big stack, though, with 80 big blinds. As we continue to play 5-handed at this feature table.
Can confirm for the chat that Patur is still in on our outer table. Things
Yes.
haven't been going quite his way. I think he's lost a few chips since he got out there, but still in the tournament.
Yeah, last time we checked on him, he was down to 4 million, so he's hovering around the 30 big blind mark at the moment. The most amazing story is the comeback of Simon Brandstrom, who was playing 9 bigs and is now playing around 60 bigs.
675.
Uh-oh.
675.
Storakers is going to 3-bet with 9s after Czuczor opened with jacks.
This could develop into a very interesting pot. Already an interesting one pre-flop here. A little bit surprised to see Storakers 3-bet. They're very deep.
5.8, I think. 5.8.
It is worth pointing out, of course, that although this is shown as under the gun, we are only 5-handed here, so
Yes.
the hand strength will increase because we're not playing at a full 9-handed table. Czuczor, I believe, announced his call.
He does. So he's out of position without the betting lead, but he does have the best hand. And it's still best post-flop. However, 2 overs.
Yeah, more than likely to slow things down. Indeed, we do go check, check on the flop. Another queen on the turn. Check again from Czuczor. Check again from Storakers. 6 changes, nothing. It's one of those, James, I think both players are just kind of happy to try and show down their hand. Both will fancy their chances of winning. I mean, from Czuczor's perspective, he's never going to get a better hand to fold. If his opponent somehow gets here with aces or a queen or a king, it's not going to fold. Just whether he thinks maybe he can get called by worse. Looks like he could be value betting here. Yeah, 220,000, really small, targeting 9s, 10s, exactly the sort of hand Storakers has, and he's getting paid. Really nice to get that extra 225,000 chips at the river there, where a lot of players might just go for a check-check.
220? 225?
No, about 225.
225.
He's up over 10.7 million, close to 90 big blinds. 4.5 minutes on the level. So Spraggy, this is the end of your shift for the day, at the end of this level. Finton's up next, but you will, of course, be back for the final table tomorrow.
Yeah, very excited. It's been, like I said, been really enjoyable. First 3 levels here of the day just flown by. We've seen some good poker. We've seen lots of all-ins. And it's nicely balanced, headed towards the final table. And back tomorrow to play to a winner.
Indeed.
And you guys get to enjoy Fint in hand for the rest of the day.
We do.
It's the real joy. It's the real joy.
I particularly enjoyed yesterday when I got a message, sorry, Finton's had to go and feed his dog. And I was left on my own for 3 minutes.
Arlo comes first.
And I completely understand why.
That's the joy of a cat, see, James. Billy Wright, he just looks after himself. The cats aren't needy, right?
He's not even your cat.
Good point, well made. Blind v blind, a limp and a check. Off to the flop. Ace, 6, 8. Nobody's got anything.
$120.
Bet of 120,000.
Take it. Yeah.
Sees Torre close in on the 60 big blind mark. Just 2.5 minutes left on the level now. Edgar wants a chop pot so we can see Joe's nipples. First of all, the dealer doesn't do requests. Secondly, that's not Joe.
At Instastate, Instagram's probably the best bet for that type of material.
You'd know if it was Joe because that meme would be all hair.
Back to the 3x open. It can only be one man. It's Storakers with the ace-queen suited under the gun. King 5 marking on the button, round to the blinds. Fold in the small.
And looks like a fold from Iverson in the big. It's raise and take it for Storakers. Okay, Edgar is a very simple human being. Doesn't care whose nipples they are, just wants to see nipples. I've got bad news for you. They're also pixelated.
Such a slow roll.
Gonna say, if you want to see attractive human flesh, a poker stream is probably not the best thing to tune into on the internet. Ace Jack of diamonds for Lu and a raise to 240k.
Attractive human flash is quite the choice of words. It sounds like how Buffalo Bill might describe that situation, James. Attractive human flash, eh?
It takes the notion from the basket.
Grossly overrated film.
Agreed. I'm telling you, Spraggy, Manhunter is where it's at. We're heading over to the other table quickly. There has been a raise from Diego Falcone. And Simon Brandstrom, who's gone from short stack to big stack this level, has the decision. Bet size verified, clock restarted. 10 seconds to act. Brandstrom calls. Sousa folds the small blind. Braco in the big blind also passes, so heads up to the flop. All diamonds, 10-9-6. Action on Falcone, who was the pre-flop aggressor. He does not continue, checks the action to Brandstrom. And that's a bet of 200,000. Falcone folds, and that will take us to the break. What a level for Simon Brandstrom. So we're going to come back from break with 11 players remaining as we play down to the final 6. My thanks to Benjamin Spragg. We'll hear more from him tomorrow. Finton Hand will be providing analysis on the next level when the blinds go up to 80,000, 160,000, putting the pressure on some of those shorter stacks. Live action continues in 18 minutes' time here at the Barcelona leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Piotr Nijinsky has aces on the button.
Oh, hello there.
How much do you have? I have 18.55 with the small blind.
Oh, geez, that is very accurate.
He has nailed it every time he's been asked. He has exact numbers.
A raise to 200,000. Ben Heath has King Queen.
I don't feel like he's going to have any other option. We are going to see an all-in.
He shoves for his last 18 big blinds. George Hanna folds the big. Snap call by Nijinsky, and Ben Heath at risk and way behind.
Very at risk.
Yeah, good hand you would have played anyway.
There's nothing Ben Heath can do. An unfortunate situation to find himself in.
Yeah.
You know, that's the drawback to being short stacked.
But you never know. You never know.
The hands are tied.
Look at John Joanda and the power of positive thinking.
The power of 13% thinking.
King in the window. Wow!
Oh, man.
King and a queen. Two pair for Heath. He is now ahead, has a 2-1 advantage. Nijinsky can hit 10s, jacks, and aces, though.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but aces have out?
The deuce on the turn changes nothing. Heath now a 3-1 favorite. Well, actually, it does give Nijinsky additional outs, of course. Deuces, 10s, jacks, and aces would see Heath eliminated. It's a 10 on the river. It's Broadway for Nijinsky, and Ben Heath exits in 12th.
Wow, what a tease.
87% of the time, it works every time.
We are heading over to the other table where there is an all-in and a call. Fabiano Kowalski all-in and at risk. He was second in chips coming into the day. Kowalski gets it in with 8s against Mark Buckley's ace-10. It is a race. Pocket pair against 2 overcards. And Kowalski, who we saw crippled in that huge coup against Wang, will need that pair to hold to survive.
It's going to come down to flips every once in a while when everyone's just playing their game.
The flop is 3-7-3. The pair is holding. The turn card is a 10.
Wow, huge turn for Buckley.
You know, you got to get it on the flop.
No 8 on the river, and Fabiano Kowalski is out in 11th place. We now have 2 tables of 5.
I can't imagine that Dimov would ever be folding here. Ace-10 suited going to be an extremely strong hand, given how often he's going to isolate the small blind here. I think with ace-10 suited, he can comfortably call. Keep in some dominated ace-x hands that might want to limp raise occasionally. Of course, sometimes he will be dominated by hands like ace-queen, ace-king. I think he'll be pretty confident to play a pot in position here against Hannah.
He calls the 3-bet. And we are going heads up to the flop with 1.9 million in the pot already. Dimov, the effective stack, with 3.6 million behind. Wow. King, 10, 10 with 2 clubs. Trips for Dimov. The flush draw for Hannah.
I would not be shocked to see this go bet and shove a lot of turns, given how Hannah has turned it up in the last few levels.
Turn it up.
Dimov got to be absolutely delighted with that flop.
Those are the grey 100K chips. Wow, that's a big bet. And a pretty committing bet.
I think Dimov will always just be called in here.
The dealer has verified that it is 1.4 million.
3 million to play on the turn and a pot that will be almost 5 million chips. I would be shocked not to see him shove.
Oh.
Wow, just shoves the flop.
Yes.
Snap calls.
Wow, an all-in and a call. Trips against a flush draw, and Dimov here a 3-1 favorite to double up.
You don't love it, though.
Yeah, he's hoping to see ace-king, aces, something that doesn't have anywhere near as many outs.
So far.
If Georgiana cannot improve here, he'll be left with just 8 big blinds.
Have, right? I'll take the ace-10. You never know. This is the skill part of it.
I'm praying for you.
Going to be hoping for the club. We'll lock him up the platinum pass as well.
I'm praying for you, Hannah. I'm dreaming of you, Hannah.
You're not the first person in Twitch chat.
7 cards can eliminate Ognian Dimov. He needs to fade a club on the river. He's home and hosed. He gets the double up through George Hannah, who will be left with fewer than 10 big blinds. Dimov moves over the 9 million mark.
He went for it. He just didn't get there.
George Hanna, the short stack, on the button, pocket fours.
Time to dance. Got to be pretty happy to pick up a hand this strong.
He just calls. Timov folds the small blind. John Juanda has kings in the big blind.
I wonder what Juanda wants to do here. It seems like an obvious all-in, but Hanna having limped the pot just makes a little bit of an unusual hand. Is he going to go for a small raise?
A tickler, a teaser, 350,000. And just a call?
This is some street poker. 8 big blinds. Let's see a limp on the button, a raise from the big, and a flat call on the button.
You gotta wait for a safe flop. Or don't hit a set and fold.
A 9-8-6 flop with 2 clubs.
I mean, that's gonna look like a safe flop.
I'd imagine Juanda is just going to be all in here, though.
And it's got 500K behind, just 5 big blinds, and Juanda checks to him. Now he's all in. Juanda snap calls. And it is domination nation. And George Hanna needs to spike a 4 on the turn or river, or we are down to 9 and we hit the redraw.
We got some sweats. We got some sweats. We got club sweats. We got straight sweats. There's both sweats right there.
Wow.
Straight flush draw.
5 or a 10 for a chop.
It's all going on here. Chop opportunities. Outs for the win, but it's a blank on the river, and that is the end of George Hanna's EPT main event journey. He exits in 10th place, cashing for 98,900 euros. We are down to 9. Stop the clock.
Yep, I would like to have those too. Nice hand.
Yeah.
Goodbye, gorgeous Georges.
The break now or in 2 minutes?
Now, because there was 2 minutes left on the clock, it makes total sense to take the break early and conduct the redraw during the break. The final 9 players will take their seats on the main stage and continue to play down to 6. We need to check in with the other table, though. There's always the possibility that there's a hand in progress there, and we could see another elimination.
Come on. Not in Barcelona. It doesn't happen to me in Barcelona.
And it looks like there is a hand in progress. And that hand has finished. So time for the redraw. We will finally have all the remaining players in this record-breaking event at one table under the lights.
It's the record-setting EPT Barcelona 2018. We started with 1,931 players, and we are down to the final 9. I'm Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton. With me is your Auntie Mommy, Randy Nanonoko Lu. Randy!
Hello, Stapes babies.
Hey, buddy boy, look at this. 9 players left. That's not just our feature table chip count. That is the chip count for everyone who's left in this dang tournament. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. The unofficial final table, it will be the official final table when we eliminate one more player. Uno más jugador. Patrick Clark, one of 2 Irish players here at the unofficial final table.
Jack 9 suited, pretty playable hand. He is going to raise it up. King Queen. Pretty good too. Looks like he's going to make the call.
Timov has not shied away from any hands, and why would he? He's 3rd in chips. Juanda folds the small blind onto the other Irish player in the big blind. Pocket 6s.
Buckley starts the hand with 61 big blinds. I think probably too many to get aggressive here.
Yep, insta call, I like it.
But certainly enough to see a flop. So we got Ireland, Bulgaria. Queen, queen 10, 2 hearts. That is an up and down straight flush draw for Clark. Trips for Dimov.
This could get very dicey.
We're gonna see some more chips going in the middle, that's for sure.
So the king of hearts is dead, so he is missing one straight flush out. Action on Dimov. Oh, actually, action on Clark. Going to continuation bet here. Can't blame him. He's got a very good draw.
Not only is he missing a straight flush out, but that also takes away a straight out and a flush out.
That is correct. I think when Buckley sees a bet and call in front of him, I think he shouldn't be too excited to play his pocket sixes. Occasionally he is ahead, but then, you know, your opponent could hit a 10 and you get counterfeit at the 6 high.
Oh, no, no, no. You're not calling for pocket sixes here. You're calling to hit a 6.
750. Wow, I was going check raise here.
Ooh, raising. This is ill-timed at best.
So Buckley just doesn't think his opponent has a queen. Going for a check raise. I do prefer check raising than check calling as played. I think you just can maybe win the pot, get some better hands to fold. It's not going to get Clark to fold this draw. Now Dimov, king, queen. They're all so deep. I don't think he's looking to get all of the chips in because it's the final table. They're what, playing like 60 plus big blinds. Yeah, I think he is just going to call here.
Now
Kinda
let's say,
see what
Randy,
happens.
when you get 2 calls, you might shut down, right?
Yeah.
If you don't hit your 6. Now, but if you get 1 call and 1 fold, you got to be prepared to barrel again, right?
You got to be prepared depending on what card comes out.
It's a deuce on the turn.
Yeah, he doesn't hit. I think Buckley just needs to just give up. You know, just.
That card's such a brick, the third little pig could have built his house with it.
So Buckley actually made this hand pretty interesting by going for a check raise. Could have been a very different hand.
I mean, did a big favor for whoever the eventual winner is going to be.
Clark. If I'm Clark here, I actually think my opponent, there's a decent chance my opponent has a queen. I'm not sure if I'm be too excited to start betting.
It's weird though, right? Because you don't want to bet because you're like almost certainly up against a queen from one of these guys, maybe both. Okay, the way the hand's gone down.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if you don't bet, then you're facing. They set the price.
Yeah, they
for
set
you to
the
draw.
price. And then you don't want to like call. You don't love calling with just jack high, and then you're like, oh, I've got so many outs. It really is a terrible situation for him.
And now, if you have the queen here, you know one or both these guys are going to have a big draw. You could have charged the pay. You did not. So Clark got off kind of easy there and got a free card. And it goes brick, brick.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think the king-queen could have thought about it a bit more. Just maybe bet. Maybe he's a little bit afraid that someone's got like queen 10, pocket 10s. Doesn't want to get himself in a situation where he's got to play for his whole stack at this part of the tournament.
I'm a pessimistic poker player, so I always think, man, when I check here, if I have king-queen, when I check, they're going to get there. But that is about as safe a card as could have possibly peeled on the river. Dimov, after checks around twice now, I would be shocked if he did anything but value bet this.
Yeah, I think he should value bet. He should hope someone's got like queen jack, like usually. The most likely hand he can beat that can call a big river bet. He's gonna reach for a lot of chips.
And this should go fold, fold. $2,250,000. Buckley
still has to think about the guy in the middle. He could have a big hand still. Buckley's probably thinking, they really both check back a queen on the turn? I mean, the answer is yes. We can see the whole cards. Do you really want to risk 2 million chips right now?
2.2.
Buckley still has not made his decision. Now, granted, he does owe a time bank card for the clock running out. There, I would be shocked if he burned through another one. Whatever he's going to do.
I wonder if he's thinking about calling or check raising. I actually don't know.
I mean, look, I can see the whole card, so wow, there goes another time bank card.
I would say if he makes a check raise, it would look insanely strong.
Especially after tanking for this long.
When you invest 2 time bank cards, sometimes you feel a little bit more invested.
I feel like look, I feel like when you have it, like a 1 time bank is a good sort of meta game.
Sure.
But I take back what I said. When you think this long and then put in like a super huge raise, there goes, finally he makes the fold. So I guess he was genuinely troubled. No metagaming there at all. And there's the quick fold from Clark. And Ongyang Dimov. Ongyang! Now second in chips.
So that was August 2018. This is August 2019. We're back in Barcelona with the PokerStars European Poker Tour, and it's day 5 of the main event. It's the day that we play down to the final table and beyond, hoping to end play with 6 remaining. Right now we have 11 players, 5 at the feature table, 6 at the outer table. The last level saw a fair few eliminations, and I would suspect that we'll lose 2 to 3 players over the course of the next 90 minutes as the blinds go to 80,000, 160,000 with a big blind ante of 160K. This is the lineup on the main stage. Marton Czuczor may well be the chip leader right now with 10.5 million. The shortest stack here is Alexander Iverson with 27 bigs. There are shorter stacks on the outer table. I'm James Hartigan, joined by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And the real story of the last level,
yes,
Joe,
I'm listening,
was the redemption and ascent of Simon Brandstrom, who finished the previous session with just 9 big blinds.
Simon Sandstorm, do-do-do-do-do.
And after some Brandstrom brainstorming, he is up over the 7 million mark now.
Yes. You love to see it. A comeback story, a chip in a chair.
So this is level 31 of the main event. We're getting cards in the air, and we are saying hello to Finton Hand.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Hi, Finty.
Yeah. What's up, Joe?
Finty, before the cards are in the air, is there another Finton's feature to talk about today? Did you watch another movie?
No, I didn't get 2 in a row, Joe. Relax.
One movie per month is all Finton can handle.
Max.
I was hoping to make Finton's features a regular segment.
I mean, if I get my own feature every single day, then maybe.
Okay. No dinner break.
No dinner break. 30 minutes at the end of this level.
No dinner break? I'll allow it.
You guys?
Okay.
Players are being told that at the end of this level we'll take an extended break of 30 minutes, but yet no plans for dinner. We are hoping that we can get this wrapped at a reasonable time. 5 more players to lose until we are done for the day.
That was 1 stack of 25.
Aha, okay.
All right, my babies.
And we always put them in 20s. So
Yeah.
it's much easier for us.
Everyone is now guaranteed 101,820 euros. Everyone guaranteed a 6-figure score.
Can I please see that represented visually?
What do you mean?
Like, I want to see it in a graphic.
Well, you can ask for it, and in half an hour's time, you might see it. Oh, wow. How did you make that happen?
Yeah.
You're amazing.
30 minutes ago, I ran back there and pressed the button.
Wow. He is good. The Doc Brown of poker.
Great shot.
Makes the payout table appear on our screens.
At first place prize is 1.21 gigawatts, AKA 1.65 million euro. Yes, we are getting there. Let the bodies hit the floor. 5 more to go.
First hand of the new level, and Giovani Torre has King Queen under the gun.
5-handed, this is a slam dunk raise. What do we got there? Is it 95? Can't be right. 350. Haha. I'm just coming back, all right? Take it easy.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay, Johan.
It's already folded in my mind.
We've all done it. Only player left to act. Yunye Lu. Who's Lu? Anyone? Anyone yet? Anyone with that reference? I'll give you a hint. Tom Hanks.
Run, Forrest, run.
Not from Forrest Gump. From the same era, though. Queen, deuce 7.
Det blir bara 30 minuters break, men vi kommer...
Exactly. Top pair for Torre.
Is it the one where he's stuck in the airport?
Before that. And before Forrest Gump also.
Is it the one where he's stuck on the beach?
No, it's before that.
Okay.
Is the
it
one where
he's stuck in the big man's body?
It's after that one.
I have no more Tom Hanks movies. I tried my best.
Is it the one where he's stuck in space? No, it is not the one. Hold on, someone's gotten it. Robotomon, A League of Their Own. I would imagine probably wasn't too big in Europe because it's about baseball, but it's a fantastic movie.
Is it so fantastic it should be on?
Nah, it's way down on the list. If you're like a baseball fan, maybe. That's right, LCC. Tom Hanks gets stuck in a lot of places. We just saw a bet from Torre, 600,000. And that's enough to get the worst hand to fold. Any particular thoughts on that hand?
Best hand pre-flop, best hand on the flop, best hand on the turn, deserve to win.
Pretty simple. Pretty simple.
I'll tell you what, Joe, considering tomorrow will be our final day of commentary for a little while together.
It's not easy.
And I did enjoy the first movie that you recommended. There's no rush. We're going to be on for a few hours tonight, but if you think of anything the next couple of hours before we get down to 6 players here and wrap up for the day that I should watch, I'll commit to watching it later on.
Wow. Wow, with great
go
power.
classic.
Yeah, comes great responsibility.
You want me to watch Spider-Man?
No. No, but if you hadn't seen Into the Spider-Verse, that I would be like, watch it right now. Just take the rest of the level off.
I could watch it again if you want me to. You got this on your own.
We'll come up with something new. What kinds of movies does Hannah like?
I don't like the movies. I'd say like not gory would be the only requirement.
Not gory.
Oh
Oh boy, we got action. All in call at other table. This could be gory. We have a river card being dealt. This is pocket aces against Jack 10. And Patur drawing dead, I believe, before the river. And that is it for our good friend Balakrishna Patur. Whee! No more. out of here in 11th place at the hands of Simon Sandstrom. Do-do-do-do. Get him, chat. Well, I thoroughly enjoyed watching Balakrishna Patur this entire tournament. Sad to see him go, but that's, hey, that's how the biscuit crumbles.
I always thought it was how the crisp crumbles.
Oh, how the crisp crumbles. Okay, crisp crumbles. That's hard to say. Crisp crumbles. Crisp crumbles. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan today. Back to our feature table. Somehow Torre has managed to bink a 6, which is ahead of pocket 5s. Although Jack 6 may not know they have the best hand. You can see the action we missed displayed on your... Well, we could see it. Small blind versus big blind. Torre did bet the pair of 6s on the flop. Check, check on the turn.
Probably got to be pretty confident at this point that a 6 is going to be good. Liu might feel that he'd be able to make a small bet with his 5s either. Has anyone impressed you over the course of the last few hours? Any fun moments like Patur yesterday? He was given all the action.
Well, I was off the last level as well, so I did do the first couple of levels with James and with Spraggy, and there was plenty of hot sauce coming from Big Papa Patur. But it's been a relatively slow day. We started with 16. We're only at 10 now. This being the third level of the day. And, you know, this is just the day where everyone's clinging for dear life. You know, Finton, everybody wants to make the final table. That's when the real prize jumps are, and everybody wants to make the final day. So things tend to slow down from 16 till about 9. And that's right where we're at now. Yunye Lu. What say you? 320,000, 7-6 suited on the button. Torre's out. Czuczor also out. Czuczor T-Tours. Action on Storakers to start. He folded. So does Liu. Torre. Boring. Snorri, 7-6 on the button.
Depending on what sort of stack you are facing here with the queen tray, you might be inclined to want to raise it, put a little bit of pressure up. It's Iverson with the less than 30 big blinds. Could have potentially put him in a tricky spot. Like you said, every player wants to make the final table. We'll lose one more player. We will go to 9, all on the one table before the... Is it still official final tables at 8?
That is correct.
I always found that weird. If I'm down to the final 9, nobody can take it away from me.
I'm calling this the
table.
final table. Yeah, it's just always been like that. It's one of those weird things. Kind of like how in England, public school is called private school and private school is called public school. something like that. Ace-8-7 is his flop. Another small versus big blind confrontation. Iverson betting with the best hand.
It's somewhat interesting to see him betting with King 5. I guess he's betting for protection. Seems unlikely it's a hand he would elect to use. Bet multiple streets.
There will not be multiple streets. Not on this hand, at least. Not on my watch. So I decided that Iverson looks like a stepdad that's always just kind of at the end of his rope with his stepson. He's just like, well, what do you think we should do about this? You're driving your mother crazy. I just don't know what to do anymore. Action on Giovani Torre. I just got done saying your name. You're going to fold? Now Marton Czuczor.
It's going to let you down as well.
Come on. From now on, I'm not going to say that. Okay. Concerned stepdad. Look at him. He's like, I just don't know what I can do. What do I have to do? He's always searching for a punishment. What do you think we should do, bud? In a way, it's true, because he's always searching for a way to punish his opponents, too, like this race with ace-8 suited. Hello, Frez.
Take it.
Yeah, Storakers folds the big. Oh, he's smiling. He's smiling. You came to an agreement. Alexander Everson. I was thinking of Allen Iverson from the Knicks. Up to almost $5 million. He never played for the Knicks. He mostly played for the Sixers, but didn't he play for the Knicks towards the end? No, I don't know sports, but anyway. He punched a guy, right? He played for the Grizzlies at the end. All right. Either way, not this guy. Czuczor pocket queens in the cutoff. Latrell Sprewell from the Knicks that punched his coach. Choked his coach. Ah, whatever. All athletes are the same. I see Fenton's a little fired up about sports right now.
Yeah, a little bit.
Cahill's knee, right?
A little bit mad.
What happened?
Don't need to talk about it on here. Don't need to talk about it. It's fine.
This is an Ultimate Fighting Championship?
Yeah, pretty much. It was a knee to the knee, took him out.
Ooh.
Referee gave him the win.
Ugh. Oh, I wish I hadn't even thought about that.
It's from football, Joe. Don't worry.
It's not
a serious
fighting.
injury.
Okay.
Folded around to Liu in the small blind with the Jack 4. He is going to try and complete.
I abhor violence, unless it's Emerald Lagasse kicking it up a notch.
What you play, boy?
Yunye Lu limps in the small blind. Torre in the big with 8-6.
525.
Wow. That is a big raise. You would really step in it if you were up against a hand here.
Looks like it is going to work though.
Yeah,
Put a
against
little
the,
bit of
525.
against the Jack 4. Finton, I keep stepping on you and I'm sorry. I'm very excited and I don't want to
That's
cut
all
you
right.
off. So when I stop, you go ahead and continue your thought. I apologize.
I want to hear what you've got to say as well, Joe.
I'm just feeling air. You're the brains of the operation. Action will be on Alexander, don't call me Allen Iverson.
Alexander's a powerful name.
It is one of the most powerful names in history. Oh my God. And the most powerful starting hand in all of No Limit Texas Hold'em. Arguably one of the strongest hands.
I personally prefer the clubs and the spades, but not picky.
Oh, and this could be absolute danger. Will Robinson for Giovani Torre. And we know he likes to re-raise big, or at least raise big. Let's see how he handles the 3-bet situation. He raised pretty huge when he didn't have it. Maybe he'll be a little more in control now that he thinks he has it.
Interesting to see if Iverson ever elects to slow play. Although, we might not be seeing a raise at all. Torre just going to call.
Just going to call from the small blind. And he's given a really fantastic price to Czuczor as well. That's right, Subis. OMG, GG, cooler alert. 9-5 tray. So Torre's pre-flop slow play might save him a little bit.
Yeah, it's not a board you'd imagine that he's going to get too out of line, especially with the big blind in the hand as well. Iverson always so deliberate. Straight away staring at his opponent after he makes the bet. Torre might feel, after flat calling with such a strong hand free, that he doesn't want to be folding here, but the problem is being sandwiched in between two players. It's not the most attractive proposition, but he is going to call at least one. And Czuczor with some nice backdoors, but I think he's just going to get out of the way here.
Pretty tough 3 ways to convince yourself that you have any reasonable way of getting there, although that diamond would have helped. Torre drawing officially dead.
I think we're very likely to see the end of this hand on the turn. Iverson playing 4.2 million, just under 2 million in the pot. He's going to be looking to bet a size that makes it a very comfortable river shove. I think anywhere from like 1.2 to 1.5 million.
$1 million chips is the bet.
Don't really see how Torre can continue. Yes, he's going to be ahead of some hands, but some of the most likely hands that his opponent's going to be double barreling, the queen 10, the king queens. He has the queen in his hand. It's not ideal, as we see Iverson getting the folds, picking up some chips, and moving up to 6 million chips.
Iverson, Torre, and Czuczor pulling away from Storakers and Liu, at least at this table. Yeah, Ira Clipper Hofferman. Oh, such a great name. The bus back to the city is waiting for you, Ira Clipper Hofferman. But yes, you are correct. Torre lost the minimum playing it that way. In fact, maybe that's the movie I should assign to Fintan Hanford tonight in my top 5 comedies of all time. This is gonna be a polarizing movie though. Fintan's either gonna love it or he's gonna hate it, and he's never gonna watch another movie.
No, I trust you. What you got for me?
It's a movie called Wet, Hot American Summer.
Let me write it down. It sounds a little bit like something that I could get in trouble for watching.
What?
Okay.
I'm so sorry, Fintan, but Alexander Everson has aces again.
Excuse me?
And this time he has a chance to 3-bet. He is not under the gun. He's in the big blind.
I wonder if he's going to be ever tempted to just flat call here. Any raise off the 20 big blind stack out of the big blind is going to look incredibly strong. Does look like he's reaching for some raising chips though.
$1 million? 1 million even is the 3-bet. And I imagine this hand is going to be over before it can start. It is indeed. Aces twice in 3 hands. Pretty sick. All right, Fintan, what odds will you give me that the next hand will be aces again?
Ooh, I'll give you 200 to 1, Joe.
200 to 1 on, okay, and €1. Do you want me to bet more?
Sure. No, it's fine because it's a lose-lose for me, but for the moment, I'll take it.
Okay, here we go. €1. I'll make it 10 if you want.
Right? No, it's okay.
Yeah, we can take it in bar credit too.
That's fine.
Oh, come on, aces.
Just for Alexander, though, right?
Yeah, just for Everson. Blockers, yeah, we got blockers already.
Well, you don't believe in blockers, so that's not an issue.
I don't believe in block. I mean, look, there was ace queen against aces moments ago.
Oh my God, he folded it. Oh, okay.
All right, I owe you.
You owe me €1. Give it to the. I know you're a good tipper, so just add an extra $1 to the next person.
Will do. Yunye Lu, raise and take it. There are your chip counts for these 5 players of the 10 remaining players. There will be a redraw as soon as the next player is eliminated. Yeah, Wet Hot American Summer, buddy.
I've got it written down.
It was a movie that I saw in the theater when I was in college, and I was laughing so hard in the theater that I punched my best friend in the arm. Do you remember that when you were a kid and you used to like laugh so hard that you'd have to hit somebody?
Yeah. Did he forgive you?
Oh, he was laughing just as hard. And that's a walk for Lou.
So, what at your 43, right? So this must have came out a long time ago. It was when you were...
It came out in 2001. It actually came out like weeks after 9/11, which I think really is part of the reason why nobody heard of it until later on. It was not a good time for movies, especially wacky comedies. And you will recognize most of the cast who have gone on to be like pretty big stars now.
All right. We'll watch it later on.
Czuczor folds under the gun. Tall face says something about Mary in the theater. I was crying, laughing on the sticky floor of a movie theater. Yeah, I saw that movie twice in the theater myself.
Do people still do that, do you reckon? Because my dad's favorite movie ever is One Flew Over a Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah.
And he said he went to see it like, you know, double digits amount of times, like somewhere between 10 and 20. I can't remember the exact number. I don't think that happens anymore.
I mean, look, I saw, what's the last movie I saw twice in the theater? I saw Deadpool twice in the theater. But the thing you gotta remember about your dad and his generation is they didn't...
There was nothing else.
Well, it wasn't that there was nothing else. It was that when the movie left the theater, you never got to see it again. There was no home video. There was, I think HBO didn't become a thing until like the early 80s. So if you really liked a movie, you either had to wait for it to get re-released at like a, you know, like a revival of it, or that was it. So if you liked a movie, you had to go see it a bunch of times. I was just talking to Spraggy about this earlier. I saw the movie Signs 4 times in the theater. I saw Good Will Hunting 4 times.
That's a good movie. I've seen that one.
Good Will Hunting was like my #1 movie for a long time. Yeah, I saw the Star Trek reboot, the first one from about 10 years ago. I saw that twice. What else have I seen lately twice? I know there's something else more recently. I saw Meet the Parents twice in the same day in the theater. It was my birthday. That was my second best birthday ever. I was going to the movies twice. Torre limps in, King 9, Czuczor.
Like 7 now? I think it's 8. 8.
2 pretty big stacks here. Have you seen a movie more than once in the theater, Fenton?
I'm actually messaging my friend right now because there's one movie I've gone to see twice and I can't remember what it was called.
Oh my God, you better go a third
No, but
time.
I loved it. Hold on. I loved it. Do you know, like, it's a really, really silly movie. Was it called MacGruber?
Oh, MacGruber, yeah, that makes sense. The one with Will Forte?
Yeah, years ago when I was quite young. I only went twice because I went once with my good friend Kev, that you would know from the EPT broadcast, and then I went one with my then time girlfriend. But yeah, I loved that at the time.
I actually really disliked that movie, but I wanted to give it another shot one day. It didn't do it for me, especially because I loved it comes from a sketch from Saturday Night Live. But I think Will Forte is super funny. All right, so there was a raise from Czuczor, made it 550,000. And he did flop a pair. Unfortunately, Torre's pair is bigger. For both of them, neither one has an ace.
Interesting to see. Czuczor wants to continue with this hand. Better board for him in general. Board that he's going to be wanting to bet a lot.
His pre-flop raise does favor him for having an ace. Torre does have the second best pair you can have on this board.
Yeah, he's going to go absolutely nowhere just yet. There's some run-ins that Czuczor might be tempted to turn his hand into a bluff on. But with King 9, just an absolute mandatory call, and not really much reason to ever want to raise. You don't really achieve a lot. Your opponent is going to have a lot of aces. It's also going to have a lot of bluffs that you can potentially let him keep firing off on. Oof, that's a good turn for the 6-4.
Man.
Czuczor has gone from praying his opponent has a weak hole in to now hoping that he has that ace.
Yeah, right. I love it when your read changes based on what your hand is. You're like, please don't have an ace, please don't have an ace, please have an ace, please have an ace.
Definitely a spot where he's going to want to bet a very reasonable amount on this turn. Maybe about 1.5 million just to set up a nice river shove. Looks like he's going to bet exactly 1.5. It's not it's not an auto fold here with the king nine. If your opponent's aggressive, which he clearly is, if he's raising hands such as 6-4 off, he can still have a lot of draws on this turn. Nice 7-8, 7-5, 5 trees, some diamond draws. It's not a fun spot though, being out of position. A lot of the time you are going to be facing a bet on the river for your tournament life. And he is just going to let it go. Nice fold. Guess it's a spot he feels like he's still going to have a very reasonable amount of aces that are going to limp call. And he doesn't want to get into a very marginal spot at this point versus a player that covers him with 10 left here in the EPT Barcelona.
Jack 10 offsuit for Johan Storakers. And this is a walk for Alex Everson, who appears to be getting less and less concerned with his stepson by the minute. Storakers, the shortest stack at the table, that equates to about 23 big blinds. Yunye Lu is in the same region.
Thank you.
Action once again folds around to the blinds. Everson 10 deuce. Doesn't seem like the kind of guy that gives a lot of walks.
Yeah, he can put a little bit of a pressure on his opponent here. Like I said, everybody want to just make that final table, get down to the final 9.
He is once again very concerned about his stepson. Just is beside himself. At a loss for words.
I'm all in.
Storakers, jammin'. The kiddie game is down the street. Or something. .56 minutes left on this level. Still waiting for our 10th place finisher to walk from the tournament area so we can condense down to 9 for the final redraw. Tenth place earns 6 figures, Finton, 101,000 euros.
Very healthy score, but at this point, 1.6 million euro up top in the largest field in an EPT of all time. You gotta be dreaming. Gotta be dreaming of the 7-figure score.
You gotta be dreaming, you gotta be fresh. Finton, if you won 1.6 million, would it all go right back into your bankroll? Would you buy 1 or 2 dumb things with it?
I'd go live on a beach for the rest of my life and no one on Twitch would ever see me again.
Thank God. That's the right answer as far as I'm concerned.
I might show up for a few days to gloat. I might just get all out in cash, just sit on it.
What you should do is buy yourself one of those money machines where all the bills blow, all the notes blow around in there, and then just try to catch them on stream.
I could just do my whole...
Storakers all in over the top of the race from Iversen for the second time in 3 hands.
4.5.
Torre's going to be getting out of the way with Queen 4.
How much is it? 4.5. 4.5.
And once again, we be jamming, we be stacking chips. Up to 32 big blinds now. Still second from the bottom, but is nipping at the heels of Iversen and Torre.
Showing his willingness to put a stack at risk even on the bubble here. Identifying a few opponents. Iversen twice in a row, just opening maybe a little wide and just taking the show spots.
So many Swedes left. That's fun for me as a Swede, says William on Twitch. It's fun for all of us. We like it a lot. Lulu, what say you? 9-7 off on the button. Coming in for a raise. Blinds 80,000, 160,000. Oh boy, oh boy. Pocket aces for Giovani Torre. Already got 720,000 in the middle.
Yeah, I think it's a spot where he's going to have to just re-raise. Hope that his opponent has a hand that can play back at him. It's a pretty large raise given how short Liu is.
1,025,000.
Re-raise is to 1.025 million.
I guess it's not that big, just a small bit over 3x. Can't really go too much smaller. He's going to raise some alarms.
I re-raised the minimum.
It's always a giveaway.
For action, please. A 4-bet would be great, if you don't mind. Rockers, Jack 8 suited under the gun. Nah. Pocket 10s for Liu, however. That's a yeah. Liu is the shortest stack right now. Starts the hand with 23 big blinds. So sick. Doesn't 3.8 million seem like a lot?
It is a lot of chips. Just not a lot of big blinds right now.
That's so many starting stacks. The souls of so many tournament lives inhabiting the space in front of, hey, look, it's Patrick Antonius.
I seen Patrick getting a massage on the broadcast a few days ago, and I was just wondering to myself, how much is that girl paying to massage him?
Yeah, from what I understand, it's a very reasonable rate. I think it's like 50 a minute.
Word every second.
Iversen defends. It's a set for Liu. Nada for Iversen. Can't hit running spades. No hearts. Got some running straights he can make. Always bet your sets. And just gets the insta-fold from Everson.
Did I just repeat a joke that you told before, Joe? I apologize.
That's okay. Great minds think alike. And I bet, Finton, that if you were in a place like France, Portugal, or Spain, your great mind would be thinking alike my great mind, and that we would be playing this Galactic Series.
Absolutely.
It's the alternative to W Coop. If you live in one of those territories, September 1st through the 23rd, man, oh man, are you gonna wanna not see daylight. 15 million euros in guaranteed prize money, only 250 euros for the main event. Over 250 events, most of them pretty reasonably priced. If you wanna spend a late summer in one of those places, chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, and playing some online poker outside of school, do it in the Galactic Series. That sounds super cool, actually. Just do like a couple of days in like Marbella or Ibiza or something in September. Be there for the closing down of the clubs, play some online poker while you're hungover the next day.
Play in the club on the app.
Oh yeah, that's
Sometimes.
great. Sorry, babe, I would love to dance with you, but I got jacks in position. Liu with another pocket pair. This time it's threes. He's min raised, and it looks like Czuczor is gonna get a little out of line on the button with Queen 8 suited. It seems like
I like it.
Seems like
Lou's
whoa. Go ahead and explain what you like about the Queen 8 3-bet. Pretending as if we haven't run it into Ace King.
I just think that Lou's been pretty active off his stack size, and he has ended up folding through raise a few times, and I like it to pick that spot off, but as we can see, Queen 8 suited gets the bad news that Ace King is behind. Nah, he's never calling way too much.
5 points.
Okay.
And Storakers is almost never squeezing here, and he shows him.
Yeah, he can't bluff there, really. I mean,
play.
while he does have a reasonable amount of fold equity, he's dealing with a raise in first position, a re-raise off the chip leader who can easily call. He's got to have a very reasonable hand to 4-bet jam there.
It's way too easy to get looked up. Storakers now second in chips at the table, tied for second in chips with Giovani Torre. Czuczor still up top. Everson's got 32 big blinds. He's second from the bottom. All eyes right now on Yunye Lu with his 23 big blind stack. Seems pretty composed to me.
Yeah, he's been trying to get involved, trying to pick a few nice raise spots.
Yeah.
Raise the 9-7 on the button. Raise up with the pocket trades. I've been afraid to get involved.
Everson on the button with ace jack. Seems like the standard raise is to 320. Standard 3-bet is to $1 million. Storakers folds king 6 of hearts in the small. 7-5 of hearts in the big for Liu. Fake it till you make it. Liu playing as if he's got a 60 big blind stack. Not that I'm saying there's anything wrong with defending here. And boy, does he flop good here. That's what we call flopping the joint. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, flopping the joint.
It's actually a board where Iverson, in general, might be inclined to want to do a lot of checking. But if he feels his opponent is playing somewhat tight and he can put a bit of pressure on the final table, it's a little bit of extra leverage that he can try and take advantage of.
Tough to leverage a guy who's flopped a straight. He has to make sure it's true.
He's going to slow play it. He's just going to make the call. I think at 20 big blinds, you don't always have to raise here. Gives your opponent a chance to catch up on the turn.
Everson does not catch up on the turn. The board doesn't get significantly worse for him, though. It wasn't great to begin with. And when Liu checks his cards and then calls, like the worst he's gonna have is a flush draw, right?
Yeah, I'm not too sure when people check at their cards what exactly it means, but it's interesting to see Iverson going for the double barrel here, maybe trying to target 4x and 6x to fold, possibly expecting that if Liu had an 8 or better, he might have just went with it on the flop. If he had a hand like 9-7, maybe he would have elected to check raise.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have a lot of pair straight draw combos in this dynamic.
Very interesting if Liu just elects to call here, because then the hands you mentioned, the pair plus straight draw, he can have a lot of them once he calls this turn, because he's unlikely to call this turn with just a 4, just a 6. He's likely to have played for stacks on the flop with some of his 8s. So Iverson might end up going for it, particularly if we see a spade on the river or something that changes the board drastically. But if I'm Liu, after seeing my opponent bet into me twice, less than 20 big blinds, I'm most likely just going to go all in on this turn.
Yeah.
It's not that your hand necessarily needs a huge amount of protection whilst it can help. It's just that if your opponent does have pocket 10s, ace-9, any of the overpairs, maybe you don't want to see a terrible river card. But Liu is going to continue laying this trap. And as we can see, against Iverson's exact hand, this is the perfect play.
Right. Yeah, I'd probably get a little goofy there and raise and fold out all of the bluffs, thinking that my opponent's probably stronger than he is. Liu checks for the 3rd time. 3.3 million in the middle.
I feel like if this was the queen of spades, the king of spades, an overcard to the board, plus completing the flush, Iverson might have been very tempted to go for it, but on the 6 of spades, it's a little bit less appealing.
That 6 obviously would be one of those pair straight draw combos. That would make up a decent chunk of Liu's range. Also, if Liu has an 8, he might get hero-y with that as well.
I guess Iverson, the last thing he wants is to check and be up against a hand like 4-7, maybe even a hand like 8-7 that he could probably make fold.
Yeah.
But it's just a very tough river card to pull the trigger on.
This could really go either way. All in.
Wow.
Everson announces all in. Now Liu just has to make the call. There is a paired board. There is a potential flush.
Oh, Iverson's going to feel a little bit like this is a slow roll, but it's certainly not. He has to call.
He calls. And Everson is going to lose a massive pot. Just walked right into that one. This style has been working out incredibly well for Everson. And in any other situation, any worse hand than a straight is going to have to maybe lay that down.
I think it's easy to say he's after blasting off, but at the same time, he's putting his opponent in such an incredibly tough spot with the vast majority of his hands. Not many people going to call the turn with 2 pair plus. Not many people going to call the turn with a straight. Decides to pull the trigger, and then he gets the bad news that his opponent had slow played the straight.
Absolutely. That sort of aggression is going to win you so many more chips than it's going to lose. You just happen to get unlucky there. Outer table hand. Cards are on their backs. Ace-7 versus King-9. Looks like Ace-7 is the all-in player. Falcone and Cully Sadu. Yes, Falcone, the player, all in. Here comes the flop. 5-6, so open-ended and ace-high for Falcone. Sadu has a gut shot. His king is live. Deuce is no help to either player. Ace-high still winning. All he needs a 9, a 7, or a king to bust Falcone. It's an 8. Falcone doubles up. So 2 doubles up. 1 double up here, 1 double up at the main feature table. That puts Falcone up to 1.8 million, which is not a lot of chips. Doesn't look like Sadu has that many more either. And look at this. Yunye Lu still stacking his chips from that last hand. We didn't really get to have any afterglow from his double up. He's up to nearly 8 million in chips now. Everson down to 8 big blinds.
Han dubbla.
Sorry guys, I got the outs wrong over on that other hand. Apologies. 2 pair on this flop for Lou. Flush draw for Torre, not a great one.
Interesting to see if Torre wants to bet here. Probably still gonna have the best hand sometimes.
180.
We have seen Lou slow play in the very last hand, but with a much stronger hand. The flop straight this time with a very vulnerable 2 pair, but at the same time, quite deep now. Probably doesn't want to raise and get it in, but might want to raise now for value.
He does in fact raise. I haven't seen Lou play very much, but his instincts have been pretty good thus far. Bottom 2 is a fairly susceptible hand on a Broadway board, 3 diamond board.
I'm probably just gonna fold my ace-8 here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had a little bit of a better diamond plus the good shot, then sure, let's continue. But sometimes you're gonna be drawing dead here, even if he just has like a 9 high flush or whatever.
Yunye Lu now up to almost 8.5 million. Sounds like it's bubble time in the 10K high roller. I can tell by the groans the short stack's about to double up.
I do know a few fan favorites, Tonka P and One Connor B1, both on that bubble. Lou on a little bit of a heater, looking to continue it, raising the button with the King Jack.
Might not be the best time to F with Lou. Czuczor ain't scared. He's in, perfectly understandable, suited king. And this flop is ace, queen, 9, 2 hearts. Hiya! Flush draw for Czuczor. Lou's going to continue. I think this continuation bet in general would get a lot of folds.
We can see this time it's not going to work though.
Nuh-uh.
Ten of hearts would be a naughty turn card, but both players turn in second pair.
Ugh.
I think it's a turn that Liu is going to want to slow down on quite a lot.
He does indeed. River is not a heart, a brick. Liu's kicker will play if we do get to showdown.
Czuczor is going to bet. I would imagine it be incredibly small, but as we can see, most likely going to be a check.
He bet 0, in fact. And it's Liu who bets incredibly small. 1/3 pot.
It's a little bit frustrating. It's unlikely to be a bluff for the bet check bet here. They're often going to be these exact kind of hands, maybe a weak ace, a king is turned. If he was bluffing, it's a very good turn card from to continue on. I think it's a tough fold to make, but the more he thinks about it, the more he might realize that his opponent is very unlikely to be bluffing for this size on the river.
But what's the worst hand he's not bluffing with?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's ever going to have a queen. So best case scenario, with your king, it's going to be a chop. And does your opponent always bet king 8 and worse? I'm not so sure. Like I said, I could completely understand if he makes a call here, but I just don't think people go bet check bet for 1/3. Nice fold.
Good fold.
Nice.
As Ira Clipper Hofferman calls him, Studiosor. You almost had it. Yunye Lu, the year of the Yunye. This guy was the shortest stack at the table 10 minutes ago. Not Czuczor. He was number 1. He is now number 2. It is Yunye Lu who was the shorty at this table. Had 23 big blinds 10 minutes ago. Now he's up on top with 58 big blinds. More action on our other table. This is Cully Sadu versus Simon Brandstrom, and Sadu loses another one. Sadu's got to be pretty short. It can't be as short as Everson though. Everson's got 6 big blinds.
490.
Johan Storakers mixing things up a little bit, elects to raise bigger than we've been seeing our opening raises, and this was ill-timed. Opens to 490,000 into the ace-queen.
6.5.
Pretty tricky spot for Everson. The issue being that with the ace-8 off versus an under-the-gun raise and a button flat, quite frequently he will find himself dominated. Storakers also, I think, correctly identifying that he doesn't want to make his raise too small and give the very short big blind too good of a price. As we go heads up to the flop.
Here we go. And this flop is ace, jack 7, 2 hearts. Top pair for Torre, gut shot for Storakers.
Torre going to bet when check 2. Be very surprised to see the Queen 10 fold to a single bet. Got a good shot to the nut straight. Got the backdoor hearts. Could potentially bluff some rivers if it goes check, check. That could be one of them. It'll be quite interesting if he decides to lead here, but we are going to see a check. I think it's a turn that Torre is going to want to check on a lot. So there is 2 flush draws out there that he might feel like he needs some protection from.
And that's a full house on the river for Torre.
Iverson probably not feeling so great about his ace-8 fold right now. This is not going to work. This is quite ambitious. I think if we had seen a brick river, it would have been a very nice bluff spot. But what are we really going to make our opponent fold with here? That he bets the flop, it goes check, check on the turn. We're ahead of any pocket pairs if he did decide. We've counterfeited versus 8s, 9s, 10s, even though they're likely to check the flop. I guess the only hand that makes sense that he's targeting to fold is hands like King, Queen, and King 10, but we block all them as well.
Torre makes the call. Interesting, just call.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting in one way because obviously the only hand we're worried about is pocket jacks, but at the same time, if you shove there, your opponent is never going to call with a worse hand, in my opinion. So I can understand it, even though it does look a little tight at first glance.
It doesn't even look tight. It just looks like a mistake. I don't know. I mean, I agree with you. There's absolutely nothing. Your rationale makes perfect sense. But just, you don't think, do you think that the odds of them having quads is about equal to the odds of them calling with anything worse?
I think given his size, and it's very unlikely that he has quads. But I think it's almost 0% that your opponent's going to call with worse than an ace if you shove that river with 10 left in an EPT.
I mean, Nutlow Poker does bring up the point that you get to see the cards if you just call. So there's that.
Iverson in the small blind with the pair. Monster hand to pick up. Which seems a little weird to say about deuces, but very happy to shove. When he gets called, he's going to have a reasonable amount of equity a lot of the time.
All in?
All in the call. Ace-3 versus the deuces. That is a fake flip if I've ever seen one.
Oh, man. This is not a classic flip. This is a weird flip. You don't see this one too often.
I think we're supposed to stop.
Did you say?
It is Iverson at risk on the bubble with 10 left here at EPT Barcelona.
This is like quinoa versus kale.
Like 9-ish.
One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage for Everson's tournament life. King, Jack, 5, 3 hearts. Hearts not good for Everson.
Too many outs, maybe?
The board didn't pair, at least. Everson's got that going for him. Man, oh man, can this whole thing brick out? The river. Is the 4 of hearts flush for Storakers. That's it for Everson. He's been a force this entire tournament. One forceful multi-street bluff gone wrong. Left him with dust, and now he is left with nothing. Alexander Everson eliminated in 10th place.
Yeah, redraws.
Storakers now up to 35 big blinds. Now what this means, Fenton, is that we're going to have the final redraw of the tournament. And instead of taking a break and coming back and then playing out the last 25 minutes of the level, we're just going to take that extended 30-minute break now.
Sounds good to me.
So make sure to give you guys a look at the chip counts before we get out of here, at least at the feature table. When we come back, there will be one and only one table. All 9 remaining players will be at one table, not the final table, but the last table of the tournament. We'll be getting to that when we return here at EPT Barcelona. Back in 30 minutes, you're watching PokerStars TV. Shang Wang with another juicy hand. Ace-Queen offsuit on the button, has been playing aggressively, probably isn't going to get a ton of credit. He's on a real heater. Marquise folds, and Patrick Clark starts the hand with 35-ish big blinds. Queen 7 hearts, looks like an easy hand to defend at least.
Yeah, he is going to do just that. He is in trouble, dominated.
That's right, it's Domination Nation headed into this flop. Queen 4 deuce, this is gonna be big, big trouble for Patrick Clark.
Yeah, especially against a player like Wang, who just knows how to get a lot of value out of his hands. Wow, goes check, check, getting tricky.
This kid is something else, I tell you. Clark is going to be even more confident in his top pair now. Checks it again. Does Wang check a second time?
Who's laying the trap?
We've
wow,
seen him do this before. This is wild. And another queen on the river. Patrick Clark, I am so sorry. It's been great playing with you.
Yeah, so if you're Clark here, your opponent just quickly checks back the flop in turn. You can't put this guy on anything. You're just gonna bet and just like try to get crying called by something. He's gonna be surprised when he gets the raise. As like a pot-sized bet.
Clark leads. He has no idea what he's stepping into. Wang has just made every correct step. Just deceptive when he needs to be, aggressive when he needs to be.
He's gonna reach for a lot of chips here.
He sure is. He's probably gonna put Clark to just about a decision for all of his chips.
Yeah, Clark is confused. What do you mean you're raising me right now?
That is for half of Clark's remaining stack. Now, does Clark ever just call here?
Yeah.
There it is. He does just call.
Super fast.
And that's the smart play. Clark manages to not go broke despite having trips, although he cannot be feeling good. Big hand here. Dimov raising under the gun with ace-queen. Jawanda with 10s in the very next spot.
Yeah, this is an easy all-in with that stack size. There's no way this doesn't go all-in pre-flop.
All in from Han Huanda. We are very likely to be flipping. Like Lex Veldhuis versus Mr. Disaster. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Hey, Jawanda. Queen.
John Jawanda all in for his tournament life. He is ahead.
Yeah, he had the ace-queen last time. Now he's up against ace-queen.
Former EPT champion, former Barcelona champion. Tournament life on the line. 5 cards to fade. Looking for bricks. He's been in this position before. He will be here again. Will he make the official final table, or will he be the bubble? Queen on the flop. His hopes have been dashed to 10%. 2 outs for Jawanda. 2 immediate outs. The turn is the 3 of diamonds. Does not provide any help for John. He's gonna need to hit a 10 on the river, or this tournament will be checking out from Hotel Jawanda. The river is an ace, 2 pair for Dimov. Jawanda eliminated in 9th place. Couldn't quite score the 2nd EPT Barcelona title.
It feels pretty good actually, you know, because you know you have to get really lucky to get all the way down to the final table. So yeah, I mean, obviously I'm a little bit disappointed to get this far and you know not win it, but it's not bad, you know. It wasn't actually that short until the final 9. Then I lost 1 coin flip. Then I got a little bit short, and then the last hand I had to play, and you know, then you lose 2 coin flips, you're out. It's pretty normal, pretty standard in tournaments, you know. Sometimes I win my fair share of the coin, you know. Sometimes I win, you know, more than my fair share, and you know, sometimes I lose. You know, that's how tournament is.
And of course, you've had some huge results in your time, at well over 20 million in earnings. But does it still hurt when you bust out a stage like this of the tournament?
Well, it hurts more if I feel like I make mistakes, and you know, the hands that you know, that part hurts more when I make mistakes, and I feel like you know, I should have played the hands differently. But busting out on hands that you play the way you're supposed to, then that doesn't bother me too much.
Nijinsky, the Polish qualifiers, got aces.
That is a good hand. Let's open up, pray for some action behind you.
Nijinsky raises to 350K. Oh, look at this. Wang eyeing up the stacks of the players to act behind him. King Jack of diamonds. He calls in the cutoff. Pocket tens for Marquee on the button.
Wow, pocket tens. It's such a strong hand. You probably don't think Wang's got a big hand. I like this just call, you know, like there's some short stacks out there. Why risk it all?
And pocket nines for Patrick Clark.
Oh man, now I want to tell you, pocket nines looks really good here. There's a guy who raises, a bunch of guys who just call. They probably don't have big hands for just calling. You're thinking there's so many chips in the middle. If I make a shove all in here, I'm going to win it most of the time. I don't only have to worry about one guy.
Monsieur Clark avec les nuts des étoiles. He shoves. Now, what does Nijinsky do? Just call or reshove?
It probably really doesn't matter. It looks insanely strong just for you to continue. He should probably just call, but I'm not going to blame him if he shoves all in as well. So Clark just saw so many chips in the middle, went for it. It's going to be in trouble. He is getting a count, trying to feign some weakness, hoping for an overplay from someone behind him.
Now he's had a count. Nijinsky's clock will start running. He does reshove, and we'll see quick folds from Wang and Marquee. And here we go, Patrick Clark's tournament life is on the line. He gets it in with 9s against aces. He's in a horrible spot. And we could be down to 7 players if aces hold, but if the stars nuts are all they're cracked up to be, Randy, some sickness could occur.
Could occur. 20% chance for that to happen.
King 6 deuce, aces holding. 2 outs for Patrick Clark. This is his second EPT final table. He came 4th in Dublin 2 years ago.
Bad call. I lose a lot.
Is he set for an 8th place finish here in Barcelona in 2018?
Uh-oh.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, Wang.
A king. A king. Big king.
Crucially, this is all about Patrick Clark now and whether he can spike a 9 on the river.
What means big for you?
The answer?
I have to do a fish call.
Is no. That would have been a full house for Wang, but it's irrelevant. Patrick Clark got it in with 9s against aces, does not improve. He's out in 8th place, cashing for 155,000 euros. We're down to 7 players in the biggest EPT of all time.
Take it down.
Peter Nijinsky has ace-king suited.
He's been playing pretty solid. Gonna raise this one up again.
Rodrigo Carmo lets it go. Chip leader Haojing Wang holds queen 6. Marquee is out. Onyon Dimov will fold the 8 deuce, so it's round to Mark Buckley in the big blind with Jack 10.
Pretty playable hand. I think he should see a flop here. You know, just kind of see what happens. He's still got a reasonable stack size.
Calls out of his 17 big blind stack, and we will go heads up to the flop. That flop is Jack deuce deuce with 2 clubs, top pair for Buckley.
Wow, this is, you got to think your pair of jacks are good here. They are the best hand, but his opponent has 55%, and he's unpaired.
Nijinsky with the nut flush draw. 2 overcards, bets 300,000.
This is that type of board you expect your opponents to just continuation bet very wide. I wouldn't fault Buckley for wanting to go with his hand on the flop. He does shove, should get a quick call.
And we can see that Nijinsky is the statistical favorite, even though Buckley currently has the best hand. Nijinsky has a lot of outs, a lot of cards for Buckley to fade if he's to double up here and survive.
Less outs for poker.
Club on the turn. And now Buckley's drawing to 3 outs. He needs a jack or a deuce to make a full house on the river, or we're down to 6. We lost 1 Irishman. Patrick Clark departed in 8th. Are we about to lose Mark Buckley? Yes, we are. We are down to 6 players as Mark Buckley is eliminated in 7th place, cashing for 220,000 euros.
Hey, it's still a pretty good result, 220,000 euros. You gotta respect that.
So let's look at where the players stack up, the stacks they're going to be bringing into the final day of this tournament. Haojing Wang will be the chip leader with an 81 big blind stack. Nijinsky second on the leaderboard. Dimov, the only other player with an above average stack. Takib has 35 bigs. Marquee 34 bigs. Rodrigo Carmo in the danger zone with just 10 big blinds. And we kick off the action on the 6th and final day. The blinds will be 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante. And here's what they're playing for. guaranteed 287k, big jumps, none bigger. And that gap between second and first, the runner-up gets around 860,000 euros. The winner, 1.6 million in addition to the trophy and the Platinum Pass. Playing for most of that 9.4 million euro prize pool on the final day of EPT Barcelona. From Randy Lowe, from Joe Stapleton, from Finton Hand, from Benjamin Spragg, from me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Barcelona. We'll see you tomorrow, people.
Break my neck or control my every move, 'cause I don't have much to lose. However loud that you get, I'm gonna find a way to get louder. However strong that you get, I'm gonna find a way to get stronger.
Well, Phil Ivey's moved all in. He's needed to do that. He's got under 12,000 chips in front of him. And King 5 suited may be the best hand he's had all day. You just don't know.
King Rag off suit, or suited this time, but King Rag seems to become a popular hand all of a sudden at the table.
Well, he is going to get a call. It's not a massive raise. And
yeah, it's over 9,000 more. An ace-9 is not that great of a hand. As it is, if he calls, he's only a 6-4 favorite.
well, the Scandinavian Anton Dormanson, if he calls this, he will be leading going into the flop. He's been playing about 4 years now, and I think he's making the EPT a priority in 2006, 2007.
Not really an easy call. I mean, he is going to be ahead, and if he knew Ivey's cards, he would call in a heartbeat. But not knowing what Ivey has and knowing that Ivey could have a better ace, a pair higher than the nines, where he's pretty far behind.
Also, you got to take into account, it's a bit like, you know, playing golf, having a round of golf with Tiger Woods. You know, you're facing Phil Ivey here. He's the guy putting the chips in, and that demands respect.
Well, this is the easiest way to play Phil. All the money's in before the flop. You don't have to worry about him making good decisions on you after the flop, reading your hand, any of that.
Well, it's his first time in the EPT, Phil Ivey. He's travelled a long way, and he could be travelling back very quickly indeed. But only a small dog here. Let's take a look at the flop. He wants to see a king on it, he wants to see a 5, and that's exactly what he's got, Greg. He's flopped 2 pair.
Well, it's an interesting flop. I mean, Dormanson is actually still ahead. Now finally Phil has the lead. He's a 6-4 favorite now instead of 6-5 behind.
And there you go, the fortune smile and Phil Ivey. And he doubles through. Dormanson stays in.
It's amazing how some of the best players in the world have a knack for winning those important hands.
Well, he has a knack for winning hands that have grossed him somewhere in the region of $7.5 million in tournament wins.
Well, unfortunately, the success rate in tournament poker is pretty small. Even the best in the world, you know, if you win one of these events per year, you are on a fantastic pace.
Now, there's a couple of cards that you don't want to see in the hand of Philip Ivey. He's going to get some action as well. He's got the pocket rockets, American Airlines, all the aces, and ace queen is going to go against him, but he pushes all his chips in, and he's been absolutely dominated here, Greg.
Well, he's just found himself in a really tough spot. I mean, ace queen is a perfectly good hand, but obviously Ivey's going to call with the pocket aces.
Well, it's a gimme, isn't it? Emile Petit is a former top-class tennis player. But in this case, it's a double fault, and that double is A in the hands of Phil Ivey. And this, I mean, this is a hand that I think we should just play the last waltz over.
Well, he now has 4 outs for half the pot. Any 3 on the river, and he'll get half. But no, as expected, the aces hold up, and Ivy is going to knock out a player and become that much stronger in our event.
Well, as we know from the Ryder Cup, it's not often that an American gets one over a European. Sorry, I had to get that in. But Phil Ivy's managed to do that.
Ace-king, that's always a hand you like to see. Causes a lot of pain, but you also win a lot of big pots with ace-king.
Well, Dan Pedersen's just sat down at this table and he's come out betting. Right. Foot cans also got ace-king. They're not suited though, so Pedersen goes in slight favourite. It's the hearts that Foot Cam will not want to see, or his heart will be broken. Oh, and here we go. 3-way action now. Phil Ivy's got the ladies in his hand, and that changes everything.
Wow, I mean, we've seen 2 ace-kings. I don't know, Pedersen might actually get away from his hand here and not see the flop, but Ivy's going to be a massive favorite. Normally against ace-king, you're facing 6 outs, but an ace and a king is in the other hand, and we saw a king get folded by another player. Wow. So he's only got 3 cards in the deck that can beat his pocket queens.
Dan Pedersen may put this hand down. How many people do you think, Greg, per 100 who are watching this, who only play poker in their house, would ever lay down ace-king? That's the difference.
I'm not sure how many amateur players would lay down ace-king.
I don't think any.
Pretty much every good player is going to lay down ace-king here because, I mean, you made the first raise, and then you got a good player who's playing solid go all in behind you for all of his chips, and then Phil Ivy go all in for all of his chips. I mean, that's the best you can be there, is ace-king versus queens.
Well, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people who've went out to the axe of Phil Ivy, and Fuad Khan's head is on the guillotine right now.
Wow.
And he hits his ace.
3 outs, but he catches one of them. That's all you need.
Well, Phil Ivy,
See the club?
on a 1 in 10 chance now of coming through those queens that were the pre-flop favourite, and he's hit it.
Wow.